Alright. Let me see if this is working. I'm sending you the link to check on your side.
Oh, that's a good thumbnail.
Thank you. The good is back. What can I say? Ali Ari, your days are numbered, buddy. Let's get rid of that one. Get rid of this one. Get rid of here. It's upcoming. I think it's streaming. Is it working?
Let's see.
Okay.
Yes.
It is working.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And we're live, everybody. Woo! We did it. Yay.
Hold on. Check what mic you're using, by the way. The background noise is very different from what I'm getting.
Uh-oh. He's bad at streaming? Question mark? Can I even change my microphone? Oh, it's because I'm using my camera. 1 second.
Oh, good thing I clicked that link.
And Mira's saving lives out here. Here we go. We should be back. Let me make that a bit quieter. 1, 2. Okay, yeah. Cool. Input capture. Which one's this one using? Audio input capture. Yeah, I'm using that one. Mic aux. I've actually got 2 inputs here. I'm worried. Turn that one off. What about this one? How am I sounding?
Oh,
Input capture. Oh yeah, I have 2 audios on. Which one's this one using? Audio input capture. Yeah, I'm using that one. Mic aux. I've actually got 2 inputs here. I'm worried. Turn that one off. What about this one? How am I sounding? There we go. Yes, I heard myself.
yeah, it's much better.
Input capture.
Now I can't tell.
I'm on. Oh yeah, it's playing in the background, of course. I've actually got 2 inputs here. I'm worried. Turn that one off. What about this one? How am I sounding? There we go. Yes, I heard myself.
We're good. Now we're good. Yeah, it's much better.
Input capture. Okay, yeah, we are repeating. I'm stopping it now. I'm sorry, everybody. Okay. All right.
Hopefully, it's the same link.
Yeah. Okay, so should I just start the stream again? Let me start it in a way that all good streamers would do it. Boys, we're back. Does he still do that? I don't know. We're back and we're ready to react to Tony Not Mark's amazing YouTube video about Vinland Saga. We finally, we've been sleeping. I've been snoozing. No Vinland Saga, no murmurs for a couple months. Are we back? I don't know. You can decide that later, I guess. But yeah, and with me is joined the other most definite expert in the world for Vinland Saga. It is Mir.
Is that like really what you'd call me? I feel I'm such a fraud.
I mean, if I'm not an expert in Vinland Saga, I'm not an expert in anything. That's kind of so. I really hope I am. Likewise, I will apply that to you. Yeah.
The other day, I tested you on Twitter to see if you're a real, true, the smartest Vinland Saga fan. What are the names of Sigurd's boys?
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely not looking this up right now. All we care about is Orm, also known as Fatty.
We do love Orm.
We do love Orm, Barrel Boy.
Or Piggy in some translations.
Or Piggy. That makes so much sense. I feel like Piggy is better. Like I feel like that's a more apt name that people would use. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Let me look down the list. Can you name them out of very basic? Okay, one begins with T. I'm pretty sure.
Very good. Probably.
Then thing. Yes, Thegn. That's one of them.
Yeah,
Theen. He's got that thing going on. That. And then. I'm scrolling up. I'm gonna be scrolling up. And I'll be scrolling down the other side. I'm looking so fast, I think I'm probably gonna just miss him. Rip. Do you know Mir?
Well, no. I don't even think Makoto Yukimura himself knows.
Yeah,
So it's fine. It's fine. I
it's okay.
definitely surely know more about Vinland Saga than
All I know is that
uh
we know more than Totally Not Mark, which is why we're
oh, I'm
reacting.
certain. I'm certain.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
So
Yeah. Anyway.
from what I understand,
Hmm.
and I might be wrong, I may have misheard, but I think this is actually only covering the prologue. This
Yeah.
2 hour video. Yeah.
Which is crazy. And then also, I feel like looking at the views, it's got like 140,000, which is not that many for him. And he's
Wow,
probably,
really?
yeah, he's probably realized the upper limit of Vinland Saga views that you can get, which is, yeah, not much. At least maybe for these big channels. That's why I'm wondering. Because, like, yeah, he probably normally gets a couple more. Oh, we got someone in chat saying they have no enemies. Good, good.
So true.
Yeah,
It's funny
so true.
actually because I do watch a lot of Totally Not Mark. I definitely keep up with him, and
Hmm.
I remember before this Vinland Saga video, he posted an update video where he's pretty much saying like, "I'm tired of making content that is just
Oh,
to
so
get
true.
views. I'm going to
Yeah.
make something that I actually want to make."
Mm,
And this is the first I think product of that kind of shift in content creation perspective for him.
yeah.
So I wonder if he even. I mean, I'm
Maybe.
sure it hurts to not get the same number of views as a bigger
Mm.
series, but I
Well,
I
he's not
hope it
uploaded
was
another video recently. This is
probably
his
working on
most
part
recent
two.
video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he's working on part two. Yeah. No, I also know that I'm not sure if you are surely aware of Miller, the killer from Kyle's
Hmm.
Orbit and Ari's Orbit, and I guess my
Yeah.
Orbit as well. But Miller doesn't watch as many of my videos because he hasn't read Vinland Saga, but he also loves to make fun of Totally Not Mark. So that's the only other reason why I know
What?
about him. Because I guess Totally Not it's like it goes back to the time when like Tohei like blitzed Totally Not Mark's channel. Let's just call him Mark.
Yeah.
I can't remember to call him Totally Not
Yeah.
Mark the whole time. Mark's channel, and then he did that like he got like a Japanese speaker to talk, and like basically give his apology for him as he says it out loud, and then she translates. Anyway, it was a bit of a meme, I guess. I don't know.
I like sincerity, man.
Yeah,
That works for me.
yeah. Miller likes sincerity, but until Miller doesn't like sincerity, and then he makes fun of it, which is crazy, you know. Which is why we love him. Anyway, let's not dunk on Miller. You know, that's not good. Let's start reacting, I guess, because we got plenty
I
of to
guess.
go through.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. There will be plenty of time to say anything
I
for
mean,
the
do you have
next.
any other
I guess my
preamble?
only expectation is there's a lot of YouTubers like this, like the big ones that cover a lot of topics where when I watch them for something that I haven't watched or read before, I I'm like really into it. But when it's something I've watched before, there's always some little things that bother me. And I'm
Mm,
wondering if he's gonna nail it or if there's going to be like slight like Eye Patch Wolf they
yeah.
covered Vinland Saga on their podcast. Him and
Oh yeah,
Wooly
well,
Griffin.
boss fight or something like that with him and
Yeah.
Wolfie, or no,
Yeah.
what was the other guy's
Yeah,
name? I forget.
Wooly.
Wooly, that's it. Yeah.
Yes, they covered Vinland Saga and there was like it was only the prologue, but they just said some things that were so incorrect. And it wasn't even like interpretation incorrect, it was just like a misunderstanding of what actually just happened,
Yeah.
which was kind of like, oh wow, okay,
These
I take
guys,
these
get them
guys
out
as
of here.
I take them as like at their word for a lot of
Hmm.
series, right? So the fact that I'm seeing a hole in something that I know is interesting. So I have faith in this video though, because a
Yeah.
lot of fans are in our circle have said it is good. So
Yeah, I actually
I'm
haven't.
looking
The
forward to
only Van's opinion I kind of care about is probably Vinhard's, and I was talking to him about this before it released, and I'm not talked to him afterwards. But I would say yeah, there's other people like so Super Eye Patch Wolf. I know Eye Patch Wolf has had like issues with like the Bleach fandom, and that's the meme as well. But generally, I also like Eye Patch Wolf does a good job selling stuff. Yeah, as you say, like stuff you don't know about. So like Carl gets mad at
it. Mhm.
his um his wrestling takes and stuff like that. As for me, like, there's also like Giguk. Now, Giguk is, well, I always respect Giguk more because he made a Vinland Saga video recommending it before the anime came out. So Giguk's was OG, always been, and always had like, Giguk's issue is that he basically won't go into that much depth at all. So he kind of doesn't say a ton. But
Yeah.
at the same time, he actually interviewed Yukimura, and it was one of my favorite interviews, I think. Cause,
It is a phenomenal interview.
So,
yeah, say
you
what you
know.
will about his content. That was an incredible
Yeah,
video.
and I mean, so like sometimes I do think Giga, because he watches so much stuff or he gets engaged with so much stuff, he can like you know, I guess it becomes a bit reductive to the closest meme. So like for example, like Mushoku Tensei season 2 is like basically anytime that comes up, he's probably gonna make like the fact that like what is it, erectile dysfunction joke, which is like kind of like the first only like 8 episodes of the season, and the season I think, oh no, is it 12 episodes long? Anyway, it's not like the whole thing, but it is a prominent. Anyway, it's a meme. So like the I have no enemies, you know, he's probably going to talk about I have no enemies, and because Vinland Saga has this like cult authority of being a classic and being amazing, he's not going to say anything bad about it. He's just going to say, oh, it's amazing, you know. So it's like, okay, can you give me a bit of extra? So anyway, we're not here to be haters on Mark at all, but we might be pretentious fanatics. So you know, pedantic fanatics. Anyway, Trip, glad you could join us. Glad you could join us. We haven't started it yet, so buckle your seatbelts. We're going to be pausing a lot, maybe. I don't know. Let's actually get started.
Okay.
Let me just say straight up, this opening shot, maybe it's. I kind of assumed. I don't know why I assumed he filmed it. It doesn't make any sense he would have filmed it, but it is a great shot. I like it. So I'm just going to start.
He did travel for this.
Yeah, he did travel, which is what I'm very interested about. Also, let me know how the audio is, everybody that's watching, also you, me as well, so I can bump it
Most
up.
popular anime are set in fictional worlds, expressions of imagination merely inspired by myth and culture. But Vinland Saga is different, because this story, it's real.
I also made a video with it, like it's like start.
In this video, I will step into the pages of this manga, retrace the footsteps of this legendary explorer, and breathe life into this
he went to see the actual thing
that defined the Viking Age. And my first stop on this journey is a place you'd least expect, my home, Ireland. Because this is where I discovered that the main character of Vinland Saga, Thorfinn Karlsefni, was a distant relative of mine.
Ooh, crazy. What an opening.
This is the moment that inspired me to write this video. You see, my family lineage has a motto. It reads, "The strong will yield to the stronger." Now you see, in Ireland, family names represent famous clans, and mine was no different. But that motto, it always felt kind of strange to me. Ireland's famous for its rebellions against the British, famous Celtic warriors like Brian Boru who never yielded to anything, even in the worst of situations. And yet here's my family, citing subservience, almost like it's a virtue. It just feels wrong. How could a king refuse to fight when someone tries to take their home? What kind of warrior throws down their sword? The fact that this story explicitly explores that very question was enough to lure me in. I found myself researching the story behind it, diving into translations of the original Vinland sagas themselves. But what I found within these books was a single word that stopped me in my tracks. Thorfinn Karlsefni descended from Kjarval, King of Ireland. Now, at first, I thought that this name had to have been a mistake. I mean, I had not heard of a more Norse name in my Irish ears before. But the wildest part is that it wasn't a mistake. It was a Norse translation of a genuine Irish king called Kjarval mac Dunlaine, the very same king that gave rise to this that you see behind me and my family. Wow. Over 1,000 years ago, Kjarval's legacy was fractured. One branch followed the Vikings into Iceland through his daughter, eventually producing the legendary Thorfinn Karlsefni, while the other, much later, produced me. But to tell you the truth, sitting here amidst the ruins of my family's former seat of power, I still can't get that motto out of my head. The strong will yield to the stronger. It feels like a celebration of surrender. But if you think about it, Thorfinn's family sort of did the same thing, right? They abandoned their homeland, sailed into the brave unknown, and built something genuinely new. So why does one choice feel like cowardice when the other feels like courage? To understand what it means to be a true warrior, I need to retrace Thorfinn's journey through history, through Vinland Saga, and through my very own bloodline. As breathtaking as Iceland is, this is not where Vinland Saga begins.
I'm just going to pause here. I don't know if you have anything to say, Mir. I mean, like, I'm just going to say, this is not what I expected, but this is far, like, I'd rather him just talk about his own life way more than Vinland Saga at this point. I think this is really interesting.
I totally agree with it. That is an incredibly good hook. What's interesting to me so far is he clearly dove into the history, like, immediately, right? But usually when he does these reviews, usually he does pace it out by arc, and he does not like he's not like covering them in hindsight. Like, he will read the prologue, cover the prologue, then read ahead. So the fact that he has the whole history researched and in context already going into this makes it very interesting, because he kind of does know. Because I feel like a lot of people, when they first read Vinland, they don't actually know the history well enough to realize where this is going. A surprising amount of people don't know that. So it'll be interesting to have somebody like go in with such specific expectations based on the history. And I think, if anything, in a way, he's kind of like going into this story the way I think you're actually expected to, like, knowing that Thorfinn's heading to that historical end. So I'm interested to see how he wraps that in, or if he's just gonna like really go hard on the more personal, familial connection.
Sorry. I'm dying here. Whoa.
Just sick of my pain.
Yeah. You just had to stop talking. Oh, my word. Whew. Oh, my word. Oh, my goodness me. I think what that was is that I put some spices in, I made some homemade eggnog. Anyway, a bit of a tangent. Trying to get the Christmassy mood. Even though it's not, it's almost Christmas. It's almost Christmas because it's not the Christmas yet. All over the UK is already Christmas everywhere, so it's a bit crazy. But anyway, to actually talk about what you're saying, I think it's also interesting because it might set them up for like disappointment, for like where things could go. I think knowledge of what history is both tempers expectations, but also means that you kind of might be looking for things that might not actually happen. I do wonder. Man, sorry about that, everybody. But yeah, anyway, that's one thing I do wonder about. The other thing I was thinking with, like, yeah, as you said, with him going through the arcs, this whole strong yields to the stronger reminds me of that opening quote of like, I can't grab it now, but it's like, with the Viking and the colored pages at the beginning, it's like might makes right and all this stuff. And it's another way of saying that, which I just think is an interesting kind of tie-in. Yeah, I mean, also with that, I feel like even though if he hasn't read Farmland, he would already have known, like almost exactly where it would have gone. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, be interesting to see. Anyway, let's continue, and I'll cough by muting my mic.
At least none in the manga. Instead, we start here, France.
Oh, he actually went to France. Good grief.
Nice. Yeah, he really
You see,
traveled
how
for
an
this
author
is awesome.
chooses to introduce the main character can actually tell you quite a lot about what they want you to pay attention to. In the anime, Thors is just thrust into the spotlight during the most transformative moment of his entire life, and in the process, we get to see the themes and message of the story. But Yukimura in his manga chose to go about things kind of differently.
Oh, he's saying that manga's better. Interesting.
We might not know it yet, but this is what the story is about. Communicated in just a few quick shots, faceless men throw themselves into the meat grinder on the whims of cowards in the name of honor and glory. We don't
I miss
see their
Vinland
faces
Saga.
initially, but once we do, we don't see them.
Amen.
we see fear, hatred, and confusion, a writhing mass stripped of their humanity, offering the perfect transition for Yukimura to introduce the world to his lead character.
So Thorfinn, well, you better get
Dub.
And
ready.
he's using the dub too.
The very first
That's
time we
Hachi
hear
talking
Thorfinn's
right
name
there.
spoken in the entire story, it's in service of a battle strategy. The very first time we see him, it isn't with any sort of emphasis on his face or who he is, it is what he can offer in combat with a close-up of his blades. Like, these are a series of intentionally rich and creative choices that service one message. That violence is the name and that honor is the goal. And the only thing that matters in this age is violence and what you can bring to it.
I've done enough for you.
I like how he's focusing on this, actually. I
You
feel like
want
this
more?
takes...
Fine, if you close the deal, I'll give you 3 shiny gold coins.
By withholding just the right amount of information, you can
Sort of reminds me of
construct
how-
a psychological mystery for us at home to try and
weird the
figure out,
anime looks
all
in
the
some
while
places.
placing Thorfinn into a psychological prison. One where Askeladd maintains complete dominance by
wish he used
dangling the
the
very
Netflix
thing
dub. I
Thorfinn
don't care
craves
for
just
the-
out
for
of
this
reach,
dub.
begging the
I think it's the
question,
Sentai
what
one.
is it? We don't know yet, but whatever it is, Askeladd is able to leverage it to make Thorfinn risk
I might
his
be wrong,
life
though.
for his gain time and
No, I
again. Despite
suppose
this
so.
obvious
I'm not sure.
manipulation, it's difficult not to gravitate towards Askeladd's character. While he might seem aloof and relaxed at first, eventually it becomes clear that he's acting, revealing a weaponized composure concealing a profound strategic mind and battle competence. Thorfinn, by contrast, seems singularly focused to a fault. Charging headfirst into the writhing mass of humanity we saw in the story's opening, something else comes screaming into focus concerning the young Thorfinn. So not exactly what I was anticipating. I hope it goes without saying that I wasn't anticipating Thorfinn to be a literal psychopath. I mean, I love the action, don't get me wrong. The story is pretty cool so far. There's hints of there being a deeper purpose and meaning behind it all, but still, I'm sort of waiting for that aha moment where the story surprises me, where it stops being a story about Vikings and violence and all that kind of stuff, and becomes something more, something that can be applied not just to the story and these characters, but something that can be applied to my life, my family.
Is he talking about
and
just
pretty
the
much
first
anyone that
chapter
can
already,
watch
though?
it. The historical authenticity
Yeah,
of
I guess
Vinland
this was
Saga
his
is
perspective reading the
inextricably
first
connected
chapter.
to the story itself,
Interesting.
its characters, the Vikings, the choices they make to navigate the world that they're in. It's all part of this calculus that Yukimura interweaves within his story to create this perfect balance and marriage of history, character, story, everything that makes it infectious. And in order to explain why, I have to come clean about something first. I'm not actually in France. I'm in Ireland. Why? Well, because the Loire Valley doesn't look like Yukimura's version of France at all. But the south of Ireland does. From waterfalls to annoying thick temperate rainforest like this, to agonizingly steep climbs that made this a far harder shoot than it ever needed to be, these all serve as a beautiful analog to what Yukimura was trying to capture in his manga. But
He could have
if
just
France
pretended
doesn't
it was
have
France.
any of these geographical features,
I would have fallen.
why include them at all? Now, with that said, I should say that because Yukimura is
Is he gonna make
bending
the meme about-
geography, that doesn't mean that he's fabricating history or tainting the legacy of the story. Funnily enough, it's actually making it better.
I've got some extra music playing for some reason. Hang on, I just stopped. Can you hear something? What is this? Is it? Oh, it's probably like my other stream somewhere. Like one of my many other tabs. Come on. Cool. That's annoying. I know exactly what that was. All right, we're back, everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that was another stream that I was going to watch later that just auto started. It's someone else's, it must have been. All right.
I see.
When Askeladd's Vikings carried their longships overland through the night over steep wooded terrain to circumvent the waterfall and gain a tactical
So is he saying that this isn't France and like it's actually based off Ireland's geography, and he's actually like he's not referred to like making fun of, because that's chapter 2 where like Denmark's mountains aren't that mountainous or something like that when he apologizes to a fan.
He might bring that up, maybe, but I don't know if he's
Yeah. Also, he's talking.
implying any intent.
Yeah, Mark is also talking a lot about how he's not like, I don't think he's definitely read more of the manga, or at least like getting all of that for like waiting in the first chapter for this to be more than a Viking show. I feel like that's pretty preemptive. Like I do feel like chapter 1 is very much action focused to get you in.
I guess. I mean, I feel like it has a reputation where it's got to be more. He definitely comes into it with the reputation in mind.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah. All right, let me keep on going.
Advantage, that isn't fantasy. That's precisely what made them so successful. So while Yukimura may have chosen to alter the geography, topography, and water systems of this area to a significant degree, that choice enabled him to weave in some genuinely compelling and authentic history that never would have found footing otherwise. The result is an immediate establishment of these warriors as genuinely competent with a superior level of naval design and strategic thinking. In one stroke, he shows how these wolves of the Atlantic managed to carve out what we now call the Viking Age. But within this opening gambit for our attention, Yukimura managed to sow some seeds that would eventually blossom into the themes of the story: self-deception during war and Christianity. Introduced succinctly through the reprehensible Frankish lord, a lord who drives this massacre in the name of Jesus Christ, embodies Yukimura's central conflict: the gulf between what people say they fight for and what they're really fighting for. Thus, this scene isn't so much about Christianity versus paganism as it is about how humans construct noble narratives to justify base motivations. The Frankish lord's incompetence and cruelty are masked by religious rhetoric, while Askeladd's pragmatic pursuit of profit is at least honest about his own nature. To a point, at least. When Askeladd describes Thorfinn,
interesting. Okay, this is a point I like this.
He's stating facts, but it's a measured and overly simplistic response for someone as intelligent and nuanced as Askeladd has now proven himself to be. When Thorfinn handles the guards who accost him and charges headfirst into the chaos for the head of the commander, suddenly it becomes clear what Askeladd was doing all along. He was managing his men's morale as much as he was commanding Thorfinn's ability. This psychological and cerebral element of Askeladd's persona, his ability to understand people at a glance, is central to his character.
Some people might say he can smell it.
Hey, incoming warships.
Look closely.
I think that point is quite interesting though, where it is
There
like,
is an
that links to a lot to like Jabath using that motivation at like I don't know if Mark totally talked about it, but with like oh, I've already forgotten the phrase. But how it's the 182, what Thorfinn describes Canute as, and the most dangerous man. It is like kind of that. Yes. Sorry, there we go. I finally remember. That.
Interesting.
So it links into that with like Mesquich and almost Varga and like the Ragnarok and almost the end times as well. I almost feel, but it's like a different slant on it slightly. A bit more basic, I feel, though Jabath isn't quite as talking about the end times, but it's more like I'm doing this for religious reasons. Not because of the end times, but that's why he's saying it. But yeah, I don't know if it. I mean, that's a small. I guess that's a tenuous link. I don't think that's probably what Yukimura was going for, but you could make that link.
Yeah, honestly, that is like kind of. I don't know. It's an interesting way to really go deep on chapter 1 in a way that I don't think a lot of people do, because I think a lot of people are kind of conditioned to start talking about anything else but chapter 1. Chapter 1 feels like kind of like I think it's often written off a bit as a introduction to kind of lure you into a Viking story that is going to be subverted.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to take it from this angle. I've never heard anybody actually give appreciation to Jabat.
Yeah.
In any way.
Yeah, I do feel like it is getting to the point. I think it's fun though. getting to the point like
Yes.
in English where you analyze a chapter way too much and give too much
You
credibility
think
to the
so?
author. But I like how his point is that I mean, he's maybe making a more grand thing, but yeah, Askeladd already shows signs of knowing how to control his men and getting what he wants. In a way, though, he doesn't though, because he offers. I guess he's joking at the start. I mean, but like when Askeladd says, "I'll give you 3 gold coins," I promise Tyr I'll do it, and then like Thorfinn's like, that's not what I really want. That's more like you could. That's kind of just like exposition that might be a bit obvious, because like why would
Yeah.
Askeladd ever do that? But it kind of guess it also shows that Askeladd just likes annoying Thorfinn, and like
Yeah.
so that's kind of like anyway.
I think also it might overestimate a bit how much Askeladd was like controlling Thorfinn here, because obviously he is manipulating him into doing this work for him. But I also think like it wasn't like a mastermind strategy. He was kind of like, I'm gonna send this kid in, and if he doesn't come back, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't think it was as like Askeladd was as in control of it as I feel like the video kind of implies, but
yeah.
he certainly is in control of Thorfinn's actions, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
But just not
Thorfinn and
masterminding the
Askeladd's
whole
thing is like organized chaos. I mean, it has more.
Yes. Yeah.
He kind of he's able to think on the fly well enough. He's like, if Thorfinn comes back, if he doesn't, that's just how it is, right? I'm gonna give him
Yeah.
a shot.
I do think Mark goes into a good point here. I hope he talks about a bit more about how the story kind of bends history a bit to one show off things that really either did happen but like exaggerate them to really enhance the effect, or like stretch like what does the world look like, what does the land look like, in order to kind of fit whatever you're trying to convey, because Vinland does very often stretch reality in order to achieve things like that, and just kind of shape reality to its themes and
Yeah.
ideas. So I'm curious to see how he handles things later on that are a bit more um like that are even more divorced from reality, because it does kind of really push itself in a lot of ways later on. So I'm curious to see how he would go about it.
Yeah, I'm also he's also not made like the point about Carl like that Carl would have made in his video if he ever made it. Which I think is that Carl comes from the lens that this is like most people reading this are Berserk fans, and which I don't think is
Yeah.
true anymore. But at least at the time when, and basically it's like, well, how is he similar to Guts? How is he not similar to Guts? And the idea that you have like this dragon concept of, oh, maybe dragons do exist in the world and it is a fantasy world and there is like supernatural things. Like the first chapter does play with this quite a bit, which doesn't really work in the anime at all because you've already had 7 episodes here, but because it's your first time, you're like, okay, is this like a fancy medieval thing? Is it just Vikings? And it kind of plays with it. And it's like, no, it's just it's a real boat.
Interesting.
It's
I never would have thought about that.
yeah. So it's kind of like how it plays with your expectations a little bit, which I wonder maybe Mark will talk about, but I don't think that's where he's going with. So yeah. All right, I'll continue on.
Awesome scene, by the way, when they return to Denmark and Askeladd has a conversation with his uncle, who is sort of complaining about the usefulness of his slave.
Gorm.
To which Askeladd corrects him while looking directly into Thorfinn and saying, "It's not the slave's fault that she's useless, it's your poor handling of them." The implication here is unmistakable. Thorfinn isn't just another expendable warrior, he's a weapon Askeladd has carefully, meticulously crafted, consciously
He's
over
looking at the
time
script.
to do his bidding. Through this lens, we
Meticulously,
realize then
yeah.
that these jewels Thorfinn gambles his life to earn aren't battles at all. They're maintenance. When Askeladd remarks
He's right.
that every
He's right.
single
I guess
human
I'm just
being
being
is a
critical of
slave
the
to
framing.
something, he's revealing
Of like saying being like Askeladd is so
Just
big.
the yeah, like because again, Askeladd is like manipulating Thorfinn, and that is the point. I guess it's just the specific wording being chosen makes it sound like Askeladd has a much deeper investment into Thorfinn intentionally than I think Askeladd really does at this point in the story. I
Yeah.
think he is certainly using him, but I don't think he's kidding when Thorfinn's like gets sent off, and he's like, "Well, I guess the kid's dead," and doesn't really like care. I
Yeah.
don't think Askeladd is like putting on a front with that. He
Yeah.
puts on fronts all the time, but I don't think that one is a front.
I think also like Askeladd does care, but like not that much. You know, like he cares that he's a tool and probably does care, might care a little bit about him like as a person, but probably not that much. You know, like yeah. I definitely agree with you, and I think like Askeladd probably at this point is already over the fact that like Thor's like he's just more. If he looks at Thorfinn, he's just more annoyed that Thorfinn isn't Thor's. That's basically the extent of his deeper feelings. I feel like towards Thorfinn. It's just like your disappointment, and I'm a disappointment, and we're all a disappointment. But why couldn't you be more?
I agree. I think in this case, he might just be applying like late prologue Askeladd here, because I do think Askeladd does change over the course of the prologue and thinks of Thorfinn a bit differently by the end of it. And I don't think it's something like that he was just hiding the whole time and like had there. I think it's something that built, especially as, you know, everything kind of fell apart around him, and Thorfinn was just kind of reliable and consistent with him.
Interesting.
I mean, there is the conversation they have on the hill in the I think it's chapter, is it 20 Ragnarok?
20 or 22. It's 20.
Yeah,
I
something
think.
like that. That might be also a moment of change for him, but I do think it's something that develops more over the course of the prologue than it is developed at this point in the story.
Yeah, I think the other thing that sets Thorfinn apart is that Thorfinn's motive for being in the band is different to everybody else's. So he sets himself apart from that, along with Bjorn, on why he's with Askeladd. And this manifests later on, but I also think that's why Askeladd probably has the chat. Like, he does, like, there's disappointment there. I think, I need to get the rust off my brain of how I perceive the relationship. But I do think it's more than just, I guess, to quote Yukimura, the tsundere father figure, as he kind of like put it one time in, like, which I think it's more like it's through Askeladd meditating on his own failures that he then sees Thorfinn as a failure, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's like, so he doesn't actually care about the person of Thorfinn. He cares about what Thorfinn symbolizes in his life, and his relationship to Thor's. I think that's probably the best way to put it.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I finally got around to probably what I said like 4 years ago in a YouTube video or on a Reddit thread. That's way back when I was good. Back when I was good at this. Let's continue.
The operational principle that governs his entire approach to leadership and manipulation. He understands what enslaves each person and uses that knowledge ruthlessly. With Thorfinn, that slavery is obvious. His obsession with revenge that makes him predictable and controllable. But as we'll soon discover, this principle applies just as much to Askeladd himself, making him a tragic figure even as he masterfully manipulates others. However, all of these hidden motivations converge when Thorfinn's mask finally slips. Seated atop a docked ship, all alone, we glimpse his past and hear of Vinland for the first time.
Ooh, nice transition.
And finally, we found a new continent.
That new voice actor sounds weird.
While
to me.
making this video, I have traveled all over the place, and that's meant connecting to Wi-Fi in airports,
Oh,
hotels,
dude,
cafes.
he's got the deluxe in the background.
The ad read.
Sponsorship.
ExpressVPN.
Hold on, everybody go scan that QR code.
Yeah. Give him your money.
In Iceland, Antarctica, or heaven?
That was good. I'm loving the cinematography. It's fantastic.
Cold.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Cold. It's pretty cold here. This scene with Leif and his stories of adventure are beautiful because of what they reveal, right? Like earlier, I illustrated how Yukimura bent geography to illustrate historical Viking tactics, but here, he's doing something a little different, right? So he's turning a lack of historical information into an opportunity to explore Viking memory. While it's unlikely that Leif was a storyteller at any point in Thorfinn's childhood village, this creative choice exposes precisely what makes the original Vinland sagas the perfect conduit for historical fiction. They're full of gaps, legends, and room for invention, all the while just so happening to overlap with Thorfinn's formative years. Viewing the story through this historically conscious lens, while Leif's placement as a village storyteller might not be historically accurate, there is some truth to it. Over 1,000 years ago, no one in Iceland kept a written historical record. Instead, these tales of adventure were preserved for hundreds of years through storytellers just like Leif. Precisely what he's doing in this scene. It is a beautiful scene that blurs history with legend in precisely the same way Thorfinn's tale came to be remembered also.
What do you say, little ones? Think better of me now? Old man Leif Erikson?
This is,
I
of
like
course,
this
all to
voice
say that
actor.
incorporating
It
the
doesn't have the
fact
same one.
into what is first and foremost a fictionalized retelling of Thorfinn's story is always going to be a difficult task. The unfortunate side effect for me, however, was that I didn't exactly know where in Iceland Thorfinn's village was. I looked at the source material. This is Eric the Red Saga, and it reads, and I quote,
Flex.
"There was a man named Thorfinn Karlsefni, the son of Thord Horsehead, who lived in North Iceland at the place now called Reinines in Skaga Fjord. Karlsefni was a man of good family and good means. His mother was named Thorun." What? So there you have it. Thorfinn Karlsefni was a rich kid from a good family in the north of Iceland, not a poor kid from a complicated family in the south. But because I went to Iceland in
Okay,
the
that's
dead
fu-
of
that's a
winter
funny
and
Ireland
the
thing, I
Northern
think.
Territory looks like this right about now, I decide, fuck it, we're going to Vic. So yeah, in the end, Vic was the perfect.
So I feel like that might have been an Ireland joke, but that might be not true. Because
What do you mean?
So basically, the north of Ireland is Northern Ireland, which is the part that's still in the UK, and the Southern Ireland is the part that he's from. And he was making a joke, maybe about his upbringing not being simple
I don't
and him being
know.
poor. I don't know. I feel like that was a weird nod. Anyway, I'm not sure. Anyway,
I don't know. My American brain cannot comprehend that.
Place for me.
maybe I don't know.
Visit.
That's
Now,
what we
on top
reading
of
into.
having the best black crust pizza I've ever had in my life, let me tell you, while I was walking the shoreline, I could so easily envision how surviving on this island during I was
If I go
walking
back, like that cliff right there feels like that. I've seen it in the
Yeah.
manga. I don't know.
the
That's
shoreline,
awesome.
I could so easily envision how surviving on this island during specifically winter would have been a near impossible task. How
Man's
people
wearing
could have
jeans
lived
and
or died
snow.
based
Could
on
be
their
me.
management of livestock when cut off from the rest of the world. Furthermore, this small town looks exactly like Yukimura's take on Thorfinn's childhood home, complete with a nice little
Yeah.
shoreline, a docking for ships, a series of gradual snowy slopes leading into a small village surrounded
Yeah,
by
honestly, this is-
Yeah.
mountains.
Yeah, he nailed it.
Yeah, that's true. Well done to Mark for finding this. I mean, it makes sense. You can would have probably gotten to someone
But to
vaguely
cap off Leif's
accessible.
introductory scene, he offers a definition of what constitutes a true warrior for the children as well as
Oh,
us at
I don't
home
remember
to
this
consider.
angle from
A
the anime.
definition that
That's a cool
challenges
angle.
virtually everything these children have been taught to believe. According to Leif, a true warrior fights against base impulses, comfort, and external forces. Where the children see glory in violence, Leif sees strength in resistance, resilience, to the sea's dangers, to the temptation of easy choices, to anything that would control your actions. This, of course, takes on an air of tragic irony almost immediately, as we know full well where Thorfinn ultimately ends up. But what's interesting about their dismissal of Leif's claims and wisdom is best demonstrated through young Thorfinn's reasoning. He will only believe it when he sees it. To which Leif reminds him that that's not really what believing means. Sometimes you need to take a leap without knowing where you'll land. And so when Thorfinn begins to ask the right questions about why they came to this frozen island in the first place, Leif's reasons cut
I'm
through
glad
Thorfinn's naive
I'm glad
view
he's
of
really
both his
focusing on
people
that.
and his father.
Yeah.
They ran. How could they run away? True warriors like his father Thor's would never run from conflict like that. They would always meet the challenge head on, no matter the cost. However, when Thorfinn retreats to the comfort of his family home, Yukimura punctuates his arrival with the most perfect visual metaphor that says, sometimes running away is the only correct option. Thorfinn's moral rigidity serves to make Thor's ultimate response to the slave all the more powerful. Despite being the central figure everyone seems to turn to when conflict arises on their shores, Thor's resolution doesn't involve violence. He doesn't hand over the slave or even fight the pursuing owner. Instead, he sacrifices his own and his family's resources during a harsh winter. This is our first real scene with Thor's in the manga, introduced not through the naive eyes of a child, but instead through the hopes of a dying man. It's worth noting at this juncture that Thor's story is handled very differently in the manga compared to the anime. Instead of being front-loaded with his past and point of view early on, Thorfinn is the audience's conduit, arriving on the scene of a dying man, stunned into silence and eventually confusion as he's confronted with the reality of Leif's words. He was right all along. And so, within this framework, viewing Thor's through this light serves a powerful function. Instead of being the character we at home are most familiar with, like Thorfinn, we look to him as a strong man worthy of admiration with a mysterious past he leaves unspoken. As we learn more, it comes to light that for all of his moral clarity, and despite everyone's inclination to turn to him in a crisis, Thor's is a profoundly mediocre contributor to the village outside of this one dimension. Incapable of forging the most basic of materials, his hands betray a life of killing, not creating. Where others see a mighty warrior, he sees a failure. A man who can't build tools, can't emotionally connect with his family, and ultimately, a soldier who just cannot escape his dark and regretful past.
Thorfinn, can you go and pass on a message to your father for me?
Huh?
A warship has arrived.
I really like that reading of Thor's. That's really good.
This is my
Yeah, it
favorite
was very,
scene in
very
the
good.
entire Icelandic section. It
It also
reflects
made
plot,
me
Norse
remember
legend,
exactly
and
why
real
I like Thor's.
Yeah,
I like,
I do think
yeah, it's just like he
No,
is
no,
this
yeah.
mysterious big guy with a big heart, but it's like, I love actually that adding the pot to his inability to express his emotions, but then Helga being the only one that understands his emotions. I love that link there, of just like not being able to contribute anything, even though he is like, you just presume he's the leader and he's good at everything. Oh, that's such a good point.
Yeah.
I like that. Well done, Mark. That's good. I like that a lot. Anything to add?
I do like how he's comparing the anime intro, having showing us Thor's in battle. I wish I read first before before watching.
Yeah. Oh,
You know,
did I watch? Yeah, I did watch the 3 episodes
'cause
first.
I would
Didn't
have
I?
liked to know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah. Maybe
I would've liked
maybe
to
I'm just
not
gonna
know
reread the
anything about
first
Thor.
like 10 chapters again tonight just to see it through that lens. Because that's a good point. Just like
I
how you
yeah.
introduced him.
I do think, if I remember correctly, by that point it is already mentioned that Thor's used to be a warrior in the manga. I believe it is mentioned. So you're not like completely blind to him, but yeah, you do know as much as Thorfinn at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, I'm going to have to reread it.
Yeah, for sure.
world history all at once. It is everything that makes Yukimura's writing so effective, I think. Firstly, there's the Jomsvikings, who are a fascinating inclusion in this story, as the degree to which their legends
season
are
2.
true is in some dispute. Fittingly, the anime depicts one of their semi-legendary naval battles as the site of Thor's transformation from legendary Jomsviking to disillusioned pacifist in its
also in the
opening.
Baltic Sea War, I
However,
think,
what
right?
I adore about their
Yes.
arrival here is that it represents a visceral and direct consequence of an all-too-real historical atrocity that will go on to reshape the political landscape of Northern Europe forever. The St. Brice Day Massacre. On November 13th, 1002, the then King of England, King Ethelred, who would later carry the moniker of the Unready, ordered the systemic killing of Danes living in England. And while historians debate the massacre's full extent, archaeological evidence from mass burial sites at St. John's College, Oxford, and Dorset confirms targeted killings in areas with significant Danish populations. Among the victims, tradition holds, was Gunhilda, the sister of King Sweyn, a king with control of Denmark, significant portions of Norway, and most pressingly in this situation, a growing interest in controlling more of England. Floki's suggestion is historically accurate. Sweyn would use this tragedy as a pretext for an invasion in England, a decision that would bring the Viking Age to its height. Perhaps the only humorous consequence to stem from this entire ordeal is the adoption of the moniker King Ethelred would be forced to carry henceforth. Ethelred the Unready. While this nickname seems to sum up the consequences of his reign succinctly, the term unready doesn't mean what we actually might think it means. It derives from the Old English word meaning badly advised, an ironic compliment to his namesake Ethelred, which means well-advised. All hail
funny.
King Well-Advised the Ill-Advised.
That's
In hindsight,
bants. I
given
love
his
that.
failed revenge plot
That
against
is
the
fun.
Norse, his incitement of Sweyn's invasion, and his failed alliance with Normandy, which led indirectly to the Norman
this from
conquest
Last
and
Kingdom?
final eclipse of the House of Wessex and Anglo-Saxon kingship itself. I think the history books let him off pretty easy.
This war on the horizon.
One thing that's triggering me a
It's
little
one in
bit
which
is
you
that I can
two
tell
will
that
fight.
Mark is looking at his
Floki,
script while
however, has
reading.
come not to
sometimes, but
reminisce about the past or the consequence of the future, but to offer
It's really
Thor's
hard to
an
do, though. Really
ultimatum.
hard.
Death for his past
Yeah.
desertion alongside his fellow villagers, or war? Once again, it's here Yukimura's structural choices feel justified. In the manga, we experience this revelation of Thor's desertion through his son's disillusioned eyes instead of the objective and emotionally detached fashion it's revealed to us during the anime's opening sequences.
Interesting.
Through the manga, when Floki levies the term deserter towards Thor's, it hits like a train for Thorfinn, whose entire moral framework has been built atop the foundation of his father's unrelenting valor in battle. How could someone who embodied every principle he admired abandon his comrades? Ultimately, Floki leaves Thor's with very little choice. He must accept and rejoin the Jom's Vikings.
Off to war!
Oh, Ari.
Oh, Ari. So true.
The reaction from the village reveals something disturbing about Viking culture as a whole, I think. What was once alluded to through the naivety of childish play is now revealed to be the ideal each villager holds to be true. While Thor's head hangs under the weight of his understanding and experience in war,
Also, the
everyone
blacksmith
else
as well, I
gleefully
think, is
celebrates
bigger
the
to this point.
encroaching
Not
tide of
bigger, but-
glory
Yeah.
through combat. However, these romantic and overly simplistic platitudes come crashing against the harsh reality of the world when they're asked to carry Thor's longship to the shore. Unlike the professional killers we saw effortlessly carrying Askeladd's vessel across rough terrain in France earlier,
What a
these
comparison.
Vikings
Yeah.
have no
What a
idea what's
comparison.
truly being asked of them. And sadly, Thorfinn isn't immune to that delusion either. He's already changing, trying to meet this new rising violent tide, trying to prove his merit as a soldier by hurting the other village children. Thor's recognizes and confronts this potential within his son that he has feared for so long would surface. And in that moment, we receive the philosophical foundation of the entire series. You have no enemies. No one has enemies. There is no one that you should hurt. With that parting advice and unaware of his son's decision to follow him, Thor's departs Iceland forever, positioning us for a revelation that the anime's chronological approach consciously forewent. In the manga, we're not asked what kind of man Thor's is, but instead how someone raised by such a principled and patient father managed to become the violent sociopath we met in France. The mystery isn't Thor's character, it's how his teachings managed to fail so spectacularly. This
That
structural
was
choice
really
proves
interesting.
crucial because
Yeah.
soon we'll witness Thor's philosophy colliding with an unforgiving Viking world that won't let him escape his past. A world that confronts Thorfinn with insurmountable dissonance that sometimes the strongest thing a warrior can do is exactly what appears to be the weakest. With that said, Iceland has been exceptionally awesome and cold, but the winds of change are approaching,
Is he
and
gonna
along
go
with
to the
them comes one
Falklands?
of my
Is he gonna
favorite
do it?
scenes from the entire series. It's time I pack up my things and follow Thorfinn and Thor's to a
Oh,
special
Not the
rock in
Falklands,
the
sorry,
middle
the
of the ocean
Furos.
with my
Falklands
name
is
on
next
it.
Argentina.
But before I do, there is one last place I wanted to visit.
Really? Am I stupid?
No, Falklands, we did fight a war over at the UK against Argentina. It's more well known than the Faroe Islands.
This
Yes,
is a
thank you.
statue commemorating the
Thank
life
you.
and achievements of Thorfinn Karlsefni.
I
And it
was gonna
just so
say-
happened
oh.
that on this day, I managed to uncover a fragment from my own family's past. A piece of Gaelic poetry from my ancestor Brian McKeela Fodrig, lamenting the
what?
collapse of his world
That's so
in the
crazy.
wake of the English invasion. Tug siad onor is úsil, son cruige is chuile. Tug siad firéir agus féile,
What a
son
crazy-
ehig is ére.
Like,
They gave up honor and nobility in favor of hardness and narrowness. They gave up truth and hospitality for lies and satire. Despite having traveled across
It's
the
so
North
awesome that
Atlantic
he
and
has this
icy
through line.
tundra of Iceland, what I found through looking at this statue was another reminder of what my family lost. And yet, I wonder. History often remembers and celebrates the dramatic discoveries and high-stakes battles of the past, but far less is understood or appreciated of the subtle choices that sculpt the world around us. Perhaps I'll discover more about my family as I explore one of the most understated and yet stunningly powerful landscapes I've ever stumbled across. I am, of course, talking about our next stop on this adventure,
Fair
That's
the
enough.
awesome
site
that
of
he's going here,
Askeladd
yeah.
versus Thors within the incredible
I mean, it makes
Faroe
sense. Like,
Islands.
if I, you know, like he's in a great spot from Ireland to access all these things, to be fair.
Good point. Good point.
I had to
Oh,
take
man, I gotta
a
go here.
2-hour train to Edinburgh, 1 flight to Amsterdam, a 2nd flight to Copenhagen, a 3rd flight to the Faroe Islands, and a 1-hour drive to get here. And oh my God, was it worth it? Because look, like I didn't think places like this even existed. I thought it was just one of those places you can more just made up to fit the occasion, but it's real. It's actually real.
Ooh, great transition. What a
Yeah, that's
transition.
There's so much more to this scene than initially meets the eye. I'd even call it one of the most underrated moments in the entire arc.
Now, while it is clearly and explicitly giving us a chance to better understand the underlying motivations of the likes of Floki and the Vikings, it's what this scene implies that makes it special and key in setting up what's to come.
Most
think it's
evidently,
underrated.
Askeladd's crew and how it establishes them as a legitimate threat
I
on
wanted
the
to prove
world
it to me.
stage. The Vikings
I'm
represent
excited.
everything formidable about Viking warfare and culture. They are the most legendary Viking band of the age. Unlike Askeladd's ragtag group of pillagers and
Fulgrim
raiders,
and Atsley,
the
young
Vikings
Fulgrim
are
and
a
Atsley.
self-governed elite military unit known across the Nordic world.
That's one good thing
and
about
yet,
that,
incredible. When Askeladd's seemingly boorish band manages to get the drop on these legendary warriors, it immediately elevates our opinion of them and speaks to the strategic mind and leadership qualities Askeladd demonstrated in France.
But if we instead stop thinking about this as an isolated incident and start to think about it as a building block, suddenly the greater purpose of this scene reveals itself.
In the anime, we see Thor stand out as something truly special. We're privy to his history, his fighting style, and what makes him incredibly noteworthy. But by this point in the manga, our understanding of Thor's is extremely
Yeah, this is
limited.
something I was
We've heard
thinking about a lot
tales
when
of
I did
Thor's
my reread.
legendary combat prowess and that
Right
he was
before the
once a
ending.
Yam's Viking, sure, but Askeladd has already outsmarted this legendary force. Therefore, upon Askeladd's acceptance of Floki's request to kill Thor's, our baseline understanding places
I still think
Askeladd's
this works
group
in the
as
anime,
more
though,
than
to be fair.
capable of taking out
It
one
does work.
former
I
Yam's
think it
Viking
just
warrior.
has a different goal.
So okay, we've got ourselves some strong narrative anticipation, but there's still
No,
one
I'm more saying that I still think like you don't know actually how strong Thor's is, because okay, you see him, I guess you see him in that one action scene, but like, and you see him do beat up a load of guys, but those are just random schmucks. Those aren't Yorm's Vikings, you know, like so.
I guess, but I mean, he's also not fighting. He is kind of fighting Askeladd's random schmucks.
Yeah, well, yes, but like, I guess like, what I'm saying that he's, yeah, it's not that these guys, Askeladd's band's not outsmarting Floki. Askeladd's outsmarting Floki, and
Well,
so
yeah.
that then like I still think in the anime brings anticipation for what like the heck is Askeladd, like what is happening.
Yeah, true. I don't think it loses the kind of upcoming anticipation for like the collision of
Yeah.
Askeladd and Thor's, but I do think Mark is making a good point though that since you haven't seen
Yeah.
Thor's fight yet, you don't really know just how capable he is. So yeah, there's a suspense to that definitely is lost.
I think it's highlighted. I'm trying to think. You know what? I think I actually read all of the prologue before episode 4 came out when Thor's did fight Askeladd. So I think I actually read the fight between them before. So I might also be mixing my opinions up here. But yeah, I still feel like the tension there for like wanting to see the fight is a really good point though. It's like I like not seeing Thor's fight, not really having an idea of what he's about at all, or like what his actual strength is. Like that does color your opinion and be like it makes him more mysterious, that's for sure. And
Yeah.
builds more anticipation, which Mark is definitely getting at, right? So,
Yeah.
it's cool.
more piece of implicit narrative framing that Yukimura wove in. The method by which Askeladd's crew gains their advantage over Floki tells us everything. Their success stems from wordless coordination. When one of Floki's hidden men needs to be eliminated, Bjorn acts without discussion or order. Where Floki may have seen crude mercenaries, this scene reveals Askeladd's manipulative genius and his band's profound competence in harmonious coordination. But it's this very feature of Askeladd's success, this supposed
know
unspoken
about that.
understanding.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay.
Maybe Bjorn.
Bjorn.
With Bjorn and Askeladd, yeah, but not his band. They are pretty like they are pretty disastrous besides Bjorn.
Yeah, like I think the key thing is that Askeladd's band is good because of Askeladd, and it's trying to make the case. Like so, like when Torgrim and Atli try and take on Askeladd, they utterly fail despite having all the means to. Like, I guess they're up against Thorkel, but like they're not anything special. Yeah, I think it's a good point to be like it's Bjorn that has the connection here. I do think it's an interesting point though, because I always assumed that Askeladd just told Bjorn beforehand something like I'm going for this competition.
Yeah,
But
like
actually
he had the
looking
heads up. Yeah.
but looking at that there, that actually seems like it's Bjorn that recognizes that something's weird there. Like from afar. Which would be
That
a
could
Bjorn
be
thing
the
to do.
editing of the video, though.
Maybe.
I would need to rewatch. I need to check out the scene. I mean,
I need
he's
to
probably
reread it.
waiting for
I
a
need to
signal
reread it.
from Askeladd.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think if there is like a wordless communication here, and this wasn't part of Askeladd's plan. I do think it's just more of a Bjorn Askeladd thing, definitely not
Yeah.
Askeladd's band as a
Yeah.
whole. But I think it ultimately he's just saying in a different way the point that they are more competent than they let on,
Yeah.
and they do it through very I don't know, not through brute force. It
Yeah.
is through very strategic and manipulative planning.
Yeah, and I think it also characterizes Floki as well. Like Floki lets it slide because he knows he must.
That's a
like
good
he
point
needs
too, yeah.
Askeladd here. And Floki's being a very politician. Like you disturbed him, and he also realized he knows who he's messing with here, and so yeah, he just leaves his men to be the one that's killed. I think another good point with the Jorms Vikings, and I think this in general, like are always used to be the bar of like power scaling for like how intimidating someone is. Like they're set up so
Right.
tough at the beginning, and it's only in Farmland that you actually then get to be like, oh my word, these guys are monsters, and like actually they've reestablished themselves as that dominant force that is in the front of your mind, right? The Jorms Vikings being unique. And I do think it's a good point of like being able to power. It's like, okay, Askeladd can go toe to toe with the leader of the Jorms Vikings. That's crazy. And then Bjorn can also there's something there, right? And then that's used a lot later on with particularly in the Baltic Sea War, where like often the Jorms Vikings like in general used to undermine, to be undermined to like then bring up to make a greater point of like, oh, this is how strong a certain character is, or or build anticipation to like have payoff. Like I think a lot of like Thorfinn's like 1v7 of Jorms Viking, like chapter 129, just like oh my word, that's like, and then they use later to be just undermined completely to then have that thematic point in Baltic Sea War. But yeah, it's interesting that also still relates to like Askeladd's band here, where you're like, okay, Askeladd's a real force to deal with, which is fun to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, I want to see how he talks about if he goes into Floki and the Jorms Vikings at all.
Yeah.
Here,
between him
I'm
and his
definitely
men
curious.
that eventually proves to be his undoing. For while they can act without words, that action relies upon one fundamental belief. They need to know what Askeladd is thinking. They need to know him.
Okay.
And while they might know the calculated, detached leader he is now, they've never glimpsed the individual lurking beneath that crooked smile.
Okay,
The
that's
boy with a
that's
dream,
still a good point.
looking
yeah.
and waiting his entire life for someone worthy of following.
I still think that
Hey,
there's
Thors?
more Bjorn point than a band point.
What's
Yeah,
it like
I agree.
fighting in a real battle?
It's more like
While Askeladd's crew reveals its hidden
Hold on,
competence,
can you
the men
pause
they're
for a
hunting
second?
reveals
Yeah.
what will eventually
I don't think it is like once he starts going into his like plan and they start seeing a different side of him that like their understanding and communication of him is lost. It's more like he was easy to understand when they were just following the gold.
Yeah,
And,
that's
and
a really
now
good
that
point.
it's not that, they're confused because they can't match this like side of him that he keeps hidden.
That yeah,
But again,
that's a
it's
good point.
not a wordless communication as much as it is he was just kind of he was kind of just, I don't know, just kind of wandering. He didn't have a goal. It was just simply what's the next thing that's going to feed us and put gold in our pockets, So
Yeah,
it really isn't. I don't know. I like the through line to the undoing being that his men could not grasp what he was trying to do, and they lost faith in him. But I think the setup to that point is a little. It just isn't really how I would interpret the setup.
yeah. I think that's a good point. It's like it's a very basic trust of these Vikings. You see them walking in Wales, and like what they talk about, what is love, and what do they love? Why do they do it? It's like I do it for gold. I do it for women. I do it for these things. It's very simplistic. It's very obvious, and they see Askeladd in that way. Like where Askeladd gets a load of gold, they like Askeladd's one of us, and then as soon as that like cultural divide shows itself, where he's not culturally being Danish, like for the sake of the story, he's not culturally being Danish, and instead being culturally Welsh. Well, that's a whole other thing, and like, and they've always assumed or not really cared to look deep into Askeladd, while Bjorn's the only one to be like, I've never understood this guy actually, like, but
Yeah.
and so I get confused by some things. Basically, they knew Askeladd's motivation, so they could simply like work out. Like this makes sense what we're doing, as you said, and then they have that trust in him. I don't think it's like these big brain plays of like I'm going to throw the spear to protect him. They're not probably paying attention at that. I don't think so. They're just like we trust Askeladd to get there, and then Askeladd trusts Bjorn to help him out. Or
Yeah.
something like that. This kind of thing. So yeah, I think this is more of a Bjorn point, which I think is really interesting, regardless. But yeah, should we continue?
Yep.
While Askeladd's crew reveals its hidden competence, the man they're hunting reveals what will eventually inform the conclusion of this looming fight, as well as its residual impact moving forward. This scene on the boat and their eventual approach to the Faroe Islands once again reveals what it means to be a true warrior. During the night passage, young Ari witnesses something remarkable. Thors, the legendary warrior everyone turns to in crisis, deferring completely to Leif's navigational expertise. And while this is a wonderfully accurate historical nod to one of history's greatest navigational minds, narratively it's another physical representation of what Leif was trying to explain to the children back in Iceland. Leif doesn't wield a sword, but his ability to read stars, currents,
Interesting thing
and
to
weather
hone in
patterns
on.
represents warrior
Yeah.
virtue in its purest form. The discipline to excel at something vital, regardless of whether it brings glory. Thorfinn does initially miss this lesson as he is sleeping, but as they approach what should be a peaceful village, Leif's trained eye immediately spots the discrepancy. Fewer houses visible on the shoreline than expected. Missing structures that soon reveal themselves to be a trap. The takeaway from this lesson is that true warriors aren't simply limited to fighting external enemies, they fight against complacency, against assumptions, against the comfort of believing things as they appear. Leif's vigilance here exemplifies a warrior's battle against being enslaved to assumptions. However, on this occasion, it was too little, too late.
That's interesting. It is a good, like, that is thematically resonant with the story. I'm kind of surprised to see that read from that scene in particular,
Yeah,
I guess.
it's another one of those ones where I think you're reading too much into it, but I like the interpretation. If that makes sense. Like,
Yeah,
okay.
I agree.
The link I think is when Thor's once again is shown to be incompetent at something. It is interesting that someone can, because I've heard the complaint from some people that Thor's is a Mary Sue, and I definitely get that. I mean, that's why I think a lot of people like it. Like, oh, he's the biggest, he's the baddest, he's the strongest. But in retrospect, you're like, no, this guy is like shown to have clear, like in such a short time, having clear issues, like in his issues with dealing with even Ilva's birth, and not being like a good dad, to like not being able to navigate. Like there is more to, it's interesting, yeah, because like I guess the politics of the village, for whatever reason, they do always trust Thor's the most. Maybe because he just looks the toughest, which is so funny. Like they trust him to be the best leader. But maybe that's also like Thor's has that quiet charisma of being like deferential to people's expertise.
Yeah,
and
he
that
kind of has
probably-
an air of wisdom and experience to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is, I think, yeah. Anyway, it all comes together interesting in his point about this whole true warrior thing, which I think, yeah, it's like, yeah, anyway, it's, and yeah, as you're saying, that whole theme of, you know, not viewing stuff, like reading into Leaf, being able to discern, like not being complacent or seeing things ahead of time, or I think that's very vague, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like
I think it's
he's-
cool. It's a cool reading, but that's
Yeah.
the specific part that I think is like a bit stretching it.
I agree. There was one more thing. No, I don't got it. Let's keep going.
Cool. We are quarter way through,
This
so we're
is one
going
of the
on
most
4 hours.
narratively
Oh
and
yeah, I was gonna say I'm
philosophically
surprised he
sophisticated
skipped over
battle
the Yilva
sequences
story.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure he'll go back to it, but
yeah, that's true.
This is one of the most narratively and philosophically sophisticated battle sequences I've seen over the years. And being in the
I'd
exact
agree.
location this event was based on really puts into perspective a few key things. The sheer isolation of this location
wet.
is haunting, to say the least.
Yeah.
I had to drive an hour to get here through what is effectively a country with 40,000 people. This is a remote inlet on a remote group of islands in the most remote part of Europe. The seas are unforgiving, the weather is changeable to say the least, and what it would have taken to actually get her in a ship no less during the year 1000, I couldn't even begin to imagine the struggle. And as you can see behind me, the narrow passage into this small inlet bay creates the perfect geographical checkpoint for Askeladd to strategically exploit.
However, what makes it truly special is how Yukimura consciously chose to interweave all of these colliding character choices and motivations, transforming this encounter from great to something exceptional. Right out the gate, our expectations are blown right out the water as we see what Thors is actually capable of. Fighting, effectively with his arms tied behind his back, wielding only his fists, Thors ravages Askeladd's crew while at every turn offering them openings for surrender. However, something unforeseen occurs. Askeladd's men have them surrounded. Why hasn't he ordered them to open fire? I mean, his men, once totally in sync with their leader, now find themselves somewhat confused, questioning this decision.
It's 'cause
All
they were
the
never
while,
in
on the
sync.
ground, Askeladd looks on, not with concern, but
Yep.
with genuine excitement over what he's witnessing. Then Bjorn eats a mushroom and goes berserk.
This is a funny thing. This,
While this outlandish and supernatural feat of drug-fueled muscle mania initially seems a standard shonen manga creative liberty, it's actually far more faithful to the original sagas than one might be led to believe. While the Vinland sagas
That's the
themselves are
thing.
viewed today as works
It's
with
all
genuine
faithful to the like air of the sagas
yeah,
in the like in how they stretch reality and exaggerate. And then I feel like that's something a lot of people miss when they come in expecting a historically accurate like adaptation,
Yeah.
as much as it's supposed to be taking the same energy of the sagas and putting it into a manga form.
yeah. No, that's yeah. Totally agree. I'm interested
glad
to see
he
exactly
talked
what the berserker mushroom is. I do think one thing that links like to the part they don't understand what Askeladd's doing because Askeladd is interested in the true warrior, and then that's diverging from the Danish culture of what you would care about. So that's an interesting tie. And it's like every time the warriors don't know why Askeladd's doing something, it's not just like it is kind of a thematic reason as well. Which I think anyway,
Yeah.
all of this is interesting. I also think, I mean, one of my favorite videos is Vinhard's first video, which goes into this like all the sophistication behind this scene thematically. I'm interested to see Mark's take on it as well, because I do think it's a really cool scene.
historical merit, they are still stories first and foremost.
Ones that detail instances of divine intervention, prophetic dreams, and yes, even berserker warriors.
Prophetic dreams
While
mentioned.
concrete evidence for hallucinogenic berserker enhancements are heavily suspect and debated, historical accounts such as the Old Norse written corpus and the sagas themselves consistently describe warriors entering trance-like states of frenzied strength.
making this inclusion feel deceptively authentic, honoring the blend of myth and fact that made these stories so infectious over 1,000 years ago. But that is nothing compared to what happens when Askeladd finally steps in.
I love this jump.
With their boats
Such a
floating
good
a few short feet
pose.
from each other, Thors issues a challenge that would eventually give rise to a fight where every single detail matters. Every choice, every underlying motivation, and most importantly, every sacrifice.
And it all starts when
Oh,
Askeladd announces,
I hope he gets out on a dinghy.
Askeladd, son of Olaf, swears to you in the name of Odin.
Swears and Olaf. Always the...
Due to the multi-dimensional narrative masterclass this fight offers, let's first explore the combat choreography and how through it Yukimura is able to expose their fundamental differences.
Yeah, I love
Employing
the
his
animated
signature
panels.
high-level misdirection,
Very cool, yeah.
Askeladd chops down the mass, seemingly as a gambit to create space after Thor's dominance showing. But in reality, it's leverage to create cover for a concealed attack.
He's not even using like one of the
perfectly
really
matching his
the best
leadership
animated
style
bits of the manga.
carefully.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
animated.
cool part. He
Designed
could have
and
used the
eventually
anime clips, but
surprised.
Yeah.
He's
getting
impressive,
the animated
even to
panels in here.
Thor's. Now,
That's so
visibly
good.
troubled, this gives rise to Thor's concluding, with regret, that he can't afford to hold back against Askeladd as he has against the others. And as his first move in this physical game of chess, Yukimura reveals Thor's reluctant
I could see why,
tactical
though.
genius. Having
pace the
observed
scene as he
Askeladd's
needs to.
reliance on
Yeah.
misdirection,
Yeah.
Thor's orchestrates
Can I also? I
Good
think
transition.
I have a point
Yeah.
that builds off what Mark says. When in the manga you are placed so far outside of Thor's head that he is mysterious. My favorite, like I often read this like internal monologues for fights. Just in general, because I think it hurts it. But with Askeladd, it's really interesting that you're placed in his head, and it's kind of one of those things where it's like it almost alienates Thor's, which is like you're the guy you're rooting for Thor's, but then you also kind of then see he's a monster as you're alienated and you're taken out into Askeladd's point of view in a way where you don't. He's still mysterious. So I think that's I wonder if Mark will bring up this point, but yeah. Anyway, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but.
No, let's continue.
a counter that turns Askeladd's greatest strength against him, allowing him to believe he's gained the advantage when, in reality, this choreography and strategy is a synergistic masterpiece because it reveals a deeper dimension of Thor's philosophy. By targeting their weapons instead of each other, Thor's strategic approach betrays a fundamental belief that swords represent failure. Violence in his worldview is evidence of corruption or a lack of alternatives. Even victory feels like defeat when achieved through means he's learned to despise. However, upon demanding Askeladd's surrender, a third tragic dimension to this battle reveals itself. Askeladd is a slave to his men's view of him. He cannot surrender. The only way Thor's leaves this place alive is if Askeladd himself doesn't. The battle's pause allows for the philosophical core of their confrontation to emerge. When Askeladd asks why Thor's hid his abilities for 15 years, the response that he receives cuts to the heart of everything. Quote, "The only reason I must rely on this sword is because I am imperfect. A true warrior needs no sword." Thor's views his current situation, being forced to fight despite years of peaceful living, proof of
it's
his
already a
life's
failure.
greatest failure made manifest, even if he's victorious in this duel technically. Violence to him represents the last resort of those that lack the ability to create better options for themselves and those they love. And through these words, Askeladd hears something that makes his heart stop. He has discovered something truly extraordinary, something only Leif had glimpsed before, a warrior who's transcended the need for warfare. And Askeladd's response is unprecedented.
Do you want to become our leader, Thors?
Confusion abounds. His men, once in lockstep with their leader both physically and mentally, now find themselves unable to make the same
It's only
commitment.
beyond the matters here. It's only beyond the matters here.
Something has happened here. Askeladd has changed. As the silence hangs between the two men, both Askeladd and Thors realize, through unspoken connection, that the answer to that question could only be one thing. No.
Yeah.
Realizing
I
this,
agree.
Askeladd immediately retreats back to his aloof nature. The only difference now is that we at home can see through this mask. There is much more to Askeladd than we initially realized. And in a moment that perfectly juxtaposes the spear throw with Floki, Bjorn intervenes on Askeladd's behalf, only this time, it feels profoundly intrusive. Thus,
That's a
this
good point.
intervention forces the
That is a good
tragedy
point.
that informs
Really
the
good point.
entire story. And it all comes
Again,
into
that's-
focus
it's
through
just
the
Bjorn.
invocation
Yeah,
of
it's just
a
Bjorn.
single name. Artorias.
In the name of Artorias, my ancestor, my men will all be withdrawn.
I feel like this is a very subtle
duel,
point in the manga,
Askeladd
but the
announces
change of
himself
name
as
is yeah.
Askeladd, son of
Yeah.
Olaf, a seemingly unremarkable name void of any greater context. And in the anime, it's exactly that, unremarkable.
Also, if you
However,
know
because the manga began
history,
in
you know
France,
that's a
this
Roman breastplate
throwaway
he's wearing.
moniker,
I think that's
son
just
of
the
Olaf,
more
suddenly
also the
takes
interesting
on
thing.
a
Like
new life.
when I read it the first
I,
time, I noticed that.
Askeladd, son of Olaf, in the name of my ancestor Artorias, accept this challenge from Thorfinn.
Artorias, otherwise known as Lucius Artorias Castus, represents the historical inspiration for King Arthur, the legendary ruler who was prophesied to return from the mystical Isle of Avalon in his people's darkest hour to restore peace, virtue, and prosperity. And so, by agreeing to the duel initially as simply son of Olaf without any mention of Artorias, it speaks to the profound reinvigoration he underwent through this chance encounter. In Thor's, Askeladd glimpsed what he thought impossible, a living embodiment of Arthurian virtue. For years, possibly even decades, Askeladd had long given up on the possibility that Artorias would ever return. Content in his vapid existence as a Viking pillager, this battle reignites his promise to Thor's in Artorias' name, symbolizing the rejuvenation of something deep within his character, a greater purpose, and from that shift, dissonance sprouts between him and his men. These soldiers, only familiar with his disillusioned self, void of such dreams, now through their lack of understanding become the mechanism of his potential undoing. Acting to protect their leader without realizing their actions were in fact
This just
destroying
makes me
his
wanna do
only
Bjorn
chance at
analysis even
redemption.
more.
They return him to that aimless, self-loathing
Because I feel in my head that Bjorn's reaction there is out of anger that he does not understand Askeladd. I feel like
Yes.
that
Yes.
is the most interesting thing that like Bjorn's. Yeah, just like I think that's actually a really interesting thought I gleaned thanks to this video. You know, just like yeah, I don't know. It's like yeah, just frustrated. Like he knew what Askeladd wanted and now he doesn't understand why, and he's working hard to understand. Unlike all the other guys who are just confused.
Right, yeah.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
existence. This is why Askeladd's reaction to their intervention feels different from his usual calculated
By the way, you just
manipulation.
got
For
a
the first time,
totally not marked retweet.
Oh, did I actually?
Yeah,
That's amazing. Oh, hold on. I need to go see this. I'll
time,
plug you
his
on play.
carefully maintained facade cracked, now found in a position where his own men have forced him to murder the hope he was waiting for. And left behind in its wake is a promise.
Yikes. Right? Well, I guess while Thorfinn's sociopathic leerings gradually evolve into a sardonic fixation courtesy of the passage of time, I should get myself out of these wet clothes into a drier area and back onto a plane because I'm going to...
Yeah, I'm
England.
cold for him.
Yeah, dude. I've been in that kind of British island weather is something. It's just wet.
England! Though technically at this point it's technically not England, it's more like a Danish
Where's he in
occupied
England?
territory called Danelaw, but we'll get to all that bullshit later.
Through chapters 17 and 18, it becomes clear how much more resonant and meaningful this material proves when positioned within the
didn't
manga's
talk about
non-linear
Borderland, did
framework
we?
versus the anime's
Didn't really go into
chronological
that.
structure.
I mean, he did talk a little
mentioned,
bit, I
yeah.
guess, but like, yeah, that's an interesting point.
I guess you don't really need to. I guess. Yeah, whatever. Continue.
No.
By the time young
But not
Thorfinn
much on Ilva
swears
either.
revenge for
I mean, like, actually, I mean, it's not that important for the whole thing, but Ilva's character, I think there's actually a decent chunk to glean from in the early things.
Yeah,
but
I would agree with that.
enough to get me mad about where her
father, the
character
anime
goes.
has
at least.
already undermined the moment's intended weight, creating a structural problem I'm not sure it ever really escapes from. In the manga, the scene serves as a return to
Oh, hold up.
present-day Thorfinn,
Hold up. He's mentioning a
undermine
problem.
the
I'm going
moment.
back.
By the time young Thorfinn swears revenge for his father, the anime has already undermined the moment's intended weight, creating a structural problem I'm not sure it ever really escapes
Fair,
from.
yeah.
In the manga, the scene serves as a return to present-day Thorfinn following the Icelandic childhood interlude. Through this positioning, its purpose is
Right.
unmistakable, to demonstrate how much more human this ruthless character feels now that we understand the story that created him. We've seen through harrowing sequence how Both literally and figuratively, the light inside people is stomped out in a world overrun by demons and darkness. Zooming out, the sequence only works because of its reactive nature. By opening in France, we build a specific impression of Thorfinn as a remorseless killer. The childhood flashback suddenly reveals the humanity behind the madman, and Chapter 17 concludes by showing Thorfinn as conflicted yet already disillusioned into something close to inhumanity. Running shoulder to shoulder with demons, he's indistinguishable, however much he may deny or resist a deeper connection. But that tension demonstrates just how complicated the foundation of the story truly is. I've already noted how the France material loses power in the anime, but the betrayal segment suffers even more. By placing it before the France arc, the adaptation strips the moment of its retroactive meaning and reduces it to just another beat.
Yeah, because this is meant to be like,
resulting
this
in
is where
episode
he
5
becomes
to 8 becoming
a
the
Viking.
weakest stretch in the entirety of the first season.
Oh,
Yeah, no, he's right.
Now,
he's not
regardless
wrong.
of those
He's not
narrative
wrong.
missteps, the anime
wonder if he'll
does
talk about the
occasionally
filler or
redeem
not,
itself
or the
with
original
wonderful
content.
historical flourishes. The Humber River, as it's presented today, is not exactly breathtaking, but in the anime, it's presented as the ancient woodland it once was.
Perfectly positioning
Is that
young
actual
Thorfinn to
woodland?
encounter what many Brits
Crazy.
have never seen in the wild: a wolf.
You see, during King Henry VIII's reign, wolves had been pretty much wiped out throughout all of England.
Yeah.
Thus, this sighting near one of their last remaining northern strongholds is both period appropriate as well as
Or if you're
hinting
cow
towards
entertainment,
the
you
sort
just
of
see this
behaviors that
as a
would
Berserk
eventually give
reference.
rise to the domestication
really
of the
cheap.
dog.
It's such a subtle touch, but an authentic one that I very much appreciated.
That is a
and
really
on the
cool
topic
point.
of
I didn't know
historical
that.
authenticity, one detail stood out as profoundly interesting.
So as the Danes move towards London Bridge circa 1013, Yukimura shows their march from the Humber down to Wessex in a near perfect straight line that upon first viewing you may conclude that this was just shorthand for describing their general direction of movement. But it's not. It was not a mistake.
You have to remember that 1,000 years ago, the infrastructure for the roads we see today wasn't there. Woodland, mountains, rivers, and any other number of obstacles routinely impeded forward progression.
So, what's fascinating about this deceptively straight line in the middle of the English countryside? Well, it's that it wasn't a Viking creation. It was Roman.
Oh,
And it is
thanks
so
for watching,
damn cool.
Mark.
It's known as the
It's a great
Fosse
video
Way,
so
and
far.
this line was cut to split the Roman side of England with the frontier beyond.
Thanks for coming in.
In later centuries, it
crazy.
became one of the
It's a great
most
video.
widely
And thanks
used
for being
roads
happy
of the
that we were
interior,
watching.
but
Yeah,
most
this is so
interestingly,
Yeah, and
The Fosse-
I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'm loving the mix of. I like the. What I'm liking about this video so far is the holistic angle of it. I think was other YouTubers like Vinland, where he takes a very thematic angle, or even some like. I feel like it's a very different perspective to how I've seen many people approach it, which is really good. Like it's not just panel by panel. It's like, no, here's the historical stuff. Here's like thinking about the actual geography they're walking over, and it adds a lot of validity to actually going to places to see where they're being talked about. Like actually to go to the Faroe Islands and feel that cold, that wetness to the bone, to Iceland, or to I actually don't know what Gainsborough's modern day counterpart is, if it's still called Gainsborough or not. But I mean I've driven through it probably, presumably. But yeah, anyway.
Progression.
So, what's fascinating about this deceptively straight line in the middle of the English countryside? Well, it's that it wasn't a Viking creation. It was Roman. And it is so damn cool. It's known as the Fosse Way, and this line was cut to split the Roman side of England with the frontier beyond. In later centuries, it became one of the most widely used roads of the interior, but most interestingly, the Fosse Way helped to create the England you know today. Looking at the route over today's modern map,
Is it
you'll
the
notice
M1?
an abundance of locations with the suffix Chester or Chester.
Yep.
Derived from the Latin word castra, meaning camp, it's referring to the very settlements that made the road.
This
in
is
the
such
first
cool
place.
stuff to loop
Within
in.
the context of
yeah.
the broader arc, this is a minor and easily missed inclusion, but the philosophy behind
so
it
it's
shows
this road.
Yukimura's deep
Okay, so it's
respect
not the
for
M1.
history.
It's not like a turned into a motorway. It's a different.
Yeah, I
It's
feel like that'd be
authentic,
terrible
yes,
if
but
it
it's
turned
also a
into
subtle reminder that
Yeah.
history
a big
it
highway.
isn't just in the past, it's very much all around us if we just take the time to have a look. Like this, for example. London Bridge. While that might look like the most unimpressive and depressing famous bridge you've ever seen in your
It is
entire
pretty
life,
depressing.
because it likely is,
Just
Yeah,
around the
I went
corner, there
there
are fragments
last-
of an older wooden
well,
past
earlier this year.
that are
Yeah.
waiting
Very
to
underwhelming,
transport you
unfortunately.
back in time. Check it
But
out.
yes,
the
yes,
original
around
wood.
it,
Isn't that insane?
there's a lot of cool stuff like that. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, good transition again.
Yeah.
Already at Thorkel. He skipped over the. Well, he has it as.
Now, if you can
I
believe
like.
it, the introduction of Thorkel
I think
grounds
that-
this story even further in
Yeah, we
historical
really didn't.
reality.
That's so interesting that we didn't really get into the.
I mean, what would he be like? I guess some of the anime original stuff. But yeah, we've already touched upon like John's mother, and I think interestingly, as a fan of Vinland Saga, he doesn't need to say much more about John's mother because anything he added his interesting part like about it being different in
Yeah.
the manga and then moved on
Yeah.
because it's so apparent what it is about. You know, like I can imagine like Gigux probably probably talked about this multiple times or something like that where it's like, oh, this is a really profound moment, and it is, but it's like it's been taught to death, so then Mark just like
Yeah, that's
doesn't need
exactly
to, like
it,
he needs to
isn't it?
talk about it, which I think is good, which I think is yeah, at least for a fan of Vinland Saga, I'm like, this is awesome. So
Yeah. The through line that he set up for this has made it a very like wholly unique Vinland Saga video that nobody else I mean, obviously Vinland Saga YouTube is not a huge thing, right? But this is I can't imagine anybody else making this video in the
Yeah.
ways where like I feel like a lot of big general manga YouTubers could probably come in and say a lot of the things that like videos like your videos may have been saying with less views just because you're not as big of a channel, right? I really love how this is bringing something wholly unique to the community.
to the discussion. Yeah,
Yes,
if
exactly.
if I tried recreating this, I brainstormed how I would not create something like this, but like I not create this video or like go to the Pharaohs, but like other videos, and the way I've gone through it is not how Mark has gone through it. I also think the other point is that like Mark's familial connection cannot be replicated by anybody else. Like his feelings towards being somewhat distantly related to Thorfinn Karlsefni. Like I wonder if he ties it in more, but like seeing how if that goes anywhere is going to be a really interesting link
Yeah.
in. So yeah. Anyway, Thorkel.
Similar to the Fossway, he is no invention but a real figure whose prowess was so legendary that only Prince Edmund could effectively challenge him. When repurposing characters with a historical background, it's tempting as an author to lean into those to the point of caricature. And while Thorkel is presented in a larger-than-life fashion,
He is a
these
caricature
creative
in
choices
the best way
stem
possible.
not from a misappropriated
Yeah.
creative compass, but rather a crucial piece of character psychology that lends insight to the coming conflict ahead. Thorkel fights not for conquest, not for profit, but for the joy of testing himself in combat, specifically against worthy opponents, and without those, it's pointless.
Oh, I like you.
The delivery
You
towards
keep
the
this
camera
old
is good
man
as well.
entertained.
He's with someone else.
The matchup between Thorkel and Thorfinn feels inevitable. One an impossibly tall, strong brute, the other an agile, strategic fighter. When Floki offers Thorkel compassion, wealth, and safety, he spits in his face. When Thorfinn tries to kill him and manages to slice off 2 of his fingers, suddenly Thorkel falls in love with the boy's potential. But overall, this whole dynamic shared between these two characters reveals everything about Thorkel's priorities. Similarly, King Sweyn's strategic positioning of his son Canute is equally telling. Placing the boy in an unwinnable situation under the guise of forging strength, Canute has no
would have thought
combat
he'd, like,
experience. And
Bring Canute in with a bit more fanfare, you know? Like I would have thought it would have been like big title drop.
Oh,
Canute.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Well, to be fair, Canute's. I guess Canute is at this point. He is mysterious, but Canute's not the Canute we know yet. So
Yeah, I mean it is.
he can get his title drop later.
I'd say it's equally as almost subtle as the manga itself. So it's not a problem. Just surprised. Not what I would have expected.
Yeah. I just want to always like because you might be the only person. I'm not sure. Did you watch Smash 4 Professional, like Pro Smash 4?
Yeah,
And that was the thing.
yeah.
When I was reading it, all I could think was like Donkey Kong versus Sheik. Just because that was the time when what was it the ding dong, like Donkey Kong would grab you twice and like kill you, and Sheik would like hit you so many times and not kill them. So that's what I always thought of with the London Bridge fight. So but yeah, there we go. Yeah. Let's see if Canute gets
Swain blames his Christian upbringing for his softness, setting up the religious and philosophical conflicts to come.
Yeah, definitely going into it later.
Oh, Paradise.
Here we go. Ragnarok.
Yeah.
This is what I'm very interested in
And
seeing.
are they actually in Bath? It's interesting. I need to.
Thorfinn's dreams reveal
I do
his
think it is in the manga probably charted out there, but I like how he's specific. He's like, this river is this river. I was like, that's a claim to make, but I think that's cool. And the Roman runes being near Bath does make sense because Bath is known to have the Roman baths. That's why it's called Bath, I assume. Or like, so you can go into Roman baths in Bath, or like to go see them.
deteriorating
So I wonder if he goes to
psychological
do that.
state, fantasizing about a time with his father that never happened, celebrations of Yule that represent everything he has abandoned. These dreams then quickly curdle into nightmares as guilt takes hold of him. He knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows he should be with his family, yet this path of revenge has quickly become all he has. Upon awakening, his moral degradation reaches its nadir when he finds his band taking advantage of a young woman. In response to this obviously evil and heinous scene, Thorfinn does nothing except show contempt before absolving himself of responsibility, walking away. The parallel between this morally dark decision and his constant refusal to return is clear. He has the power to protect others and do what is right, yet chooses inaction. Retreating to a nearby hilltop to distance himself from his companions, Thorfinn discovers Askeladd, already deep in thought, perhaps for hours prior to his arrival.
This is chapter 20, and it
20,
finally
there you go.
explores the
You're right.
philosophical and emotional connection between Askeladd, Thorfinn, and indeed the twilight of the Viking era as a whole. And while it's just a hillside conversation on the outskirts of Bath, it may also very well be the best chapter of the entire arc in my estimation.
Yeah. No, he's right for this. He's right for this.
Ooh, I mean, yeah, in retrospect with the final arc, kind of true. I still love chapter 20. Oh, is it? It's 29, right? It's not. Oh, is it 27? Oh, no. I'm a fraud. Anyway.
On the hill, too.
Yeah,
Come
Bath
on,
is
man.
a super
It's
hilly
just
city
that-
as well.
You're so, he's so
Super
sick we're
hilly.
doing this.
Oh, I've not even thought about this. I love how he's going to these places. Really well done. So good.
Ignoring Thorfinn's taunts and attempts to distance himself, Askeladd's responses reveal something of deeper concern. Thorfinn will grow up, and Askeladd will grow old. Time favors the young. Even the strongest man must die.
As Askeladd gestures to the Roman ruins that surrounds them both, his point crystallizes. The Viking era, the era that they've all
Oh,
lived
this is
within,
fun.
that they can't envision presently living without, it's going to fall eventually like all the others.
And from an historical standpoint, Askeladd isn't incorrect here. By this point, the peak of the Viking Age had well and truly passed.
And the wildest part, in just a few short decades, and Askeladd would have had no idea about this, but good foresight nevertheless, the Viking era was about to come to an abrupt and bloodied end.
As the sun rises,
nice.
Askeladd delivers a line
Great
that
fade.
speaks to the existential reckoning he's currently facing.
Even has the lighting of
Look
the
out
same.
there, Thorfinn.
So good.
Almost ironic, isn't it? A new dawn is breaking in the age of twilight.
So as you can see, or rather not see behind me, Yukimura saw fit to bend history here too, by placing these ruins atop this hillside in Bath to act as the physical embodiment of the very conversation Askeladd is trying to have with Thorfinn now. To glimpse the kind of ruins you would have seen in that scene, you can go to any number of locations around England, most notably scenes like St. Albans. It's got the Roman pillars and everything. But why did Yukimura choose Bath of all places to host this crucial scene? Bath was indeed a Roman settlement, a significant one at that. However, it wasn't the main settlement by any stretch of the imagination. That distinction went to Londinium, otherwise known as London, due to its lucrative situation geographically speaking. However, due to the context of this story, London is otherwise serving as the stage upon which Prince Canute is attempting an offensive against none other than Torkel. So yes, Bath it is. It is windy as all hell, but to this day, Bath boasts possibly the most
I wonder.
well-preserved Roman
I don't
ruin.
know if there was as much location intent as it's being implied here. That's my only
I think he's just about to explain why like Bath is thought of
Yeah.
as very Roman. At least when I think of a Roman settlement in England, I think of Bath before London, personally.
Interesting. Okay.
Just because of the Roman baths, like, but that
Right,
could
right,
just
right.
be me. I don't know if that's like a widespread English thing, but
Windy as all hell, but to this day, Bath boasts possibly the most well-preserved Roman ruins in the entire country.
Yeah,
And while
okay.
they may look nothing like that which Askeladd and Thorfinn are sitting upon in this scene, they offer a glimpse into the lavish, culturally rich, technologically
that's why I
advanced
think of
civilization
that.
Askeladd
That
is trying
lovely
to invoke
water
memory
you don't want
of
to bathe in.
right here.
It's interesting you
However,
mentioned St
more
Albans
than
though, because that
anything
is much closer to London, and I didn't know St Albans had those ruins there, but that's quite cool.
On the narrative and historical fronts, Bath's position, geographically speaking, is what reframes this entire conversation. And at this point, Askeladd and his band are the only Danish warriors still in southern England, deep in enemy territory, creating a circumstance whereby his loyal followers are forced to question why.
Holding a now worthless Roman coin from the most powerful empire in history, Askeladd recognizes the parallel to his own life. He is waiting for something, for someone, before
Ooh,
Ragnarok's
good
weight
foreshadowing.
crushes him.
Good
Will he fade into
foreshadowing.
the past like just another Viking pillager? Or will he use his talents to seize what little time he has left?
We glimpse this internal desire for exceptionalism during his clash with Thor's, of course. For the first time in his life, Askeladd encountered someone truly unique, someone capable of challenging the world for the better. He sincerely offered Thor's leadership without any conditions. He simply wanted to be led by someone worthy. In the years past, he has slowly grown fond of and respectful towards Thorfinn. Perhaps he sees within him a similar potential for greatness, perhaps a reminder of Thor's, or perhaps he's simply the only person nearby that he can connect with. Whatever the specific catalyst might be, something
all the above,
fundamental
yeah.
changes within
I like the
Askeladd on
ambiguity
this
he's given
hillside.
here.
Following this
Yeah.
scene, just like he did momentarily during his battle with Thor's, Askeladd's interests become diametrically opposed to that of his men, leading to uncharacteristic risk-taking and eventually desperation. His own men comment on this shift, but his response proves telling yet again. He's getting old, and he can't wait for the true king of Avalon to return. Essentially, he's admitting the world he had been waiting for hadn't materialized, and so has resolved to create that necessary change himself. The echoes of tragic irony deafening upon each and every page.
As
turn.
Vinhard
While
said,
warning Thorfinn about
midlife
futility
crisis.
and dwindling time, Askeladd has decided he can't let his story end without meaning. He's trapped by the very narrative he wants Thorfinn to escape from, that purpose matters above all, even if it destroys him.
In light of all of that, this hillside conversation isn't about Rome's fall really, but instead about a man realizing he's running out of time to justify his entire existence.
Hey, Prince! Between Jesus and the gods of Asgard,
Oh, good. We're talking
who
about
do
this.
you think is the most powerful?
Now, something I've intentionally refrained from exploring up until this point is a theme integral to this entire story, and that is religious dissonance.
Within the context of its
What a
history,
shot.
the sagas, and even
Yeah.
the
What a
manga
shot.
itself, Thorkel is a fascinating and hilariously fun character. But do not let his light-hearted nature fool you, because he becomes the vehicle through which Yukimura explores the competing survival strategies of Norse paganism and Christianity.
Now, I'm not particularly religious, but I do find religion fascinating, specifically in how Yukimura weaves it into the narrative. When Thorkel and his ilk mock the Christian god, their derision stems from a worldview where deities must embody qualities essential for survival. And so, to them, Christ wasn't a savior, he was everything Vikings were taught to despise. Now, at Thorkel's core lies something deeper than lighthearted battle lust, of course. He embodies Norse virtue, driven by a desperate search for the noblest battlefield where he might earn Valhalla. Every choice he makes stems from that conquest, spiritual fulfillment through glorious combat. Comparing Thorkel's religious views alongside the priest reveals a broader pattern emerging. Religions are survival strategies. Strategies where gods are created to meet the needs of the societies that
I
worship.
feel like
Ultimately, the Norse
let me think. I feel like I don't think Thorkel is as interested in the religious aspect of it as is being implied here. I think that's like my one, because again, this is, I agree with it, but I think I don't think Thorkel is necessarily looking for Valhalla as much as he's really just enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
Valhalla is just kind of an eventuality, not something he's like.
yeah.
I
I would
don't
say
think he's
almost
as
that
hell
goes.
bent on getting. Yeah.
Yeah, that goes
But
to Garm almost. I know Garm is looking.
you think
He's
so?
no Garm's not looking for Valhalla, but Garm's looking to die in battle.
Yeah, he's looking for
Thorkel
the
isn't
end.
looking to die in battle. He's looking for his next adrenaline rush.
Yeah, yeah, that's how I take it.
I
I think
think
it is a bit more on base desire than it is on religious desire. But the religion gives it context, and that's probably what Mark's about to say. To be honest.
yeah, yeah, and I think what actually would bolster Mark's point is that Willowbolt is in the scene, and this is like a key thing. It is like setting up
Yeah,
the religion.
very
This
true.
is setting up a lot of the religious comparison. Like more strongly, it's bringing it more prevalent because it is introducing Willowbolt. Yeah, it is
Yeah, I
interesting.
also may be too informed by like the future of Thorkel's character, perhaps that I'm I don't know because I do think
Yeah, but I
also
think
gives it more
Mark
context.
knows where this is going. I do wonder how far in the
Yeah,
manga he's read. If he's read the whole manga and that's where he's coming
yeah, I
from,
really wonder that too.
because like his whole point about religious dissonance, it'd be interesting to see what he talks about here. But this like futurism with like Ragnarok and stuff, like the actual like time is coming
Yes,
to an end, like that comes up
yeah.
massively in the last arc, as you've talked about a lot. So
Definitely, yeah. Ragnarok and what's the Christian?
like Revelation, the second coming, the Rapture,
Yeah,
the
Rapture. That's what I'm looking
yeah,
for. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure he'll draw that connection.
yeah.
Worship deities that celebrated what their culture needed. Odin the warbringer, Thor the destroyer, Loki the cunning trickster. These gods didn't judge moral character, they rewarded them for their effectiveness in combat. Conversely, Christianity's emphasis on mercy, forgiveness, and turning the other cheek in such times as these, it would have been suicidal. Religious systems emerge as a byproduct of successful survival mechanisms within a society, and if successful, continue to morph as those societal needs change over
Vikings.
time. I mean, trade-dependent civilizations developed tolerant pantheons of gods, accommodating diverse beliefs essential for commerce. That's not a coincidence. Societies facing unprecedented disasters worship chaotic gods with rituals, providing psychological calmness and, some sort of catharsis within such uncertain and turbulent times. Heck, early Judaism emphasizes earthly justice, but as inequality grew and tyrants escaped earthly punishments, concepts of heaven and hell gained prominence amongst their following.
And so this is where Christianity itself
Okay, I mean that is a whole like it's a very humanist and anthropological view of religion, which I think is fascinating. I mean that point
Yeah,
about
agreed.
Judaism at the end there. Um, what is interesting is that how there is a lot of discussion about what like fire and brimstone, that hell that people think about, or the eternal damnation is not really a Jewish thing, and how like how biblical is that, or how like much is that created by Christianity afterwards. I mean that's a whole other aspect, but anyway, I thought that's what he's interesting is bringing in here. I really wish I could go back and watch Vinhard's video on Thorkel, because I think this links in well with how Yukimura does approach religion. It's like it is like an aesthetic tool he uses
Yeah.
to cradle the themes of the story, not a historical accuracy thing, if that makes sense. But they do like link together because Yukimura has been thoughtful about this, I guess. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but
No, that's exactly it. I think Mark has a very similar view of religion that I think Yukimura is taking, like
yeah,
going into the story, like just the kind of appreciation for the cultural aspect of it and what it says about the people who cultivated it and how it affects the culture from there. I've always found that very fascinating. That is one of my favorite aspects of Vinland, that it does like compare and contrast different religious views and spiritual views in a very kind of I guess subjective way.
Unjudgmental way.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, unjudgmental. Very well. I mean, in a way, it does kind of judge.
It does judge. It does judge, but it judges the
It does. It
application
very
of,
much
of said
does.
beliefs, not the veracity
Exactly,
of
the
said beliefs.
application. Yes, agreed. Agreed.
Yeah, I also
Like,
like
I
Mark's point
yeah.
about like how like there's the amorality. I mean, I'm sure like there's like I like it more because like I don't know a lot about Norse mythology. Because like so when he like talks about Christianity posts like turning the other cheek and mercy, I'm like kinda like I think there's a lot more. I mean, of course, like this is not what Mark's trying to talk about, but it's interesting like his summation of like even the Roman culture or how like there is like the morality. There is no judgment in Norse mythology. There's just are you strong? Did you die in battle or not? Like, which is
Yeah.
an interesting. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out. Like just the difference in mindset. But yeah, I cut you off there. You said you were going to say something.
No, no, no. I think we're good.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Finds footing within the world of Yukimura's Vinland Saga with striking authenticity. Thorfinn's nightmares show the weight of guilt and regret, and surely some of his pagan peers feel the same way. Here, Christ offers what Norse gods cannot: forgiveness. No matter how much blood had been spilled, repentance can always wash it clean, an irresistible prospect to warriors questioning the cost of their own violent actions. Thus, the religious clash in Vinland Saga operates on multiple levels.
that shot.
Literally, Christianity's spread represents the twilight of the Norse world and way of life, and thematically it mirrors internal transformations as characters grapple with what strength actually means in an ever-changing world. Even when Thorkel finally encounters Thorfinn, he refers to Thors as a true warrior, with his reasoning revealing something important. Thors was the only man stronger than himself. In light of this, the label true warrior takes on a different connotation. Like religion, it's amorphous, revealing more about the speaker than it does the subject. Thorkel considered Thors a true warrior because he possessed attributes Thorkel aspired to have and valued per his desire to reach Valhalla.
Ivar's such a good character, man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What an ending. Oh, such a good.
I just want you to take this letter. And tell
I
them
really
it's from
admire how
Al-
well Mark goes from scene to scene. Very, very, very seamlessly weaves his own thoughts in a way that leads right into the next chronological scene that you kind of need to cover to continue this sense that you are going through the whole story. It doesn't feel very segmented at all. It is entirely like you almost don't realize some of the little details you skip over because it's just not really important to the through line of the review. And I'm just really impressed with it.
Yeah, I think
Very,
there's
very
actually
well directed
a
video.
big improvement on Mark's part from like I've not seen a lot of Mark's work, but one of his like at least one of the criticisms you can have of lots of YouTubers, and it's a bit of a meme. It's also a bit of a Miller the Killer meme, but it is a meme where it's like recap, like boring recap that fills the time to pad the video. Like how do you make that recap interesting? And I feel like this recap that Mark has done here is such an improvement over like I don't even want to call it recap. It's just live analysis. Or not live analysis, but it's this thing where like I think for a lot of YouTubers they can just say this happens and this happens, but like actually having like a, and he does it in a way that is going in order, which is really tough. But like this is what makes like I think a lot of like I'm using Vinland as an example because I won't say like I won't pat ourselves on the back, but this is what makes good YouTube videos like really juicy because you get into them and you want to. They have this overarching or good essays, good video essays of like, oh, I'm just going to take from here, I'm going to take from here, I'm going to take from here, and it's all this synthesis that they're doing of their analysis that then like they're not just quoting them all the time, and you feel like there's very like it's going that layer deeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I think it's what's so interesting being a channel like Mark's rather than a channel like ours, where you are kind of writing to an audience that you are not confident has actually seen what or read or watched what you're talking about. You do kind of have to give plot. You have to walk them through it if you want your entire audience to follow through, but you also don't want to say too much and he walks this line so well, right? Because I feel like when I do a video, I know I'm only talking to the people who have read this entire manga for the most part. So I get to be pretty fast and loose with where I jump to and what I refer to, because I know everybody who would be watching my video is following. Whereas Mark has to make sure that his audience who may or may not have seen Vinland can keep up. And I'm
Yeah.
impressed with how well he does that without, like you said, coming off as recapping.
Yeah, and I think that's what people might have an issue with, like, say, a Super Eye Patch Wolf, when they already know what he's talking about, because they feel like, hang on, that's like what Eye Patch Wolf will do. And I think it makes his videos really good. And I don't think it's deceptive, so I'm not like criticizing him, but like often he will kind of make the like stretch a narrative of like a game or something that he's playing as the way you played the game, while for lots of people that's not how they played the game, and so there's like that dissonance. There's like, wait, this is not what I'm doing. But for like a viewer who doesn't know, it is a great hook. Like he how he's narrating.
Yeah, you're
this thing.
absolutely right.
And then or like he like purposely hides stuff from a viewer and then goes back in the past. It's the same thing with wrestling. Like he's setting up all these things and highlighting certain things to make them seem bigger than maybe they are slightly to, like, from another person's perspective that watches wrestling. All these things to like help make it more accessible to a normal audience like myself who doesn't know anything about wrestling.
Yes, you're totally right. That's a very good observation of not to go too much into a different YouTuber, right? But he definitely has the same exact problem, and I think I actually do. Well, okay, I really do like Eye Patch Wolf's approach, where he will essentially he scripts a video around the idea of conveying the feeling of having watched or read something without giving too much away about it.
Yeah.
To try to walk you through that emotional journey. And yeah, in order to do that, he will misdirect and he will kind of keep things from you in order to try to keep you blind to what he's going for. And yeah, in that way, it doesn't really work as well if you know what he's talking about already. And I think Mark actually does get around that very well, where obviously we know what there is to know. And he isn't trying to sell me on Vinland Saga as much as he's trying to tell me a story using Vinland Saga. And I think he does that very, very, very well, while still keeping people in the loop who may not know about the story the way we do.
Yeah, absolutely. I would also say, and it's interesting also on top of that to see what Mark is highlighting and what he's not. Like from our perspective, we're like, oh, he didn't talk about Vinland enough or whatever. Even though we're like, yeah, maybe he didn't actually. That's interesting. But like, or he talked about John's mother or whatever. So yeah.
Escalade, the son of Lydia.
Son of Lydia. A declaration that immediately invokes recognition and respect. A Welsh lineage previously hinted at through the invocation of the name Artorias finally finds itself in center stage. But unlike my ancestral cousin, it is here our paths must finally diverge. And not because Yukimura changed something in the geography, it's actually because of progress. In years past, crossings of the River Severn were common. It is an enormous estuary after all. But it is also low tide right now, which I'm not sure Yukimura took into consideration. Needless to say, when it is full tide, its unforgiving currents and turbulent weather at the best of times makes it easy to see why even the likes of Thorkel were halted by its obstacle. These days, there aren't any nautical crossings available, at least not in the same portion of the river. Thankfully though, I have an equally impressive way to cross into Wales.
This is a great bridge, by the way.
The introduction of Wales itself feels deliberately mysterious and almost otherworldly. Boats emerge from the fog in eerie silence. After the Norse, Danes, Franks, Icelanders, and Greenlanders, we now encounter the Celtic contingency of Britannia. And with them come echoes of Rome through titles like Legatus. Going off of Yukimura's map, it seems that Askeladd and his band were brought to a village that eventually became modern-day Newport in South Wales. However, you don't need to go far before you can eventually hear those same Roman echoes today. You know, speaking as an Irishman, I have to say that I was a little disappointed when Ireland wasn't really featured prominently in any capacity in this story. But I have to say that I'm absolutely
I feel the
thrilled
same
that
way.
the Celtic world is represented by the
Cordelia
Welsh
is
in
there.
this story.
Yeah, Cordelia is all we got.
There are people often pushed aside in favor of bloodier stories like Sweyn's conquest, but in this arc, they prove just as pivotal as the Danes or the English, royalty or otherwise, and it's all because of Askeladd. When it comes to historical relevance, Askeladd is an interesting case. While not based on a real person in the traditional sense, he is an amalgamation of several key components from this time period serving as their collective voice. Loosely based on the backstory of Olaf the Peacock, an Icelandic chieftain and major figure in the Laxdæla Saga, Yukimura shaped Askeladd's personality around the Norwegian folk character Askeladden, known for his cleverness. But perhaps the most compelling element of Askeladd's character is in his ancestry. With a Welsh mother and a Viking father, he embodies an important but often overlooked element of that European and Viking history. The ordinary person's struggle with identity and duty during violent times. Meaning it was never as simple as Danes versus English or Celts versus invaders. As is often the case in history, it was messy. This struggle reminds me of Brian Boru, someone I mentioned
Do
earlier.
you think that because in the this is jumping ahead so far, but it's on my mind. At the end of the prologue, when Sweyn is talking about where they're gonna go next, before he says Wales, doesn't he say like Ireland?
Oh, I can't remember now. But it would
I
have been
think he
like
does.
Wales, then Ireland. That's why they want to go. That's why they want Wales, I think, because then they can go.
Yeah. They
conquer
say
Ireland.
we're gonna go to Ireland, but first we gotta take care
Yeah,
of
that
Wales.
is. Yeah, that's
I
correct.
wonder if he's going to have something to say about that besides just like oh hey look Ireland. I'm really curious to see with his reading if he's going to bring Ireland because he wants Ireland to be part of it so bad.
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. I think also it's interesting that he brings up like the dual loyalty during war. I think that's like a point that like feels obvious, but once it's stated, I'm like, oh, I haven't actually quite thought of that with like Askeladd yet. Like actually, we just know Askeladd is already loyal to Wales above all, but it's like, oh, if there was someone who had dual loyalty, like war makes you choose the sides, which is quite interesting.
Not just as a legendary Viking Age figure, but as a historical mirror for the amalgamation Askeladd himself represents. Boru is credited as the first true High King of the entire island of Ireland. He defeated and unified the petty kingdoms of the age under one banner to take back control from foreign invaders. But notice I didn't say he wanted to take control back from the Vikings, because by that time, Vikings and native Irish fought both alongside and against one another. Many Vikings had been born in Ireland, integrated into its culture. The conflict itself wasn't simply Irish versus Vikings, it was a new way of life versus an older one. This is what makes Askeladd my favorite character from this first arc. He's a measured and compelling combination of Icelandic, Norwegian, Danish, and Celtic traditions, traumas, and histories, all neatly packaged into one energetic, flawed character, actively driving the plot forward and bringing their respective stories into focus. He also exposes stark contrast between the Welsh kingdoms and their English pursuers, showing how Yukimura uses historical fact to shape the narrative's tension. The Welsh aren't seafaring raiders who can project power across vast oceans like the English or Danish can. Therefore, Askeladd and his followers, while they
Actually,
may
no,
have
let's let him finish this part.
held
Okay,
this
well,
time
you
to
were
cross the river,
I was just thinking, I think actually a lot of what he's not talking about is leaning. It was mostly because of the prologue's de-emphasis of Thorfinn. I think this is just kind of a natural byproduct of the fact that when you're trying to weave your own narrative around the prologue in making a YouTube video, you kind of like don't really have much to say about Thorfinn. You can't work Thorfinn in and have it be part of that consistent through line. Askeladd kind of is what speaks to the story that Mark's trying to tell.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And like bring up his Irish ancestries there, and like that Irish bit of history. It's like if you talk too much about Thorfinn, you're gonna spoil the whole thing. You know.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Assuming if he does have knowledge of where Thorfinn's going to go. Well, I mean he has the history. he has the history, so he has some knowledge at the very least of where Thorfinn's going to go. But yeah, I agree. I agree.
Therefore, Askeladd and his followers, while they may have gotten help this time to cross the river, they can't rely on their ships for the rest of this treacherous journey. Instead, the arc's fundamental tension is established on foot. Can Askeladd and his band survive? And how can a people focused on survival and defense possibly resist systemic conquest by a professional army?
Such a strange man. I don't think I know anything about him. He doesn't tell me a damn thing. He keeps his distance.
Amidst one of the most treacherous periods of their band's long history, on a journey they're all growing increasingly unsure of, Bjorn, Askeladd's number 2, makes a confession that points to the first major wedge between Askeladd and his men, that they have no idea who he is or what he's becoming. Stunned at his ability to speak fluent Welsh all of a sudden, to their would-be attackers no less, it's becoming clear that he never saw these men as anything more than a means to an end. Tools in service of a larger plan they couldn't comprehend. Slowly, day by day, setback after setback, they're starting to realize this for themselves. Through Askeladd's conversation, his backstory is revealed, and with it our understanding of his plan crystallizes. Become the Welsh mole within the Danish ranks to secure their future. It's a good plan, one that it seems only he is equipped to carry out. The only issue? It hinges on Prince Canut's ability to transform from a frightened boy into a worthy leader. And we need look no further than our first impression of Canute to reveal the mountain Askeladd is currently facing. Where Thorfinn embodies the harsh pragmatism only battlefields and trauma could forge, Canute represents a sheltered naivety. While Thorfinn remains grounded in brutal reality, Canute literally drifts off in prayer, staring at birds and God's creation. Gentle as a kitten, fearful as a fawn, and utterly incapable of speaking for himself, let alone leading a group like this. He's exactly what these Vikings think of when they hear the word Christian. When Welsh commander Gratianus attempts diplomatic engagement, Canute retreats into his familiar paralyzed silence, leaving Askeladd to reflect critically. If this prince cannot find his voice, cannot project even the most minimal amount of authority, then this entire elaborate plan collapses. How can someone who hides from simple conversation hope to inherit his father's throne and command respect from hardened warriors? No prayer, no matter how virtuous or faithful, can impede the inevitable winds of change. Either Canute adapts, or this entire plan will fail.
I like the additional highlights.
Writing about the weather to me isn't
was
gonna
that?
solve anything. Weather
I like
on
the
land-
the additional highlighting on like Canute. Canute
Yeah.
from the start needs to work as a plan. Like that's Askeladd's plan from the start. We know that's the case, but it's not clear at this point that that's the case.
Right.
is outside my expertise. It would have been impossible to predict it was
I'm
going to
curious
snow
to
this
see what he'll
hard at
do
the
with it.
start of winter.
Yeah.
Something that I haven't said nearly enough since going on this journey is, like, I've been in a car. The idea that these lads walked all of these miles across this ridiculous, look at this terrain. I mean, it's pretty and all, but Jesus Christ, there's so much shit to cover.
Yeah.
For the first time, it's brought to our attention that Askeladd has been second-guessing himself, altering their course through England to avoid Thorkel's pursuit. They encounter a massive blizzard traveling through the countryside towards the safety of Danelaw, and it's here that Ragnar insists that they turn back after noticing the state of Askeladd's men. These guys are rattled. But what makes the scene interesting is how Askeladd responds, noting how bothersome Ragnar's Christian compassion is during times of hardship like this. The themes, therefore, of Viking versus English, Christian versus pagan, they run just as prevalent throughout this story, but they shine brightest
Funny.
in this
I
next
think if you're
sequence.
watching this without knowing Vinland Saga, you're probably like, who's Ragnar?
Around a dinner table just moments before they're raided by Askeladd's band, English Christians discuss a looming event in their teachings. Judgment Day. The day where Jesus rises, bringing the righteous to heaven while damning the rest. Now, as I noted earlier, this prophecy has been reinterpreted for centuries to explain why he hasn't returned yet. And the date that they cite does seem arbitrary, but it isn't entirely. While it's not the day of reckoning, it is a critical turning point in English history. The death of Canute. Right now, he seems helpless, but for
Wow, we're
historians, the
going
mention of
into
this date
this.
and its framing within prophecy foreshadows the monster he will become in the eyes of the English. Bolstering this exchange, a similarly religious but equally powerful chain of events paints an uncomfortable picture. As Askeladd and his men ransack this struggling village, a young girl is seen running off to confess her sin of stealing. The priest's warnings are silenced by Viking frustrations in the blinding snowfall. The lengthy silence followed by harrowing screams are deafening. It's a scene which captures pretty much everything beautiful and tragic about Christian idealism coming into direct conflict with Viking pragmatism.
Now then, get ready, men. Kill them.
In the end, Askeladd's decision proves to be as logical as it is disgusting. Kill every last person in that village to prevent the word
jump
from escaping
ahead
and
for
putting
Canute
themselves in
is so
danger.
interesting.
Yeah.
But it's that awkwardness.
It feels almost too early to have done that. But that's just, I mean, this is a good example of what we were talking about earlier with him having done the history research going into this.
Yeah.
Because now, despite not knowing plot-wise what's going to happen, he has a good understanding of where these characters are going
Yeah.
on a high level.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Which, of course, explains why he's not, again, another point in why he's not really talking about Thorfinn.
Yeah. On a completely different note, I think
Yeah.
he's talked here about how Askeladd is this Viking pragmatism. I do wonder if, because I like the theory that basically, like, the Welsh mention that they have been raided by peoples from Mercia recently when Askeladd is there. And Askeladd takes this weird detour through Mercia for some reason when he could have gone around, as Ragnar explains. And it's not pragmatic. And this whole choice reeks of not just pragmatisms but revenge from Askeladd's citing and showing him to be more idealistic than you once thought, I think, in retrospect, because this is the first major decision that that causes issues. Like, I don't think him going to Wales really causes that many issues. I know they like it's this slow turn, but generally his men are still with him. But this is what alerts Thorkel to their presence. This is what causes, like, if he didn't go through Mercia, he would have gotten back to York without having to confront Thorkel.
True. I mean, there is a point to be made. Like, it could potentially just be a front, right? But him saying that he shouldn't push the hospitality of the Welsh. That was the reason he gave for kind of redirecting.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, with the plan they have in place, that's a little bit like I think he could have negotiated to stay in Wales, but then it's a matter of who's supplying you. And when it comes to, do I choose between taking from the Welsh or taking from the English? I know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, so maybe it's not as vengeful as it's more. Yeah, maybe it is more pragmatic. That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a mix.
It can be a mix.
His vendetta against the English influences his choice, where if he needs resources, he's not going to.
Yeah, he doesn't want to drain it from the Welsh who don't have resources. And he's got a big army which needs a lot of people to feed. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a mix.
Yeah.
That cold callousness, the ease with which Askeladd makes that decision, which ultimately exposes the growing rift between Viking pragmatism and the Christians they have in tow. Out of everyone in the village, one survives. The girl whose guilt over petty theft left her to seek absolution at the perfect moment. Tragically, her initial perspective convinces her these Vikings, these demons of Earth, are what remains following her community's rapture. But as any Christian would say, God works in mysterious ways. Through her survival, a reckoning is beckoned from parts unknown. Askeladd and his followers have walked, crawled, and marched through the valley in the shadow of death. But over the next horizon line awaits a foe Askeladd and every single Viking present should fear deeply. The wrath of Thorkel the Tall, still in pursuit of Canute to ensure his glorious battles may still continue.
Father, give me a sign.
Tell me my voice is indeed reaching you. I do not see your love. And so I begin to doubt it.
That's enough!
The questioning of faith in times of instability lies at the heart of this first arc. The priest,
Hi,
once
Iga.
unwavering
Yeah.
in devotion, now turns
I'll
to
type in
alcohol
chat for her.
just to endure. This frontier of war and bloodshed is no place for him, yet these horrors afford Canute his first moment of genuine resolve. He declares, and I quote, "There is no father who cannot love his own son," the subtext of which reveals his troubling relationship with his own father, King Sweyn. In light of this, his retreat to God in the face of past conflicts takes on a brand new shape. A longing, not for comfort, but instead a father that won't abandon or test him as cruelly as his earthly patriarch has, time and time again. Whether this devotion is salvation, dependency, or both, it must eventually be reckoned with in this hellscape.
Ooh, okay.
This is a very important chapter for his narrative.
Yeah. For his historical
Chapter
perspective on
31
this.
strips away
Fun.
pretense. It exposes Yukimura's philosophical framework through a scene so sharp it embodies his narrative genius, historical rigor, and moral philosophy all in one
And
fell
fantastic
swoop.
art.
Once Ragnar's body is returned to Canute and Thorfinn is assigned as his guard, Bjorn confronts Askeladd privately to question the efficacy of continuing this increasingly desperate plan. Askeladd's response cuts to the heart of his character. "Why have you stuck with me all these years?" Bjorn followed Askeladd for precisely the same reasons Askeladd wanted to follow Thor's: recognition of something exceptional worthy of devotion. Connecting directly back to
And
Askeladd's
gay.
earlier observation that everyone is a slave to something, thus the line between following a great leader and worshipping a false idol becomes vanishingly thin amidst circumstances this dire. We're reminded time and again that Askeladd's story hinges on Canute's unlikely ability to become someone worthy of following, a fact that places our attention squarely on how Canute will react to what lies on the horizon, particularly after his reaffirmation of faith in the face of genuine doubt. But religious dissonance isn't unique to Christians here. The claim that everyone is a slave to something could just as easily be rephrased as everyone worships something. And in this chapter, we finally explore how the themes of doubt emerge when confronted by the wall of resolve that is Askeladd. After failing to heed the advice of sound judgment time and again, after ignoring every single Christian plea to spare the innocent, Askeladd now finds himself torturing an Englishman in a scene that exposes the rationale behind his dangerous decision-making for what it truly is: ignorance. You know,
Ignorance.
Oh, fuck.
despite having come into this
Ignorance.
with a decent
Yeah.
level of
Oh,
understanding
okay.
of the
Well,
period,
their ignorance, not his own. Okay.
No, his own ignorance. Because this
Mm.
chapter is the one where he talks about the history and the history that he tells himself of what the Romans and the Welsh and how they got on hunky-dory until the Anglo-Saxons came along is not true. I feel like this is where he's going with this.
Ooh, okay.
Something
All right, let's hear it.
I have to say that watching like an English captive curse out the brutal Danish nation for stealing their food, killing their innocent, and destroying their home, I experienced something quite profound as an Irishman. I mean, I get to witness an actual depiction of violence and brutality committed against the English while they in turn condemn the foreign terror. Like, their outrage is entirely justified. But the profundity of this scene comes through its hidden messaging, that no victim stands above reproach. Power itself is what determines who gets to inflict suffering and who must endure it. These days, Ireland gets to enjoy a great deal of social currency as the small nation that bounced back against a tyrannical ruler. But when we stop to think about it and appreciate the entire history of both of these nations and their people, is Ireland kinder than Britain? Are mice kinder than lions? Or is it just that one is more powerful than the other, and therefore their impact is recognized the world over?
You animals will be punished. The death you bastards deserve is on its way.
Finally, a new dimension emerges when Askeladd counters with a history lesson of his own. He tells the Englishman that his Anglo-Saxon ancestors ravaged the original Celtic peoples of this island, ancestors of the Welsh Askeladd now champions. It frames this Danish-Anglo-Saxon conflict as a natural and justified consequence of their past violent transgressions. But what I love about this is how accurately it depicts how each side of a given conflict can rationalize and vilify the other, all the while absolving themselves of any wrongdoing through ignorance, willful or otherwise. But Yukimura's greatest stroke of genius within this interrogation doesn't take shape through what is explicitly or implicitly shared, but rather through what isn't. It's a creative choice that itself exposes the very ignorance he's criticizing within his own reader base. When Askeladd outlines what the Celtic people have lost at the hands of the English, he frames this information within a particularly damning anecdote. Quote, yes,
nice.
The Romans ruled this island, but they lived together with the Celts and shared their knowledge, technology, and culture. If taken at face value, it paints the Anglo-Saxons as savages by comparison. But in confronting the Englishman's blind spots, Askeladd exposes his own. Today, we think of the Celts as the natives of northwest European islands, but 2,000 years ago, Celtic tribes stretched across most of mainland Europe. The word itself comes from the Greek word keltoi, describing people along the Rhine and Danube rivers, basically north of Greece. And unfortunately, what happened to them was Rome. During Caesar's Gallic Wars alone, as many as 1 million were killed and another 1 million enslaved in the process. Even if Caesar inflated those numbers, which is entirely possible, the conquest was undeniably brutal. By the time Rome reached Britain, Celtic homelands across the continent had already been destroyed. And while there was certainly some cooperation, cultural mixing, and exchanging of ideas amongst the Celts and the Romans of England, there were many vicious battles fought also, with strong resistance being met by the likes of the Scottish Celts and Irish. And let me be clear, the Celts aren't exempt from wrongdoing either. In the Iron Age, the Irish, who were then called the Scotti by the Romans, raided and colonized Britain in places like Cornwall, Wales, and Scotland, while wiping out large numbers of the native Picts population, displacing them and settling there themselves. And that's where Scotland got its name from. It literally means land of the Irish. And it's why Scots Gaelic and Irish Gaelic or Gaeilge sound so similar to each other. Because, once upon a time, they were the exact same language. So all this talk of the Celts, I'm willing to wager that Askeladd has no love lost for the Irish if he's a student of history depicting the Welsh in a sympathetic light. Ultimately, the lesson to take away from all of this is that a lack of key information and historical insight in this case is the perfect fuel for a radical mind to run away with. Human beings are complicated, beautiful, and horrifically awful creatures under the correct circumstances. But as human beings, I believe it is our responsibility to equip ourselves with our shameful histories, not to burden ourselves with guilt that doesn't belong to us, but to instead bridge the gap in understanding between you and your fellow man. We are all human, and to understand our own history's failings is to guard yourself against our greatest enemies of all, the universal human tendency towards self-deception and selective romanticization in the name of justifying the moral authority of you and your people.
How many are there?
Not sure, but a lot.
I think that's really interesting coming from an Irishman. I wonder what he's going to go with it further. But yeah, like I remember when I read this chapter, I did more research and I learned about the whole like Celtic people that Rome annihilated. But it is very similar to like calling like it's like lumping all First Nations or Native Americans in one group. Like it is very plentiful. But like when I'm reading the first time, I'm not sure if you heard of the story of Boudica, who's this Celtic queen who almost drove the Romans from Britain by taking London. It's one of those stories that kind of comes up. Actually, historically in England, only when there's a queen at the throne. So like it first came up in with Elizabeth I and Victoria, and then the old queen as well. Like that became more prevalent, and it kind of links into this like stories you tell yourselves, you know. And so anyway, I just wonder like. Basically, I wonder like how this historical analysis then translates into the farmland, because like farmland does not care really for a lot of the more broad scoped like nations and peoples and cultures. I think it's interesting, and almost gives me a more thought into like why they feel so different as arcs, and why people would be disappointed with the farmland arc. Which I think is interesting.
I have to wonder how he's going to cover the arcs after this, because his through line really doesn't. It doesn't really carry through into the following arcs, and it's
And
cool.
apart
that
from the fourth, I think it can. I think the fourth does more, but yeah, like the second
yeah,
and
well,
third,
true.
not really.
Yeah, it gets because you can tell with this video, it is a very impersonal video. It's covering broad strokes, and it's not really like trying to sell the emotions of these moments with the like smaller moments with these
Yeah.
characters, and the story is going to become all about that. So it's really interesting. I feel like a follow-up on this review will be just as almost jarring as the continuation of the story from season to
Which
season.
may be the best way to do it. Maybe
Exactly, it might be, because
most fitting.
if you did this differently, where like you thought, oh, okay, well, these elements aren't as important to the future of the story, so maybe I shouldn't cover them, I don't think you would make as good of a standalone prologue review.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good choice, and I'm intrigued to see how he pairs the following reviews with this one.
Yeah, I'm enthralled.
What? Coming from the south. They're here. Thorkel is on his way.
The reaction such news yields does more for Thorkel's character than 1,000 tossed boats ever could have. Having bear witness to Askeladd's continuous faltering decision-making, his men's doubt has peaked, and Thorkel's impending arrival is the perfect giant Viking man to break that proverbial camel's back. This alone would be enough for narrative tension, but Yukimura never stops at enough. He treats this story as authentic history where everyone has their own breaking points, Askeladd included. Known for his keen eye and judgment of character, he formulates a plan in light of his men's now visible doubt in him. Defectors who choose to abandon the cause are left without punishment. The last thing he needs, after all, is to stir up more conflict among his brotherhood turned snake pit. Yet Askeladd remains unshaken in his resolve, even as everything is crumbling around him. But it is right here, just as we are starting to believe that Askeladd has well and truly lost his edge, that he reveals his hand.
He's a badass.
Thorfinn! Hold up tight, you little runts. We're moving out.
A second smaller detail that often goes underappreciated is that this is actually the second time Askeladd has crossed this body of water. Looking at Yukimura's map, this has to place Askeladd's crossing of this river somewhere outside of Telford in England.
Saying
this, my
something
friends,
that's
is the River
underappreciated
Severn.
about Vinland Saga, or something unnoticed about Vinland Saga. I'm like, oh yeah, you tell me. What have I not noticed about Vinland? And then he's right.
Well, like, Hound, so I'm missing the point. Like, the river is the same river?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, okay.
This body of water. Looking at Yukimura's map, this has to place Askeladd's crossing of this river somewhere outside of Telford in England. This, my friends, is the River Severn, and the very first time he crossed this with his men, he was their savior. The second time, their executioner.
Funny. Okay, so the River Severn is the one they crossed to go into Wales.
Right.
Even though at that point it's kind of already hit the mouth of the river, but yeah.
Be described as his last high stakes.
So actually, let's go back to.
And the very river somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's this one. What? No, this is the River Severn here. Okay, I'm not sure what point he's
through
making.
Mercia there, the way it
up through Mercia here is covered by.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see.
The word
Okay.
Mercia is covered. Yeah,
outside of Telford, he was their savior. The high stakes final gambit. Askeladd reveals what he has loved about Thorfinn and Bjorn all along. It was never their combat ability or their strength. It was their straightforward, predictable naivety. An observation that proves prescient once Thorkel.
I get exactly what he's saying, but I don't want to say naivety. It's their unorthodox motivation for being in the band compared to everybody else.
Yeah, like they're not just out for the money and the fun of it. They are here for him in some way. Thorfinn is naive.
I don't know about Bjorn.
Bjorn is just here for it. Yeah, I don't know if I want to see how you.
I guess you could say Bjorn's lack of understanding of Askeladd is naivety, but Bjorn's not being stupid at any point. Like, he just has a different motivation. Like, it's no less naive than thinking gold matters in life. Like, it's just Yeah.
finally arrives. Now confronted by what he was anticipating, Askeladd declares his hatred for these treacherous men, cutting them down with cold precision one after another. While gruesome, this is a rare and quite awesome scene. It's one of the rare moments Askeladd actually gets to go all out, revealing just who he truly is. Here, the parallels and distinctions between Avalon, Valhalla, and Vinland start to crystallize. When we witness Askeladd's lone stand against 50 men, his fighting prowess proves incredible even while exhausted. Upon realizing his outburst, Askeladd quickly regains composure and begins negotiating, leaving us at home to ask, was this intentional? A calculated display of overwhelming force to weaken their resolve before diplomatic appeals? Or, perhaps, was this our first authentic glimpse at the real Askeladd coming face to face with the consequences of his own actions? Never to leave a narrative opportunity to go to waste, Yukimura continues to leverage the conflicting motivations surrounding this chance occurrence through the character of Thorfinn. For the first time, we see what Askeladd represents for him, and the answer is as haunting as it is simple. Everything. Thus, his choice to abandon his orders, injecting even more chaos into this already chaotic circumstance, feels both exciting and well within the parameters of his character. This, along with Bjorn's final stand consuming the Berserker mushroom, creates the perfect convergence of stakes, drama, and motivation, serving to facilitate what is, without a doubt, the single most compelling and consequential sequence within this story. The birth of a king.
They're all the same. Equally ignorant.
I would argue that it's the most compelling
Don't
thing maybe in the arc. I don't know.
The meaning
It's
of
good.
life and death.
I mean,
they don't even know
that
why
conversation
we fight.
is key, you know, right?
That which was lost in exchange for knowledge, and that's something we'll never attain for as long as we live, forever out of reach. And despite that, even then you tell us to seek it, Father in heaven!
I've intentionally avoided exploring Canute in an historical context for fear of spoiling the fun chronological approach I've established already.
There we go.
Okay, it feels strange to think about history as something that could be spoiled, but given that the conclusion to this entire story of Vinland Saga was something you could have just Googled years before it was completed, more than validates my sheepishness in exploring Canute's real-life historical analog.
Yes, we've read the whole
Almighty, I no longer seek your salvation.
Maybe.
I think that
If you
implies
refuse to give it to us. We will
no,
make
it
our
implies
own.
that he expects it to follow history. I feel.
Yeah.
I think that's more about more of the history. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would be very curious because I feel like if you had read the whole manga, there's a lot of things you would have looped in here that weren't looped in. I think it's more of a historical knowledge of where things go.
Yeah. It's interesting.
This is not an overall Vinland Saga review. This is absolutely an
Yeah.
isolated prologue review.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from, but I just feel like he is talking like this, like he's read the whole thing. But then again, it's like he's coming about it like from like such a different angle that's not thematically focused. Then you're just like, sure, maybe it's only prologue. I mean, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he'll
Maybe
hopefully
if
he'll
I
have
at him on Twitter again, like,
Yeah.
we should have asked him when he was here, or maybe I don't know. Anyway, but yeah,
A paradise on this earth, shaped by our own hands.
Circumstances have changed, not through dramatic speeches or battlefield glory, but instead the psychological landscape of an unconscious mind struggling to make sense of a world that's let him down time and time again.
These drone shots he's getting are
Up
so
until
good.
this point, Canute had been a pathetic,
and
useless...
and the color grading. I mean, I don't know how to color grade well, but like the shots look great.
Very cinematic.
And it's obviously found good weather for it, but like he just made the colors pop amazingly. It was
albeit
really good.
unfortunate consequence of what fate might befall a child
It does
who
look like the
fails to
anime.
live up to the tyrannical expectations of a king. Rendering him little more than the quivering mask we see before us, and that, my friends, makes Yukimura's adaptation of Canute. But what I've actually enjoyed the most about Yukimura's initial meek interpretation of the Danish prince is that
He's both leveraging a lack
He's
of
a
early
fanboy.
information on Canute's life to
Yeah,
the
man.
story's benefit, all the while informing his characterization with the traits of other key historical figures we don't have much time to interact with in this story. Chiefly among them, the king responsible for Swain's escalation in the first place, King Ethelred the Unready.
The
Now, by all
wise
accounts,
ready
he was
unready.
a pathetically cowardly
that was such a fun
and fittingly
thing to point
labeled unready leader. With his father having just suddenly passed away while he was just a baby, he grew up with a host of expectations and no one to mold him into a kingly entity. The result was a man unfit and unwilling to lead in any serious capacity, notably unenthusiastic in battle and exceptionally unwilling to lead troops into combat. All of these qualities informed much of Canute's early characterization, as you can see. Despite this dull or innocuous image I've painted of this shabby king, the lesson to take from Ethelred with regards to the mild-mannered Prince Canute is that under specific circumstances and challenges, even the most mild-mannered and pathetic among us can still stain the pages of history a blood-drenched red. It just so happens that in Yukimura's tale, the blood that would eventually be spilled on behalf of Canute would be on purpose. Lying unconscious, experiencing what appears to be a final conversation with Ragnar, flourishes of Yukimura's genius become apparent yet again through his narrative restraint. In a world with berserker warriors, prophetic dreams, and men who can throw boats at waves of enemies, this scene is hauntingly still and personal. Void of the supernatural and divine, much to Canute's chagrin, instead, what he's met with is a subconscious manifestation of what he already knows to be true, a creative choice dripping with subtext. Notice how Ragnar doesn't reveal the true nature of his death, but instead acts as a mirror for Canute's complicated feelings. He articulates both appreciation for the love he received and recognition of how that treatment, more like a son than a king, left him unprepared for leadership. Thus, what we're witnessing is implicitly not a supernatural vision from beyond the grave between Christians, but an all too real war being waged between two sides of Canute's psyche. Once he eventually returns to his
I like
feet,
this point a
he's
lot.
carrying something more. Greeted by the struggle raging all around him, his hands now coated in blood for the very first time, the weight of 62 innocent lives lost on his shoulders, and the priest's nihilistic philosophical musings echoing in the background, what cuts through the noise is...
So, death itself is the essence of love?
the beautiful tranquility of the void that awaits everyone. All other forms of love are mere discrimination. Having finished off the last attackers, Bjorn, in his battle-crazed state, embodies exactly the sort of sinful, bloodthirsty beast the priest had described earlier. Not entirely unlike a demon made real, there could not have been a better conduit for what was about to unfold. I've already spoken at length about the malleability of faith as it exists within the never-ending soap opera that is the historical record. Religion is created to serve people, not the other way around. Without Christianity, Canute's character would have surely lost his mind entirely amidst the ranks of his family, vying for supremacy, right? For Canute, Christianity was a useful oasis that made life bearable.
The video
However,
should be in the
as
description
has
of the
been
live
hinted
stream.
at
If you
throughout
want
this
to watch it.
story with increasing frequency, a faith, no matter how strong, if it does not offer someone a
think-
sense of
what
security
is it
or
called?
comfort or
I
utility,
lost control of this Vinland Saga review. Yeah, there you go.
I'm totally not Mark.
From Totally Not Mark. Yeah.
it is sure to meet one of two outcomes: death or rejection. In Canute's mind, he is walking amidst demons in a world doomed to cascade deeper and deeper into hell itself without the right person to make the necessary adjustments. No longer believing himself any less flawed than the demon standing before him, Canute stands unafraid, scorns the Lord above for damning mankind to spend
No
their
worries.
lives seeking what was stripped from them forever, and takes matters into his own hands. No longer a servant to the Lord, he stands before Bjorn, a king. It's here the similarities between him and Askeladd come crashing into focus. If God isn't going to deliver his followers to the promised land or eliminate those demons from the earth, then Canute will create his own paradise where mankind can find salvation. With one touch, he brings Bjorn back to his senses, and the priest drops his ale in utter astonishment. The bloodshed has ended. The savior they've been waiting for has finally arrived in their darkest hour. The king of Avalon has emerged. All Thorfinn has to do now is make sure
You know what? I've never thought of what Bjorn represents in that in that scene exactly. Even though it's, he's saying really obvious things, but like there's been so many times when someone, not just Mark, but like say you or someone on a Reddit thread or Vinhard has said something which has crystallized for me, where it's like, yeah, Bjorn like being that representation of that like almost El Ragnarok, because that's how you see him in in chapter 71.
Yeah.
As this like crazed state of no peace, no tranquility, and in Canute actually having that almost like divine power to stop him. It is interesting. It's like, oh, like actually saying that Canute is a savior is like, yeah. I mean, that's we all know that's how Askeladd views him, like as that opportunity. But like actually crystallizing it as like something greater than that, like in how Canute views himself to create paradise as being this like almost messianic figure to like allow you to
Yeah.
get there to paradise, like almost that like Christian interpretation is interesting. Good stuff, Mark.
I feel like though he kind of jumps the gun, making Canute the Artorias, the king of
Yeah,
Avalon.
that's true.
I,
That
I
comes in
think that
focus
is
later.
jumping the gun a bit. And kind of misses, because I'm hoping to talk about it more, the love conversation, because that's one I feel like he really drifted past, and
Yeah,
because he talks about it, but it just not enough, and I feel like that's
and
one you really need to understand the kind of loss that happens here for Canute,
yeah, absolutely, and
because he
also
is not the
all
king.
yeah, all
Like
this death, all this stuff. I feel like this is so well articulated in the Canute video that Vinhard did. Of course, I mean I'm just gonna reference Vinhard again, but just because like it's done really well, like of connecting death. Like I feel like Mark's already talked about death. I'm trying to remember what it was about, but then bring that back into like the thematic undercurrent of like what death is, the finality of like why like Askeladd is like preoccupied with death. Like I guess comes to the Ragnarok conversation of like he's getting old. I don't know. There's something, yeah. Like as you said, he's kind of jumped over the main thing of that scene, which is love, and gone straight to the comparisons of like why Askeladd is following him after Thorkel's fight with Thorfinn. So maybe he's condensing it all, to be honest. But yeah.
There definitely is condensing happening here, and I I just don't quite like. I think if you go through this scene and you take this as a um unquestioned, like, this is Canute is finally come to in proper form and that he's not missing something here, then you have kind of missed something here. That at least in my interpretation of this scene, I think Canute does have a fundamentally pessimistic understanding of the world that's going to cause a lot of damage for him and for others. And I mean, this might just be the result of being prologue only. I feel like if you were talking about Vinland Saga as a whole and you had that foresight, you wouldn't celebrate this moment as much.
Yeah, and I think this is, I mean, he's already admitted to like he doesn't want to spoil things about Canute, so I think that's a good point. It's like even if he's read the Farmland or knows what's Farmland, like at this point for the viewer, like crystallizing like because where Canute goes doesn't really matter at this moment to Askeladd's story. That thematic thread, like of him being that
Yeah.
savior, right? Like we see the result of it, and there'll be more stuff later, like with like clarification on that. But like, we just like the whole time, at least how Marx presented this is that they're waiting for Canute to arrive and be the political
Yeah.
force they need him to be, and focusing on that. Like it doesn't really matter about Canute's future character, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I read this more as him, Mark knowing the historical future that this like this very meek individual is going to become a very powerful and pivotal king, not really not having the foresight of the moral questions that come into play for Canute. And when you have that expectation that he's going to become this powerful pivotal king, but you don't have you don't have the kind of Canute losing his way in mind, it's very easy to end up kind of propping up this moment as a big win and growth for Canute, when it is kind of, in the grand scheme of things, it is a bit more of um, steps forward and steps back. And he has kind of lost his he's lost any sense of optimism, because, as Mark kind of skims over, he believes that there is no form of love that humans are capable of that is not discrimination. But the story kind of stands to prove that wrong of him to assume. And it feels like Mark's interpretation is kind of getting more so to the celebration of Canute's coming as a savior, which in many ways he is, but it doesn't have that that full grasp of where this takes him mentally.
Yeah, like we might be more trepidatious.
Yeah, because like, for example, like, I mean, even now, right? If you don't have the future of the story in mind, right? You just have Thor's in mind. Was what Thor's did discrimination? Was the way he approached life and love, was that discrimination? I would say no. He is that kind of example of it already. You know, Canute hasn't seen it himself. Canute can't really grasp it until he sees it in Thorfinn. But still, he can't, because he doesn't have that proof of somebody being capable of that. He has kind of fallen down into this pessimism where he is going to abandon the idea of meeting these high standards and instead just try to play by what the world is now in order to force it to change in the direction he needs. Play by the rules of violence and power to get there.
Yeah.
And yeah, at this point in the story, you can kind of know from Thor's that maybe this isn't the right way. Maybe we shouldn't be happy, or not. I don't want to say Mark's like happy and like celebrating it, but but he is saying like this is the arrival of like the king of Avalon, but that's not what the Artorias idea really is meant to be.
Yeah, I think I've always struggled with this, because this reminds me of when there's the thing where like Thorkel looks into Canute's eyes and says they're the same eyes as Thor's, because it does put them on the same level as each other.
True.
Which I think maybe is what Mark's drawing upon. But yeah, I don't disagree that like, there's a difference there. But I think like the qualities there of like moral correctness, like the moral validity of the strength of the eyes is not what Yukimo is talking about, which is I think what I was thinking about. And like it's just kind of like this like clarity of otherworldly purpose.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Canute still has the same goal. I think a lot of it is the two paths idea, where like even Thorfinn can't say for sure that Canute's methods are necessarily
wrong.
worse.
Yeah.
But his pessimistic outlook does take him in a certain direction on that path that is incredibly destructive and counterintuitive to what he needs to achieve, and he corrects himself without diverting entirely. So I feel like these are things you can potentially draw on with Thor's in mind at this point, but I definitely don't fault Mark for not talking about this. I mean, we very well could unpause the video. I don't think he's going to, but we could very well unpause the video and he'll be like, now Canute's perspective here is very, very pessimistic and flawed, but I don't think he will.
Well, it'd be interesting. Yeah,
he has propped up Canute as the Artorias figure.
Well, let's see.
He's able to keep Askeladd alive long enough for.
Shut up! I don't need your pity. Ah!
While Askeladd splints Thorfinn's broken arm, Thorkel recalls his connection to Thor's and the story of his desertion. The irony is brutal. He has no idea Askeladd is the man who killed him. Through Thorkel's eyes, Thor's becomes more mythical, the kind of warrior who might guide him to fulfill his goal of becoming a true warrior. He looks to the sky, to Valhalla, convinced that if someone like Thor's could meet an honorable end, so could he. But he admits, quote, his soul had gone far away. I still don't understand it. I can't reach him. Wherever it is, it's not here. Searching for
Somewhere
answers,
not
he
here.
asks Thorfinn what Thor's was like after leaving the Jomsvikings. Thorfinn refuses to engage. That's when Thorkel makes his devastating observation. The boy lacks the spark his father's eyes carried. Sitting at home, we know exactly what he means. We've watched it vanish. First in the village he betrayed, and again in the jewels that hollowed him out. The child is gone, replaced by a dead stare. Enraged by this, Thorfinn nearly rushes in blindly, but Askeladd restrains him and outlines a plan. He asserts the rules of engagement. Thorkel is bound by honor. If Thorfinn wins, they get to keep their lives. It's a gamble on Viking psychology as much as it is on skill or strength. Thorfinn's intentional blunder provokes the giant before Askeladd blinds him at a crucial moment. And when he does, Thorfinn lands the one blow that can drop him. A strike to the jaw that fells the monster. But
That was the most
Thorfinn
recappy he's
can't
gotten.
help himself.
Yeah.
He can't stop.
This
He
has
tries to
nothing
finish
to
it
do with any
his
point he
bare
wants to
hands
make.
until Thorkel's men intervene. They don't understand their leader any better than most. He's furious at being dishonored this way.
You should know. I've no value as a hostage, Thorkel. I assure you.
I think it makes sense because
My father
Marcus
hasn't
reading this
an
as like
ounce
the
of
pinnacle
love
of
for
the
me.
first arc. Like, think you know,
Amidst the
these all
chaos,
these
Knut
subpoints are coming
speaks
together
calm,
massively.
regal,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
unshaken.
I understand
It's
the
almost
recap
jarring,
a little
but the
bit.
effect is unbelievably captivating. Yukimura's once timid prince suddenly aligns with his historical counterpart.
This was the most
Thorfinn is
controversial part of
declared
the
victor.
prologue, just
Thorkel
like
channels his
Knut's
rage
whole
on his own
change
men, and
in
Knut's
personality,
calm
right? Being
presence
so very
brings an
strong.
end to the chaos in a way no blade ever could. It cements what Yukimura has built into his character across these many chapters. The belief that true authority doesn't come from weaponry, but from condemning the moment
He's
itself.
really leaning
And
into
now
Canute.
there's something new
Canute
in
Yeah.
his eyes.
Thor.
A look Askeladd can't ignore, even as Thorfinn
I mean,
begs
hey,
him
but
to
he's not
flee.
exactly
He
wrong.
can't believe his eyes.
Yeah,
The
I know,
pressure
but
that should
to
have broken
to
Canute in two
to
has
attribute to
instead
Canute a solution that does not involve swords is crazy. 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just so far separated.
I mean,
from
in this instant,
Canute's
yes, that is
conclusions.
true, but that is like
In this instant, yeah, it is true, but it's more about I'm gonna point my swords at the right place. Like, let's not point them
here. Let's
needlessly.
point the swords at Sven.
Let's point them over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what Canute. Yeah,
Okay. I'm going to argue Mark's point. Like, I think it is also like at this point you're like, oh, he's idealistic. Like we believe Canute's gonna be great or whatever. And that's the point of Parliament. You see him slowly become the villain. You know.
yeah. It again though. What I'm saying, it does speak to. He definitely is.
Yeah.
He is blind to the future of this story. There's no way.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if this is only part one. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see. Maybe this is the main part he cares about. I don't know.
forged him into something truly unrecognizable. A ruler worth following. Thorkel, beaten and despairing, looks up and finally recognizes the figure before him. Canute offers him what he has always craved: purpose. But it isn't the promise of battle that sways him, it's the eyes. The same kind of eyes as Thor's. He missed his chance to follow Thor's once. He's not going to pass that opportunity up again. For Askeladd, the gamble has well and truly paid off beyond his wildest dreams. He confesses to Ragnar's murder immediately and lays down his life for the new king. Together, they march to claim the throne in Gainsborough.
Gainsborough has different text. Oh.
Canute's triumphant arrival in Gainsborough is intentionally presented as a complicated mixture of emotions and rising tension. The Forsaken son returning to claim his birthright, the skilled warrior in search of purpose, and the reluctant Welsh savior all serve to paint an unlikely yet inevitable stable of allies marching towards arguably the most
Amazing how
powerful
much
king
video
of the
is
age.
left.
Yeah, I'm just looking up
Notably,
Gainsborough
as
right
is
now
the
on my
case in
phone.
practically every Vinland scene, humanity finds a way to shine through the oppression of darkness. With all that stands before us, Yukimura inserts a notable downbeat for reflection. A wounded brother confronting the possibility
Yes,
that he
they
may
cut
never
Scunthorpe.
see
Nice.
another day to the man he pledged his sword, his body, and his life to. There's a beauty to this scene amidst its tragic undertones. It's a man lost to violence, doomed to fall on his own sword eventually, lifted from ruin in the name of peace by a man thought to have been little more than a child. The Christian metaphor play is clear, but what makes this scene exceptional in my mind is what it offers beyond that in terms of philosophical commentary. This confrontation between old and new definitions of strength encapsulates everything the exploration of the term true warrior has been building towards in this story. Bjorn represents the classical Viking understanding that strength through violence, worth measured in battlefield prowess, spiritual fulfillment achieved through glorious death is the goal. He embodies the warrior ideal that Thorkel desperately seeks and that young Thorfinn once admired. But Canut's emergence has rendered the new king's power all but obsolete.
That's a good one, Mike.
Through restraint, transformation, and
Oh my
rendered
god, I
the
watched this again.
once admired. But Canut's emergence has rendered the
That
new
was actually
king's
such
power
a-
all
The
but
The
obsolete.
way he so subtly comes into this like crouched pose.
Dude,
Like,
it is so smooth. I don't get how he did it.
yeah.
Like he's just like it's like at the camera motion, dude. That's well done.
Through restraint, transformation, and the ability to change hearts rather than stop them. When Canute touched the Berserker and brought Bjorn back from the brink, he demonstrated that true strength lies not in succumbing to rage itself, but instead mastering it, both in oneself and in others. Bjorn was an
So funny
exceptional
he's paying so
Viking
much attention to
warrior, a
this
true
Bjorn.
wolf of the Atlantic, and
I think it's really cool that he's focused because no one focuses this much on Bjorn. I think it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like it's awesome because if you're doing a prologue only standalone review and you have no concept of what comes next, yeah, Bjorn Bjorn's a great place to focus.
Better or
Yeah.
worse,
But
a
it is
demon
interesting
of
to me that of all of the kind of small scale stories that happen in the prologue, that he has he's kind of like lightly touched. He is focusing so much on Bjorn.
Mm.
It is really interesting because there's a couple of characters I think you could be like, I'm gonna hone in on this one quiet, subdued moment, but you're doing it for Bjorn. It's good.
Yeah. I think also like this contrast between new and old. I don't know if I agree, but I think it's interesting. I
Can
need
you go
to
back? I wanna hear
digest it. Sorry.
Can you go back? I want to hear what you were talking about. I may have missed it.
What is it's like this whole thing
This
here.
okay. We don't have to go that far back.
But yeah, but it's like this whole thing where he's like mentioning like the scene is like the good and the it's like the new and the old. It's like I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah,
touched
just
the
go from here, that's
Berserker
good.
and brought Bjorn back from the brink, he demonstrated that true strength lies not in succumbing to rage itself, but instead mastering it, both in oneself and in others. Bjorn
Yep,
was
okay,
an
that's pretty good.
exceptional
Yeah.
Viking warrior, a true wolf of the Atlantic, and for better or worse, a demon of the battlefield. Without him and the decisions he made to execute upon Askeladd's plan, it's very possible that none of them would have survived, Canute included. But by being saved, by being forced to return to his senses, Bjorn is forced to lose the Valhalla he fought for and in turn embodies what he and this world
Ooh.
would reject.
Yeah,
Weakness.
that's a good point.
With Canute having taken the reins of a new age, it's clear that this upcoming wave of change has no room for demons like him.
All right. See you tomorrow, then.
For any Viking warrior, this is a tough pill to swallow. He's confronting his own looming sense of mortality, but by doing so, he's also admitting uncertainty in whether or not someone like Askeladd, especially after all that has come to light regarding him, would even find utility in his companionship moving forward. Where once his berserker fury made him invaluable, now it marks him as a relic of a dying age.
I
Therefore, his
don't know
question
about
about
this.
seeing tomorrow isn't simply about physical survival, it's
I think from a personal point of Bjorn, yes, like him doubting Askeladd's friendship. But
Yeah,
he
that
never knew he
definitely-
had it. I looked at that point, but yeah, this whole like dying age, new age stuff, that's kind of what I was talking on. I'm like, that's interesting. Like
I just don't think it's quite time for that yet. I think he's coming into that a little too early because this is really I mean, Bjorn just literally his wounds are fatal. Like he's just not gonna last.
yeah, I love the idea though that like Canute ripped Valhalla from Bjorn. Like Bjorn would have
That is good.
Oh,
I do
actually,
like that.
though, I don't know, though, because Bjorn probably would have survived those wounds, but didn't his didn't after Canute didn't Atli stab Bjorn after, like, when he was touching Canute or something like that, wasn't it?
Yes,
Or
yes, it was at least.
so okay, so Mark's point doesn't quite work because I'm pretty sure Atli's was the fatal blow. At least that's how it is talked about with
Yes, it
Askeladd
is.
later. But anyway, I think as a broad point, that's an interesting point because you can make maybe the argument that Bjorn would have died anyway to those wounds because they're not
Right.
like small. So
Yeah, yeah.
about whether his entire understanding of strength and purpose has any place in this future. These very questions, implicit or not, demonstrate that his encounter with Canute transformed him, leaving him capable of seeking connection.
I don't think this is that big a
don't
moment
think it's
for
right
Bjorn.
at all. This is wrong. No, this is because this is a through line that's always been there for Bjorn.
You know
I
what?
mean, if you attribute Bjorn's through line to the rest of the band, like we did throughout this review, right? Maybe you do not have it, but this
Yeah.
whole time Bjorn has cared about the friendship of Askeladd. This has been his main drive.
Yeah, the only counter argument is that, like, to Askeladd in chapter 17 on the London Bridge one, Bjorn does say he's just here for war and gold. But I think you can I think in the past I've mistaken that as like his actual genuine reason. I think because Askeladd's made fun of it, like Bjorn says that because that's what he thinks he wants, or like he either doesn't know or he's being deceptive because it has this big like humph, and because Askeladd's telling him like Bjorn's not gonna tell Askeladd that he's here because he's following Bjorn, and it's funny because Askeladd then goes back and says that's why I love you, Bjorn, as he's laughing, and I think that scene is interesting because it almost like you could be like, oh, initially you're thinking, oh, Askeladd likes Bjorn because Bjorn's very simple in his motivations, which is true. Like everybody, because then he knows them. But Askeladd saying, "Oh, that's why I like you, Bjorn," in the sense that Bjorn's lying to him about like his reasoning, and there's like some like there's a subtext to that scene you can read into, which I think is interesting. Like
I think this is kind of substituting. I don't know. I wouldn't say the definitive subtext of Bjorn, right? But it does feel like we're substituting one aspect of Bjorn where he has had this care for the companionship of Askeladd and wanting to be included with Askeladd throughout this whole arc, but and substituting that for the like changing of the age point, and attributing Bjorn to that. When I don't think Bjorn has come out of that altercation any different mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, I think is a fascinating read because I've never considered that. Like, oh, like Bjorn's had this massive character moment because of Canute like saving him from Berserker mode.
Yeah, I really don't think so.
I feel like Bjorn's always been quite thoughtful.
It is fascinating,
but I think it's fun. Yeah, exactly. This is why we like watching. This is like an actually interesting video.
In ways the old
this is a point that I don't think like
works.
You would
we like
get
it
in a well.
Oh yeah,
it's not even that it doesn't work. I think there's just a point that you so would not get from somebody who is heavily in tune with like Vinland Saga community.
Because naturally you'll just see all the Bjorn fangirls and fanboys, and you'll be like, yeah, he has his own character and he loves Askeladd. Like you would just get that via osmosis, like as the way, unless you have a very unique. Yeah, if you're part of the fandom, you wouldn't get that.
I do want to hear how he justifies this.
Yeah.
In this future. These very questions, implicit or not, demonstrate that his encounter with Canute transformed him, leaving him capable of seeking connection in ways the old Bjorn never really could. Is there room for people like him in this new world? Was there ever room?
There's not true.
I can't. No, yeah, that's. I'm sorry.
But Alan, let's stick with it. Let's stick with it.
Could. Is there room for people like him in this new world? Was there ever room for someone like him in Askeladd's heart? While his one-time leader doesn't confront the subtext of what Bjorn is saying, Askeladd does gesture to his weakened leg, insisting that such a wound wouldn't stop him from fighting. With that, Bjorn's resolve intensifies. That's all he needed. Some indication from the brother he loves that he, the only man who didn't turn on him...
What about husband? Am I right, fellas?
Am I right, Makoto Yukimura?
Am I right, Makoto Yukimura from 2011 when he said so? Before woke happened? Crazy.
May still have value. Not in this world, but in the mind of the only man who ever mattered to him.
Yeah, so Good. It is correct. Like for Bjorn, that is where Bjorn's priorities are now. My only gripe with it is that it implies a change of heart
Yeah.
and not just the time has come and what I really care about is coming to the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this whole like he's touched on a bit like in Wales, but he's not talked about where like Bjorn is always separated from the crowd. Bjorn is always different. I guess if I was to do analysis of Bjorn, Bjorn is interesting not just from a personal note, but because he is in the same similar thought as Mark describes, like the quintessential Viking. And I think that's the best part of the Berserker mushroom. Because when you think of a Viking, you think of the Berserker, you might even think of the mushroom. It's very like, this is the Viking. It's not, he's there with his axe, with his spear, he's there beating people up with his hands, he's super strong, super physical. But yet, when you have that scene of Asgard naming all the reasons why he detests the Norse, every one of those aspects does not apply to Bjorn. Like they care about women, they care about money, they don't have loyalty, right? Like these things, like Bjorn, despite being like almost the quintessential Viking, proves Askeladd's whole thesis about Vikings wrong.
Agreed.
Which is the best part about Bjorn. Not the best part, sorry, but like a big part of that character, which I think I would say is really interesting. And I think that's what you have to dig into. So yeah.
Yeah. I think this is kind of this is really interesting actually. This makes me really like interested in seeing how this video concludes, right? Because I feel like what we're seeing now is, since we're getting to the start of character conclusions,
Yeah.
I think we might actually be seeing the kind of repercussions of the high level focus this video has had this whole time, where it has really cared about like the history and the movements of all these pieces on the chessboard and not the people as much.
Yeah.
So now that we're getting into very personal character conclusions, how do you wrap it back? And I think he kind of doesn't really land with Bjorn because of just a small misunderstanding of where his character has been leading up to this. That's my take. So I'm very curious to see how.
Like we might start getting a lot more negative about this, and so it might be longer than 4 hours at this point, folks. This stream. I love this door. He's gonna come out. Oh no, he's not.
Yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome.
Shot continuity was ruined. Oh, great shot continuity.
Come
take
on.
all of it back, Mark. This is
No,
amazing.
He did a poll and they pulled on the inside. He messed up.
While the site of this conversation has not been
Tudor
preserved, the location very much has. Now, Gainsborough's Old Hall, this site plays host to both Canute and King Sweyn himself.
Oh, this is an actual hall. Fun. Yeah.
Whoa. So sick.
I mean, it is Tudor, so it's been rebuilt in the Tudor times.
Right,
It's that very Tudor style of like the vertical black wood.
Bright as if I know.
But I mean, it's interesting. If it was the foundations, or if he found this in Gainsborough, like that's awesome. That's so cool. And he's rented it out for the day.
The tension is unbearable. What has been announced as a celebration of the prince's return is unmistakably hostile. One wrong move and all three of them are dead. It's a battlefield and our attention is immediately pulled to the experienced warriors of the group, Askeladd and Thorfinn. While Canute faces forward towards his father, Askeladd and Thorfinn intelligently take stock of their blind spots in case of an ambush. Yukimura knows our focus is here, on these two warriors. He knows what we're feeling, and with us very much in the palm of his hand, he offers this line from Canute, reflecting the same ethos of a true warrior. No matter what, you must not draw your swords. In this sort of fight, he who draws first loses. An order, a line of dialogue, and a philosophical insight.
Is that what
Askeladd
Canute
and Thorfinn,
says?
It feels deeply
Yeah, but
unnatural, yet it
it does echo it, right? But it is a political move. It is not a refusal to use swords. It's just the acknowledgement that if I use a sword, here I am losing the political game, or Thor's is not thinking that way. I'm not to.
Yeah, well, no, I think the other interesting thing is that like actually as Askeladd that actually like Canute oversteps his bound in this political discussion as well. It's not like Canute knows what he's doing perfectly.
Fair, yeah.
Like Askeladd, I think Askeladd is the one who knows what they're doing. That's why I was wondering if like Askeladd is the one that said that. But like Askeladd's one who knows what he's doing, but then Sven tries to trigger him or like unintentionally triggers Askeladd. But that doesn't mean that like
Right.
Askeladd's not in control, you know. So Askeladd's the politician here, and he's recognized by Sven as the politician here, not Canute. So
Yeah.
So yeah,
Goes with a
Canute does play a good
haunting
game here,
truth
though.
they
He does.
Lost. A true
But he gets
warrior
cocky.
does not need a sword. By placing his faith in Canute and not drawing his sword, Askeladd's talents are freed up to focus on
Askeladd would never have drawn his sword though. Like Askeladd's not an idiot.
There's too much Canute glazing. That's my problem.
Yeah,
too much
yeah.
Canute glazing.
Askeladd didn't draw his sword when he's talking to Floki because he knows that's not going to end well. I guess
Yeah,
Bjorn uses
I
violence,
think
but
we
like
are-
that's not the
we
case.
are-
Like Askeladd doesn't draw his sword when he talks to the Welsh. Like Askeladd knows how to
Yeah.
negotiate. That's like Askeladd's thing. You're like, under. Yeah, is
it's
it?
really misattributing
Dude.
why like well, one, the point of the like needing no sword, but also why they're not drawing the swords, and it has nothing to do with morality.
I think
Not
it's
in the
interesting though. It's so interesting because I could totally see. Oh, you see, swords mentioned. That's like really important because of course it's Vinland Saga. Swords are important, but yeah, you know what? One thing I'll give Mark. I was expecting Askeladd glazing, and we got Canute glazing instead at the expense of Askeladd.
definitely.
So I'm defending Askeladd, which I never thought I would. Like I glaze Askeladd. It's crazy.
and why he accompanied Canute in the first place. Finally, the keen-eyed Askeladd can set his eyes upon the mighty Sweyn Forkbeard, King of England.
No, because before Askeladd was said, I need to see his face. Like, no, this is not. I'm getting triggered, but it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But
You can still wrap that in. You can still wrap that in.
yeah.
Those are tired eyes. So,
I also think, sorry, to pause again. This is when Askeladd has
go
fully become the protagonist. Like this. I think this is why this is like so discordant with how I feel, because like Askeladd is the protagonist at this point. All our internal monologue is him. Like we're not really focusing on Canute. Like Askeladd is the one we pay attention to. But,
this is the king of the Danes.
I honestly struggle to think of specific instances in this story where Askeladd's demeanor has been so visibly shaken. Through fleeting and shadowed glimpses of the famous King Sweyn, Yukimura has intentionally drawn readers in to anticipate the unveiling of this famed historical figure's
Okay, good.
facade.
Yes.
Narratively, though, it's clear what we've been building up to. However, something I've intentionally avoided while reviewing the story have been the many historical breadcrumbs Yukimura has left for fans of history. Now, as someone
Interesting.
familiar with early English history, the more Yukimura refined vague years into specific months, the clearer it became. These dates were a ticking clock, not a background detail. I've said this countless times at this point, but the real strength of Yukimura's Vinland Saga is in its ability to draw from the actual original sagas, but specifically the gaps in the historical record and interweaving his own historical fiction to service the narrative to its advantage, yes, but also breathe new life into the spirit that it's drawing from. However, amidst this ocean of uncertainty, one date, one concrete date looms larger than any other.
The 3rd of February, 1014. The day Sweyn Forkbeard, the King of England, died.
this is
For
a fun
writer
meta
with
point.
the narrative and historical
Yeah.
acumen of Makoto Yukimura,
This is so
there
interesting.
could
I
have
feel
been
like
no
he is setting himself up for a phenomenal follow-up, but it won't happen until the 4th arc. He
Yeah.
has a really good base
Yeah.
for covering the like historical meta narrative, anticipation of historical events that the 4th arc is all about. And I just don't know what he's gonna do for 2 arcs that have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and it is the strongest thing of like the side quest. Like Farmland is a side quest, and then Eastern Expedition is truly a side quest. Like it's like
It's
you're
the
not going to
side
Vinland
quest.
yet. You got to go all the way over to the other side to get your unicorn horn sold. You know, like So yeah,
It's so interesting. It's such an
Greater
impersonal review.
yeah.
Well, it's interesting. It feels
It's
almost
very
like he
personal.
has
It is very
he
personal, but yeah.
he has exchanged the personal nature of the story for the characters
Yeah.
for his own personal.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. When you
He
said
is the
personal,
personal
yeah.
narrative. Yeah, which that can't work with the next arc because you have to.
Maybe.
You have to be personal to the character.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The next arc is all
It's
character.
it's so interesting. Okay.
I will say though, I do identify with how he's engaged with it because like when he talks about the landscapes, when he talks about the history, that's stuff that I've really like innately got drawn into in the prologue. I didn't really get drawn into the characters as much as other people. Like it was Farmland that made me really like just the characters in general. So I think that part I do get with him with like the historical and being like, oh, I've walked places that look like this, but that's just the nature of being, in the UK and feeling that and be like that genuineness from Yukimura, which is what my first Vinland Saga video ever is about. So it is interesting. Yeah. Anyway, I totally get your point. Like second arc, I'm really interested to see if he makes a second video because surely he will. I assume.
I think
I hope
he
so.
must,
I hope
but-
so. I hope
yeah.
the low view count hasn't chased him away, and hopefully streams like this encourage him. So
Character from history.
Hopefully he goes
play
to Denmark.
ooh.
Among the most prominent
He
and influential
he
figures
goes to
of the Viking
stand on a farm for the entire video.
Just in a farm in like Jutland or whatever, or Jutland I
Oh,
think it's
that'd be
called.
funny.
No, it's not in
All
Jutland.
right.
Where is it? It's anyway, whatever. But yeah,
age with a specific date upon which he was said to have died, with one element missing from that historical record: the means of his death.
Yeah.
And so, armed with the knowledge of when this bomb was set to go off, with no idea as to the how, Yukimura managed to achieve a level of suspense and drama. The
also
likes of
he's
which
probably
is
going to get
rarely
very
achieved in
annoyed that they
storytelling,
missed
period.
the
On the surface, this
Mikkelgard
scene
arc as
asks
well
whether
because of
Knut
the amount of
has
history you
what
could
it
get in
takes.
there as well.
But beneath that,
Yeah.
the real suspense comes from history itself. We know he succeeds, but the question is how. For the crown atop Swain's weary head to fall, will it require the drawing of a sword?
Canute alone may rise. Take 10 steps forward.
Just as this
Even
flawless crown
Swain's
rests
blazing Canute.
uneasily on Swain's withered head, his false show of candor as a father hides a deadly test,
I
a
like Swain
challenge
blazing.
to his son. When Swain confesses to exiling his own father to claim power, the brutal cycle of royalty is laid bare in a haunting line that echoes throughout history. The crown has a will of its own, and with it, the power of a god.
Your Highness, are you saying the crown ordered you to kill your own son?
There are just 2 commands it gives that the king must follow. To use his power and to expand its influence. And the crown says that you are not to be its next wearer.
I don't like that Swain voice.
Both of you, do not draw your swords
sound
under any
decrepit enough.
circumstances. The first to brandish iron loses.
According to Canute's command, rooted in this philosophy, the instant Swain ordered his men to draw upon their weapons marked the moment he lost. And while unnatural for the likes of Askeladd and Thorfinn to uphold, the advantages of such an approach prove their worth almost immediately. By drawing your blade,
Thorfinn
you
maybe,
announce that
but-
words
Askeladd's not going to draw a sword easily. You see, like you see him like draw a sword twice in the whole story, or 3 times actually. But like,
Can't say that about Askeladd.
unnatural for the likes of Askeladd and Thorfinn to uphold, the advantages of such an approach prove their worth almost immediately. By drawing your blade, you've announced that words have failed. But with his sword sheathed, Askeladd is free to employ his greatest weapon available, his mind. And with it, he offers the perfect...
no, but Askeladd would have done
Yeah,
this.
his-
Askeladd didn't
yeah,
need to
this
be
is-
told this.
yeah.
He's telling Thorfinn not to do it, which makes
Yeah.
sense. But Askeladd, this is why it's putting the protagonist's role in a different spot, which is so jarring.
argument. Canute has delivered Thorkel to Swain, and with him, London's riches await conquest. A victory worthy of celebration, and most importantly, widely known by Swain's subjects. With one line, Askeladd demonstrates a fearless understanding of politics in an age where sophistication and subtlety are a rarity. The exchange between Askeladd and Swain is brimming with character-driven subtext. Swain is keen to explore the mind of Askeladd for weaknesses, all the while Askeladd needs to navigate any potential misstep that might emerge. For Askeladd, Askeladd, finally witnessing this ugly and decrepit old man who was responsible for the violence inflicted upon countless lives, aligns perfectly with his demonic view of the Danes themselves. A fact that during this conversation he must not reveal.
I'm sure he has
However, upon Swain's examination of Askeladd, he unveils himself every bit the shrewd and formidable leader Askeladd and Canute feared he very well might be. Inquiring about his name, to which Askeladd claims his father gave him no name. Swain recognizes this as a potential weak spot.
Ooh,
Perhaps
that's a great point.
A child born of a slave.
Oh.
Having only caught a fleeting
I'm just an
glimpse
idiot.
of the real
Sorry.
Askeladd during the mutiny in Mercia, the expression on Thorfinn's face here tells you everything you need to know. He doesn't recognize Askeladd as anything other than the slick-talking, smooth criminal we all do at home. But in this scene, he was holding that anger back by a hair.
Following Askeladd's earlier play for Unity, Swain modified his strategy and isolated Askeladd's weak spot without hesitation. From this intellectual display alone, possessing the insight to read others and strike first, it is clear that Swain is very much fit to rule and immensely dangerous. Thankfully, Askeladd heeded Canute's advice. The prince was aware his father wanted to appear like a wise king and therefore had no real reason to kill him. Thus, staying in his grasp was the safest option. It seems Canute has also proven shrewd in his own right, correctly identifying his father as a slave to the crown, yet still confident that he can wield its power with skill.
A bracelet? It's gold. Take it. It's all right. This is yours. You can never have too much gold out on the road.
Through Atli's attempted apology following the mutiny, a facet of Askeladd's character reveals itself that I genuinely didn't believe existed. Remorse.
The gold he offers comes with a single condition: never pick up a sword again. And with one glance, Askeladd recognizes what battle has done to this man. The tremor in his hands, the haunted look that speaks of a mind fractured by violence. Alti isn't fit for warfare anymore, and Askeladd possesses enough mercy to spare him further destruction.
Is it Alti or
When
Atli? I thought it was
rereading this
Atli.
tale, this solitary shot struck me harder than almost every speech he has given. Askeladd has reached precisely where he wanted to be.
Positioned to influence the future of Wales through Canute's ascension. But at what cost?
Every single man who believed in him, every footstep that followed his vision, paid the price with their lives. The gold he offers to Alti suddenly represents something more than sympathy for a pathetic follower. It's penance, a voluntary act of protection to ensure that no other men need to die because of his actions. The irony here cuts deeper when considered against his earlier confession about Thors. Askeladd recognized in that legendary warrior someone worthy of following rather than leading. Now, having successfully maneuvered his chosen king into position, he faces the hollow realization that leadership built on deception and manipulation ultimately leads to absolute loneliness. A fact he's more than willing to accept in the name of his mission, but one that still hangs heavy nevertheless. Having narrowly escaped the tumultuous audience with the now King of England, all eyes, particularly Askeladd's, are transfixed on the horizon: York.
Narratively, philosophically, historically, we know that this arc ends over that horizon in York, and yet, despite that, a voice beckons Askeladd from behind.
I'm trying to remember the manga order of this because it's
Despite
different.
the fact that the site of this
to the
final
anime.
reckoning between two long companions has been reduced to a golf course, it is my belief that this challenge issued from Bjorn is the single most beautiful convergence of change that Yukimura has been trying to communicate so far.
Having embodied the wrath of a demon and faced certain death countless times in the past, Bjorn stands before Askeladd with one final request. After all his years of service, he calls upon the man he gave everything to deliver him to the gates of Valhalla. But at the heart of this traditionally Viking request resides a question that strikes far deeper than simple valor and honor ever could. He claims to have hated him, his followers, and Bjorn suspects Askeladd even hated himself. Stripping away this facade, Bjorn asks, did it ever get lonely? And in a moment of profound vulnerability, Bjorn confesses that he wishes he could have been a friend to him.
In 20 years or so, the day of the final judgment will be upon us. On that day, God will annihilate all of humanity. And the world as we know it will be completely destroyed.
Askeladd. I wanted to be your friend.
Almost ironic, isn't
That
it?
needle drop's crazy.
A new dawn is breaking.
Yeah.
In the age of twilight.
It's interesting. He's attributing a point to Bjorn that I would attribute to Thorkel a bit more.
You were
That like
the
end of
only
the
one
era.
I've ever had.
Sorry, what?
He's kind of attributing a point to Bjorn that I used to attribute to Thorkel, where the world is changing around him and doesn't have a need for him anymore.
Yeah. I think that works better for Thorkel as well.
Yeah, it's kind of being put. I don't know. It's a layer added to Bjorn that I don't really think
Needs to work. Because
Yeah.
it's so much better shown in the second and third arc with Thorkel. Because not only has like the narrative hasn't thematically changed enough to warrant this this feeling of a new dawn, you know? The audience hasn't caught up to the importance of being a true warrior or knowing exactly, like, most people are still like confused by what like Willibald was even saying, right? Like, they're in the political game, they haven't had time to meditate. Thorfinn doesn't know, and once Thorfinn comes back and then you see Thorfinn interact with old Vikings, then you have that contrast, as you said, right? Like, so yeah.
This is as close to love as someone like Askeladd, I think, is capable. A violent, brutal, and yet beautiful cocktail of emotions begging to escape from under the oppression of tradition and culture in Viking society. Still, Askeladd always manages to find a loophole, intentionally missing his vital point to necessitate a second closer strike to end it all. Askeladd utters a sentence that portrays the manipulative, calculating, and ice-cold facade
Hold on.
I have wondered this, to be fair.
Do you agree with that? He looked genuinely distraught about it.
Yeah. No, I think that is. Yeah, I don't think you can assume that much intentionality. I have wondered it, but I don't think I would give that much.
I would at the farthest I would give it is like a subconscious, like, no,
yes,
this isn't done yet. But he would not.
No. Okay, I like that reading way more. I like that reading that he, like, Askeladd subconsciously couldn't bring himself to kill Bjorn. Like, he couldn't return to that violent, merciless Viking that he can be, because he actually did care about Bjorn. And then that links into the next conversation of like that he was his friend. So
to say that he intentionally missed the vital spot as if it's fact is that's too wow.
Yeah, that's an interesting interpretation.
All these years to Bjorn, he says, "You are Bjorn, my one and only friend." Once again, Askeladd leaves us in awe of the world's absurdity, how the sun can rise on the twilight of man, leaving behind two lone wolves to confront each other. Bjorn's death is intimate, but what follows, I think, expands that feeling from one of personal grief to a broader lesson entirely. This demand of a duel demonstrates the futility of everything Askeladd has tried to implicitly impart onto Thorfinn throughout this story, with the fight itself proving anticlimactic by design. Having sung the praises of Thorfinn for many a chapter already, Thorkel surprisingly placed his bets on Askeladd to emerge the victor, citing differing styles making fights unpredictable and interesting, and so perhaps this was just a poor matchup for Thorfinn. To Askeladd's frustration, Thorfinn keeps making the same mistake. He's irritatingly predictable, and to a strategist like Askeladd, that's like fighting an opponent with no limbs. It flies in the face of this very worldview. The mistake Askeladd is referring to runs much deeper than just poor technique. It's Thorfinn's misplaced determination, his inability to grow beyond his one singular obsession.
His bad arm's not to blame. Thorfinn lost because he fought like an idiot.
While serving as a tragic piece of foreshadowing for Askeladd's own future, he's suggesting to Thorfinn that by surrendering...
So just to give my Askeladd thoughts, I mean, I think I made this point like as far back as my Hild video, but like, I think that frustration of Askeladd being, knowing that he is the obstacle for two potential Artoriuses. I guess what changes is that if Canute's also a potential Artorius, but like, if you view like... Askeladd put himself in a catch-22 with Thor's where he couldn't drop everything and follow him, lest his men get angry, right? Be trapped by his own men. So Askeladd's trap was so good at trapping Thor's and Leif and everybody that like he trapped himself. And so then he had to kill him. And then he prevented from that Artorias from realizing in a way, even though it was already realized. But then also Thorfinn, like his mere presence just stops him from like. I think that's what more the frustration with Askeladd is from. That like, of course, Thorfinn is not changing, but like that the underlying annoyance is that he's like, oh, like you're not changing because I'm still here, and I'm the one preventing you from changing. So anyway, yeah,
Interesting.
I think that anyway that's my.
Referring to base desires, you become predictable, easy to manipulate. He knows of this base desire intimately. For the first kill he ever executed was his own father, a vile, ugly human being lacking in grace and beauty, the very same ugliness he sees in Thorfinn right now.
And so, for reasons left to infer, Askeladd offers
don't know.
Thorfinn one final
I don't
lesson
think
that
he
perhaps will
fully
stick.
sees
How to
exactly
kill
that in
someone
Thorfinn.
you truly
Yeah, I'm not sure.
hate.
I think it's more like
And to
he sees the
understand that,
potential
we
for
have
better
to go
in
back
him.
Yeah,
to Askeladd's childhood.
that's why he says it to him when he dies, right?
Yeah.
Born as the nameless bastard of a Viking lord and abducted Welsh royalty in Jutland, when his mother fell ill and lost the lord's favor, both were cast into the stables. There she filled the boy's mind with stories of Artorias, tales of a savior's second coming that would free both her and him from sickness and slavery, tales that happen to mirror the Christian prophecies closely. As he continues
he
to explain, the
attribute
parallels begin to
Avalon
pile
to
up.
Vinland?
Avalon, described as an unreachable paradise across the vast and unexplored Western Sea,
surely he will.
resembles both heaven and Vinland.
Yeah,
However,
yeah.
as time presses on and no savior arrives, madness eventually takes hold of his mother, and in a
I
moment
think,
of
though, he's-
misplaced belief that
Yeah,
Not getting into the somewhere not here idea as a whole, because that's
Yeah, he's
one
not
thing he
touched
didn't
it.
really cover. He didn't cover it before, and I feel like that's such an important thing to because he really likes this. He really wants to link the cultural ideas together, just like with religion, right? And I feel like the desire for something better is such an important part of why things like Vinland, Avalon, Heaven, it's all kind of fantasized about, and that is just the somewhere not here idea. And if you haven't brought it up yet, yeah, I don't know. It's one thing I feel is kind of missing, but I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm being too judgmental on a video that does strictly want to be a prologue review.
yeah. No, I don't think we're being too judgmental because I think we're being pretty kind towards it. But yeah, we're just being nitpicky at this point, which we kind of preface this whole thing with. But yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, yeah, your point about being like, yeah, not talking about somewhere not here feels like very important. Like, just so important to the whole. Anyway, it's just an interesting avenue. I guess like
Askeladd's awful father was in fact Artorias himself. Finally arriving to their rescue, a sword was drawn from the Lord to cut her down where she stood. In that moment, young Askeladd realized that if Artorias wouldn't come now, he never would. Therefore, someone had to act. Not a hero, not a god, just someone.
such a good line.
It was here that Askeladd chose to become Artorias. Call it fate or dumb luck, but in defending her in this moment, his talent revealed itself instantly. He was like his father, a facet about himself that he despised. Perhaps this explains his preference for strategy over brute force in the first place. It acted as a barrier between...
So does Askeladd become Artorias there?
I think so. I mean, I think
I
he
never thought of
loses
it
it.
like that before, but yeah.
I wouldn't say there. There he kind of does, but I don't think he truly comes into to himself as the Artorias
Until Sven.
like until literally when he draws his sword. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny.
himself and the man he despised most. Still, though, he trained under him, gained his trust, and after years of patience, struck him down, framing his half-brother and escaping consequences with his mother in tow.
Askeladd, why me? Would it not make more sense if you were the king who changed the world?
This is why, when Canute presses him, Askeladd rejects the idea of kingship. Bjorn was right. He sees himself as little more than an ugly Viking, monstrous and irredeemable. And yet, by sharing his past, by demonstrating how revenge brought no peace or joy to his life, only decades of aimless disillusionment and pillaging, Askeladd offers Thorfinn his final and clearest lesson of all. Succeeding in vengeance transforms you into everything you hate. An ugly, violent monster that would sooner gamble away every last thing worthy of love in his life, all in the service of a disgusting, base impulse. But the tragedy of this story isn't really found in the contents of the tale or in the merit of its message, it's in the deafness of the ears upon which it fell. The man who spent his life manipulating others for a greater cause finally attempts genuine guidance, only to discover that his methods have rendered him
He's tried it all
incapable
this
of
time,
reaching
though.
the one person he most wants to save. Sadly, all Thorfinn sees is another missed opportunity to
That's
kill the
nitpick,
man
though.
who took his father, who took everything
What
from
was your
him,
nitpick, though?
blind to the fact that Askeladd
At this point isn't the first time Askeladd's tried to educate him. I guess it is probably the most clear.
yeah.
But yeah.
himself, who took his father, who took everything from him, blind to the fact that Askeladd himself was the only one trying to stop him from destroying himself.
It's you. You're the son of Thor's. Thorfinn.
Through fate or determination, this staged violence brings two figures into view with each other who haven't met in over a decade. Leif witnesses the aftermath firsthand and, more devastatingly, sees exactly what Thorfinn has become once he executes the hired killer without hesitation. It's heartbreaking enough as it is, but Yukimura takes it a step further with the revelation of Thorfinn's surname. Used for the very first time in this series, the surname Karlsefni is unveiled. In Norse culture, sons typically adopted surnames from their fathers' or grandfathers' names, a tradition Ireland followed until the 11th or 12th centuries, in fact. Names like O'Connor translate to descendant of Cocomvar, whilst Fitzpatrick, or the Irish version Macgilla Fodrig, means son of the devotee of St. Patrick. For Thorfinn's historical surname to be explained as a moniker gained from his victory over Thorkel proves brilliant. Karlsefni translates to the promising, a tragic irony given what he's become.
Thank goodness. You're alive.
The emotional impact of this reunion stems from what Yukimura chooses not to show. Rather than following Leif's determined search over the last number of years, we witness in real time his discovery of the depths Thorfinn has reached. There's an air of profound sorrow, Leif witnessing Thorfinn in this degraded state, Thorfinn seeing a living embodiment of how much time he's wasted pursuing his horrific goal. Leif offers news of Thorfinn's family, trying desperately to reach the boy he remembers, but Thorfinn instead erupts. He hasn't done enough. Despite wars, storms, clothes turned to rags, and physical degradation, his grip around that blade has only tightened with time. Or perhaps the blade's grip itself on Thorfinn has strengthened. When Leif vows to remain in town until Thorfinn changes his mind, the young warrior flees. This creates two pseudo-mentors offering identical wisdom in different ways. Stop being a fool. See with clear eyes whilst you still can. Don't let ugly hatred consume your life when beauty awaits you all around. Both of these offers
Gudrun
fall
Pole.
on deaf ears.
Gudrun Pole.
The Viking Age bred warriors who feared shame above all else. Those who shrank from violence or failed to answer insult with vengeance were deemed cowards. This represents the mindset trapping Thorfinn presently. Symbolically, the exact culture Askeladd described amongst Roman ruins. Ragnarok has arrived in the form of Canute, bringing the end to this way of life and thinking. The Vikings' days are numbered, and this antiquated thinking destines Thorfinn for one and only one place: the ground. This failed salvation sets the stage for what follows. A man who could orchestrate every political move with surgical precision, yet could not save the one person who mattered most to him.
Oh, I don't like where this is going.
Throughout this story, Makoto Yukimura has maintained a compelling and at times profound standard of narrative tension, weaving together the motives of historical figures to lead us here.
True.
February 3rd,
Can't
1014.
believe we're not talking
Upon
about
arriving in
Gunnar.
New York, Askeladd has proven himself one step ahead at every
Unbelievable.
single turn. Political chess moves from which carefully curated rumors echo and reverberate throughout Swain's ranks. In every sense of the word, Askeladd is the spider with everyone else trapped in his intricate web. All in the name of facilitating a false sense of security and the perfect scene to conclude what has been a truly timeless story. And fittingly, he's dressed for the occasion.
I'll give you the choice to save Wales or Canute. I have an idea as to why you're so insistent about that place. It seems the only thing produced there are filthy slaves like her.
Having been revealed by both Bjorn and himself as a self-loathing pillager filled with regret, isolated by his own selfish decisions on this crusade to make something of himself, for Askeladd to both assume the namesake of Artorias while simultaneously decapitating King Swain in cold blood is an act that reveals something hauntingly human, both about himself and all of us at home.
Through King Swain's ultimatum of Canute or Wales, Askeladd is forced to recognize that even as he attempts to justify his bloodied past with a righteous Welsh destiny, he has neglected to face his one glaring blind spot. That everyone, without exception, is a slave to something.
What's fascinating is that Askeladd isn't a slave to Canute despite pledging his sword, nor is he a slave to even Swain, who issued this ultimatum in the first place. Yukimura's thunderously effective and thematically radical choice here reveals that Askeladd is and has always been a slave to the only person who could ever have deceived him: himself. Throughout this story, if we pay attention to the persona Askeladd projects, there have always been two distinct entities dwelling within him. Whether it be his youthful revenge plot or his self-presentation as a strategic, graceful, and thoughtful fighter against Thors, what's hidden beneath these scenes was a man at war with himself. One side Artorias, the other a Viking soldier. Both in his mind mutually exclusive, a living embodiment of the very conflict tearing England apart during this time period. Yet despite this war being waged within, there have been fleeting but evident glimpses, flashes of the man Askeladd has been trying to suppress. A terrifyingly strong Viking begging to come out, but he would rather struggle for the rest of his life than consciously indulge in or accept that quality that he associates with his father. For his entire life, Askeladd has shackled himself with these chains, choosing one or the other, but never both. Fighting for his life in a world of demons, always with one hand tied behind his back. Until now.
Oh no. Pause. What do you think about that?
Lucius
I need to know
Artorias
your thoughts.
Castus.
Well, okay, yeah, sorry, what?
Just that whole summer, because Askeladd is this like walking contradiction, and it is getting into that you have these two kind of worlds he walks in, but I think it kind of fails to communicate the fact that he kind of very solidly put himself on the Viking side, and he kind of lost his way until recently. Like he had fully kind of succumbed to that pessimism, and I don't know. I guess I don't quite agree with the framing of that whole summarization. I would need to think about it more, I guess.
Yeah. In some ways, I do agree. I feel like, I'm trying to remember what I said in my Hild video, but I wonder if I did say if Askeladd is a slave to himself, or yeah, I guess I always felt that like Askeladd's biggest character trait or would be self-hatred. And that's what links him to Thorfinn and Hild in some way. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the slave thing to himself. I think that's an interesting play. I think what's also interesting is, like, he has kept his, this beast within him, this Viking beast within him. I'm just like, maybe, like, in some way he's not indulged in what he's wanted to do a lot of the time. Because he tries to think he's above it, and then he tries to, like, because he feels like if he indulges it, then he's like truly leaving everything away. But I think he's also already thought that I'm just fully a Viking. So yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling like he's what the difference between this and what he would have done previously. He's indulging in killing the Danes, I think. But before, like, say, like with the French siege, like, even though he didn't kill anybody, if he went on another raid, he probably would be like happy to indulge, right? Like with Hild's village being raided, I'm pretty sure he probably killed people. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, because the way I see it, right? Because I feel like Mark's kind of framing it as like there's this like beast warrior that he's letting out here, but what I feel like it's more like he's kind of done playing games here. He is
Yeah.
like he's been trying to like play like I don't know, play a clever game in order to get what he wants. But now at this point, he's like, you know what, I because he's doing it in parts like self-preservation, right? Because he needs to see this goal through of protecting Wales and kind of protecting his mother. And now he has fully conceded to give, to pass the baton basically to Canute and take his, I don't know, like take action that isn't so concerned about his own self-preservation. It's not like a grand scheme. It is just finally, I'm just going to do what somebody should have done. What somebody's got to do it, kind of thing. I don't really feel like and it is unleashing a rage in a way.
Yeah, I think there's this interesting thing where, like, yeah, like he loses control of himself because he just gets angry and he just indulges in his anger. But that's not like his Danish side. I don't know. I don't think. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's I don't think it's the Viking side of him coming out, and I also don't think it is a loss of control as much as it is a decision to a decision to just do what he wants rather than like take the most optimal move and try to maneuver his way out, because he could just sacrifice Canute and continue his goals, but he decides he's going to leave it to Canute. I just don't. I guess I don't like the idea that this is a unleashing of a Viking.
Yeah, I think what Mark I think is getting at is like this is the synthesis between his two sides of like calculating and angry, and this is the first time we've seen him like really being like he pretends to be mad and crazy, but it's actually a really calculating move. So if we kind of like rephrase or like label it different things, I get what Mark is getting at. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rewatch this part later. I think I'm very curious about it. Okay.
As the heir of Artorias, I'm the rightful king and ruler of all Britannia.
This final surge of righteous and violent defiance in the face of this age's greatest tyrant is the stage upon which Askeladd finally shakes off the shackles that have burdened him his entire life. No longer denying one side for survival or the other out of shame, Askeladd slices Swain's head right off of his shoulders before launching into the single greatest massacre we have ever seen in this story to date.
However, while it is easy for readers like myself to get lost in these moments of intensely violent savagery, it's important not to forget that this is but one half of the man Askeladd is choosing to embrace right now. No longer fighting with a handicap, and through accepting who he truly is, Askeladd was able to find an answer that both saved his countrymen and the men he pledged his life to.
My other thing is I don't like how he suggests that Askeladd it wasn't fighting at his full strength previously in terms of like physical capabilities. He definitely was.
Yeah.
Like
I don't.
Like he mentions how he's old now and that's why he's less strong. But like, yeah, I don't think he's.
I really.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't like this idea of accepting who he truly is. I really just don't see it that way, because it is just a more him choosing to fully abandon the pessimistic idea that he's just going to continue on aimlessly through this world, trying to make these small gambles. No, he's going to just do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
This violent means. The answer and subsequent final gambit Askeladd employs is brilliant and hinges on Swain's one weakness. Captured in a line cut from the anime, confronted with Askeladd's blade, Swain thinks to himself, "Oh, I was careless. I walked right into his clutches." As confirmed by Askeladd himself, King Swain is a highly intelligent and dangerous enemy. Truly a man fit to be king.
Oh, it's funny that's
and yet
cut
he
from the
managed
anime.
somehow
I
to
didn't
make
realize
the
that.
simple mistake of getting
Because it was
too
in his head,
close.
yeah.
Why? Because a man who was capable of killing his own father and who plotted his own son's death could never fathom another's willingness to sacrifice everything that they have for their people. That blind spot became his undoing. Through embracing the monster he despised, Askeladd became the hero Wales needed. And most tragic of all, they will likely never know.
A key and unavoidable feature of this battle is the repetition of Askeladd's words. With every swing of his blade, the words about himself, who he is, where he came from, echo throughout the hall. It's powerful.
Kneel before me! I shall give you the distinct honor of kissing my boot, and then I will end you!
On the surface, this distances Canute from his crime, but beneath, these cries ring out as a desperate plea for legacy. By repeating his name, what he is, and who he's fighting for, he's hoping that perhaps someone out there will remember him and the story he desperately wishes not to end.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Stay back, forfeit!
I feel like it's almost like cathartic roleplay for him. Like he's like, I finally
It is. Yes, that's exactly it. Catharsis. I really don't think he's trying to like have his story continue.
Yeah.
I don't think he prioritized that at all.
Yeah. Hello, fishy editor. Glad
Oh
you
my
could join
goodness.
us. There we go. We got the editor.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Mr. Editor, hello. Please, I would like to know how much did Mark know about the future of this story? Because in the editing, there's quite a bit of like season 2 anime clips. So we've been kind of curious about how much Mark knows at this point.
Like, yeah, like has he read the whole manga, or did he just watch the prologue, or like because it's making his analysis quite interesting in its framing.
The editing is incredible, by the way. I
Yeah,
really love
absolutely.
how this video is put
Okay,
together.
let's glaze editing. So first of all, I thought a very smart, efficient choice was instead of anime was you separated foregrounds and backgrounds well, but then you introduced just a simple parallax. I think of the manga panels, which is saves you from having to animate things, but still add good motion to a scene. It's not the easiest thing, of course, because you have to replace the backgrounds, but like I think that's really cool. And so sometimes you do animate and sometimes you don't, and so it allows you to go through things. We also talked. What was the really cool scene that we thought we were going to use the anime? Oh yeah, it was the Thor's.
It was Thor's versus
Askeladd
yes.
fight. Sorry, yeah, that was really good.
I really love that. And animating the panels so because that paces the scene better than trying to manipulate the anime to fit your pace and then transitioning into the anime when you've kind of done your moment to moment and now you just want to play it all out. I thought that was brilliant. I think this video is so well edited, and to know it was edited by one person is really awesome.
I assume it is. Yeah,
because I would have thought for a bigger channel, possibly multiple editors contributing, but a single V person, that's awesome.
And also, did you do the color correction on the footage as well? Because I was remarking earlier that they look so bright and beautiful, and I don't know how to do that really that well, so that's very impressive to me. Yeah. Any other things? I mean, the music choice is great. I think that's been actually subtly very good. Not overpowering, but good use of music.
And I think a lot of Vinland videos tend to just go into the Vinland OST. So it's actually really cool that it's not just Vinland music. You're bringing from a lot of sources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also other Viking stuff as well. I think bringing in footage from other TV shows I think The Last Kingdom was there, and definitely the Vikings was in here, and then other King Arthur stuff as well. I think that's good use as well.
Interesting. So Mark had already watched up to the end of season 2 for this. Whoa, that's super interesting for considering his. We've been talking the whole time about his the priority in the script
of, oh, you know, what are we going to talk about? What are we not going to talk about? Because there's a lot, obviously, that happens in the prologue, and some of it's large scope war, some of it is more interpersonal, and a lot of the focus has been on the large scope. And I felt like the interpersonal aspects had kind of um, not really suffered for it, but they haven't been able to naturally fit in to the narrative that Mark's script is telling. So I've
Yeah.
just found it very interesting, and it's very interesting to know he has the context of season 2 in writing this script.
Yeah, and I guess the original vision, when you say the whole thing, you meant including season 2, but not the manga as well.
I would assume so.
Yeah. I also think it's very interesting because I guess that makes sense why like Mark has a very strong precision on that at the manga's start compared to the anime, because he came in with that strong mentality, even though he watched the anime first, I guess. It is so interesting to see like how he thought about that. Yeah. I guess for Fishy individually, okay, let's see. I listen to a lot of Nordic music. Can I sneak some wardrobe and done? Interesting.
Nice.
I don't know. Must be from stock music footage. Okay, cool. Okay. I
It's
don't
all
know
fit quite
those
well.
names that well, but that's awesome. Yeah, Fishy, are you like caught up to the manga, and did you like follow it as it was releasing, or and are you like, I assume you finished Vinland, or are you like an anime super fan, but like waiting for it to be adapted into season 3 and season 4?
That's
Just
a good
wondering.
question.
I'm trying to like see see the nerd level here, because if I was editing this video and Mark was saying these things, I would be very
Yeah, there's some things I would draw parallel to for sure.
yeah, but it's Mark's words. Like I wouldn't disagree. You know, like in the edit, I guess, or I don't know.
That's true. That's true.
But yeah. Anyway, okay. The entire final part live. Read the final chapter when it dropped. Cried my guts out.
Nice.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. So you've been in the grind. Are you familiar with are you like, do you interact with the Vinland Saga community at all? Like, do you visit like the Reddit threads or on Twitter a lot, or do you just kind of like, did you read it by yourself along with other? Like, basically, do you make Vinland Saga your entire personality? Like, we
My
did. Or did you have a more eclectic, like reading more manga and stuff? Yeah. Alright. We got a bit of a delay, but yeah. Oh, this is awesome. Getting to see behind the scenes. It is fun. Yeah. Yeah, and following. I mean, Mir, when did you catch up? I caught up just as the final part started, I think.
Right as probably a month or two after season 1 ended. Massive Bug Eyes fan. Let's go.
Nice. Yeah.
I spent like half of my final chapter review talking about that damn Bug Eyes. That's so funny.
That's be the first time I've interacted with other fans outside the team. That is crazy. That is fun. Well, let's just say, apart from Mark, of course, and your fantastic editing, you're talking to the two best Vinland Saga YouTubers.
I would put myself
up
there,
definitely. No,
I put so little effort in comparison.
Yeah, and also mods on the subreddit. There we go.
Oh my
Gotta
God,
represent ourselves a little bit here. No, I jest, but yeah, no, it's great. Bug Eyes fan. That's when you know you're real. That's when you know you're real.
Yes,
you could just be like, yeah, I'm like a big fan of Thorfinn. I mean, I know would be pretty real, but like, yeah, Bug Eyes, you know it. Yeah, we all love Bug Eyes here. Even though, yeah, Bug Eyes was a bit controversial in the last chapter because of like the whole. But then, if you're not in the community, you wouldn't know how old the squad teacher is. There you go. Oh,
yeah,
amazing.
you literally would have. That's some Twitter knowledge.
Yeah, and there's some Twitter discussion you don't need to know about because it's fine. I think. Oh, what else? Yeah. I was trying to think of the other Bug Eyes stuff, but yeah, no, Bug Eyes fan. We love a good Bug Eyes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, not interacting with the fandom at all and being up to date is really interesting. I feel like.
Yeah. It's a unique
Do
perspective.
you do that with like the mid with Kagabushi, whatever it's called?
Kagurabachi? I mean, I read Reddit threads sometimes when the when the chapters drop. I usually take a look at what people are saying. I
Yeah.
haven't been completely isolated going chapter to chapter on a manga, I think, like, ever.
Yeah.
I'm too interested in what other people are saying
Yeah.
to keep myself isolated.
It's interesting. For
I
me,
won't
it's
stay
more just like
outside
I
and turn
want
to
people
better
to hear my
nature.
thoughts. So that's.
That's the thing. I'm too conceited.
I know
gotta
exactly.
talk.
We should be more like Fishy. Yeah, the more I stay outside Twitter, the better. Honestly, at this point, yeah. I mean, I would say the Vinland Saga fandom was very nice, but then, like, and it still is. It's just, like, we didn't have much controversy, but, like once the Twitter changes kind of came in, I feel like it naturally separated. Like, I felt like I was seeing a lot fewer tweets from people, but I could be wrong there.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we continue with the video?
Yeah. Let's continue.
With Fishy's fine work.
2 words.
I'm glad he's
After
covering this thing,
offering
I just
chance
focused.
after chance for Thorfinn to transcend his singular obsession, after watching his teachings fall on deaf ears, Askeladd's last act becomes one final desperate attempt at protection. With his final words proving prophetic as life drains from his lips, time has run out for Askeladd, but Thorfinn still possesses the opportunity to become a true warrior.
Sons of Denmark, listen to me! From now on, by my birthright, all standing armies and England belong to me.
The voice for Knut there's
Finally,
not
the
bad,
moment
actually.
Askeladd was waiting
Yeah, I
for
actually
has
quite
come.
like it, yeah.
At last, the king has arrived to slay the vicious beast, but not without a receipt for his efforts from Thorfinn. As is often the case in visual fiction like this, symbolism offers an author the chance to explore or express ideas without having to explicitly communicate them to us. In this instance, the allure and subsequent physical toll of the crown has been a specific focus for Yukimura since Swain's unveiling back in Gainsborough.
Since its introduction, Knut has been presented and, well, often described as delicate and effeminate, with the very body double Askeladd employed to take the assassination attempt being a woman herself. The message then is clear. Knut has delicate features that Yukimura serves to emphasize his innocence and purity. Conversely, King Swain is depicted as a decaying, grotesque husk of a man. That message, too, becomes clear. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And by
Is that an
striking down
Arcane reference?
Askeladd and assuming that burden, Knut's physical corruption has already begun.
Much as Askeladd
Corruption,
served as a
good.
cautionary tale for Thorfinn, Swain too represents the same warning for Knut, a future glimpse of what awaits those who let power consume them entirely.
Interesting. I did not think of the scar quite like that.
Amid the chaos, Yukimura demonstrates meticulous
point there.
attention to historical accuracy.
Yeah, I agree.
Knut must appear outraged by Askeladd's regicide, but his orders include covering the king's body from public view. This small detail matters profoundly. No historical consensus exists for how King Sweyn
Oh,
died.
fun.
And through this scene,
That's so
Yukimura
good.
honors that ambiguity whilst crafting his own definitive answer to one of history's greatest mysteries. Interestingly, while Yukimura's portrayal suggests Knut tactfully seized power through political maneuvering following Askeladd's dramatic intervention, the historical reality proves considerably messier. The actual consequences of Swain's sudden death in February 1014 took a different shape entirely to that which we see in the manga. With Swain now dead, a power vacuum emerged, and with it the opening for the Anglo-Saxons to bring Ethelred the Unready, the English king who lost to Swain, back from his strategic
very
exile
ready
in
unready.
France. All the while, Knut's response to this setback in history reveals the brutal pragmatism that Yukimura's incarnation has yet to develop. Holding numerous English nobles hostage his father had captured during the invasion, Knut chose to return them, but only after ordering their hands, ears, and noses be severed from their bodies. A
Oof.
far cry from the swordless warrior Yukimura has crafted for us to see today. The fact, however, that Ethelred isn't mentioned in the entire arc outside of a brief nod during Floki's arrival to Iceland, while it isn't something I'm overly concerned with, it is a missed opportunity for some, let's say, humor. As things go, Ethelred was
He is indeed.
hilariously ill-suited for the role. While he technically does return to the throne in England in 1014, just 2 short years later, he dies, and immediately Canute swoops in to marry his widow, consolidating his claim to the English throne in the process. And in the process, proving that even in death, Ethelred couldn't avoid losing.
Tell me, how do you intend to live? From this day on, how do you intend to live your life, Thorfinn? Don't get stuck in a worthless place like this forever. Go far, far away.
I love the use of fire, yeah.
If you go far to the west, across the ocean, you'll find a wonderful place where the sun shines bright, far from the wars of man. You'll go there.
Oh man, this is gonna be exciting.
Someday. You, the son of Thors, will go there. That will be your true fight. You
Is
have
this
what it
season
takes
2
to be a
OST?
true warrior.
Yes, this is season 2 OST.
Great use. I like that.
Yes, agreed.
In the wake of savagery and bloodshed, political leveraging, and chaotic murmurings, the two
Love
most
that. It's just a
unlikely characters
little-
in this story to connect.
Can you pause for a
face
second?
and
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I really do love how faithful to the prologue this is, in how isolated it is, and how the future of this story is only seen in little glimpses like that.
Mm-hmm.
Where like it truly is a prologue review in like and not focused on the bigger picture of the story at all. It is so focused on elements that are only really part of the prologue, and I feel like you just don't really see that anymore because everyone's so in the know about where the story's going that these things can't be prioritized when you're talking about Vinland Saga.
Mhm.
So I it's so cool.
And if you do your
to-
and if you do your
Yeah.
shonen baby, because you don't get the real meaning of the story, or whatever. Maybe.
or that,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is it is such a good standalone prologue review, and I like this little moment of acknowledging what's to come. That was
Mhm.
really good.
Yeah, I always would think the use of different music that's not end of the prologue, I think is actually it's a good challenge. I like it a lot, actually.
I agree. Yeah.
So like it's easy to.
Because
be
you don't
like,
want to just do. End
I was
of
about
prologue,
if
yeah.
I mean if you used end of the prologue, I was gonna pog out either way. Like I was
Me too.
really happy with that moment there, Fishy. But good restraint there.
circumstance. Sworn enemies forced to confront the reality that these will be the final moments they will ever share together. For Askeladd, he has achieved everything he has set out to accomplish. Wales is saved through Canute's ascension. The Danish threat has been neutralized, and in his final moments he managed to give his life meaning. Yet all he can muster to Thorfinn is an open invitation to enact his revenge, and through doing so, exposing the very truth of the message Thorfinn had ignored all these years. Askeladd's methods, however justified by their outcomes, rendered him incapable of genuine connection. He could orchestrate the fall of empires, but failed to recognize that manipulation and mentorship were never the same thing. Conversely, Thorfinn was offered chance after chance to become something more, but each time his childish anger and Viking pride blinded him. But now, stripped of what had become his life's singular pursuit, Thorfinn has no choice but to truly hear the final words that escape Askeladd's mouth. They are not the curse of an enemy, but the final wishes of a friend, to venture beyond revenge towards a land even his father could never reach. For both he and his father, time is up. But Thorfinn still has time to reckon with his sins, accept who he is, and ultimately become the warrior both Askeladd and his father always knew he was capable of. Now being dragged away per Canute's orders, Thorfinn's mind fractures. The final page of this arc carrying with it more meaning than any battle or speech ever could. His father's shortblade, the very visual that lured me and him into this adventure for the very first time, now acts as the closing curtain upon which this arc meets its conclusion. A weapon of violence finally thrown to the ground.
Thrown is a strong term.
Yeah. I see. I love what the anime did there, and I know a lot of people
don't. Well, some
What?
people
Who
don't.
doesn't like what the anime does? If they do
Kyle
that wrong.
Entertainment. Kyle Entertainment.
Oh yeah, but that's because Kyle's dumb. That's because
Yeah,
Kyle's dumb.
yeah, no, I'm okay. Yeah, you don't see him drop the dagger in the manga, but yeah, I think I personally take the anime scene there as my canon because I truly think that's such a good moment of him choosing to let go when reaching for Askeladd. It's just so good.
Yeah. Saying friend is funny.
Friend is an interesting one.
It's
I
funny because I mean, Fishy might not know, but there's like lots of people like to say he's a father figure, which I do think lots of people do say, but like they say like the affection or the relationship only goes one way. Like I don't think some people misascribe Thorfinn to actually caring about Askeladd there, like or like actually secretly like having good feelings towards Askeladd, and I don't think that's the case. And I think people do minimize like the manipulation that Askeladd put Thorfinn through. But at the same time, I think friend is an interesting way of putting it, as opposed to father. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I Marcus surprising me till the end. Anything to add?
Yeah, let's continue.
Cool.
Within this video, I
going back
followed
to
the
his home.
story of one distant ancestral cousin in the hopes of gaining a deeper insight into my conflicted feelings concerning my more recent ancestors' decisions. Thinking that through seeing the world, exploring this story and the messages of its text, I would uncover some deeper philosophical outlook that could answer whether or not what my family chose to do was justified. I mean, that's what history is for, right? To reveal the patterns of human nature through the
It's actually so interesting because yeah, he did introduce that idea at the start, and then he kind of got lost in the sauce. Like, he didn't.
I think that's because this was probably, as Fishy said, was originally meant to
yeah,
have all both in there, and it got out of hand. Like, this feels like something that you would say at the end of Farmland, maybe, but even more so at the end of the fourth arc. So
I think he fully actually embraced the idea because if the initial plan was to cover both, I think he actually kind of embraced the idea of isolating the prologue and kind of not really like introducing that concept of this lesson from his family and then not really exploring it. Just like Thorfinn kind of starts the story with that you have no enemies from Thor's, and
I'm
then he
interested
doesn't.
to see what he
kind
says
of goes
from here.
off on this war thing, and Mark's kind of focused on the war path as well in the history rather than that interpersonal message. It actually feels almost now that I'm thinking about it more, it feels like that's the intent to distinctly make this a less interpersonal review compared to probably what he has in mind for what's to come.
Yeah, he'll get more personal with Farmland because Farmland is naturally a more personal story because it's more about the characters.
Yeah,
and that personal feelings. Interesting. Yeah.
Bit of hindsight. But as Thorfinn finally dropped that dagger and the number of pages remaining in this arc fell to 0, I realized that the answer I was looking for wasn't going to arrive. Instead, what I was confronted by was a truth I had been avoiding since this story began. Thorfinn Karlsefni was born over 1,000 years ago. That's like 50 generations, which means while I am related to him through my Fitzpatrick family line, I'm also related to him via my mother's family, and in fact, on such a massive timescale, most of you watching with European ancestry are likely related to him also. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of possible descendants here. Now, discoveries such as this run the risk of taking the wind out of my sails, leaving me adrift at sea, but in truth, gaining this perspective delivered me safely to the shoreline of a promising new way of thinking. As seen through Askeladd's torture scene, historical narratives can be dangerous in the hands of those seeking to extract moral certainty. Askeladd had legitimate grievances about Celtic suffering under Anglo-Saxon violence, but where he crossed the line was in announcing with absolute certainty that his understanding of history gave him the moral authority to commit precisely what he was carrying out. He was wrong. My quest risked falling into that same trap. I was looking for an answer, vindication, but the more I searched, the more I realized how little concrete evidence actually remained. What little sources I had were separated by centuries from the actual events they described. My family's motto, "The strong will yield to the stronger," it feels like cowardice to my modern perspective, and maybe to some extent it was. But if this story has taught me anything, it's that historical pride, just like shame, isn't our burden to bear. Throughout history, terrible men have weaponized genealogy and the achievements of the past to justify the subjugation and control of millions, wielding words that harken back to a nostalgic, better time we have had nothing to do with. And it works, because the future is scary. Because uncertainty is scary. Now, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't take lessons from the past or try to learn from it or better ourselves, but as Homo sapiens, blessed and cursed with the awarenesses that we have, perhaps the lesson to take from all of this is that which countless generations before have constructed monuments, civilizations, and religions around avoiding. The fact that uncertainty is unavoidable. Thorfinn collapsed under the weight of needing certainty. The desire to seek retribution in blood for the wrongs committed is profound and easily misinterpreted as valor in the moment. But upon reflection, if you can take a beat, such ambitions are often little more than an easy way out, a comfortable answer. It's easy to paint someone as a villain, to dismiss their view and humanity entirely in the name of your selfish ambition. But to look past that impulse, to embrace uncertainty and lay down your weapons regardless of your personal feelings, in a world like this, that takes profound courage. And through this journey, that is what I've discovered defines a true warrior.
That's good. He is like really like hitting.
He's more correct than he might realize, I think.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think that is exactly it. Wow, what a place to end it.
Nice, because
Thanks everyone for watching. This project took longer than expected to come out, but I do hope it ended up being worth it in the end. I'd never seen someone travel to the locations of the anime they were reviewing before, and honestly, it sounded like too much fun to pass up. If you're coming from Patreon, then hello, thanks. You've likely seen a lot of this already, and if you're not from Patreon and would like to see early updates on what's coming next, please consider supporting us. It would mean the world. In saying that, I do promise the next video will be out much sooner. Or should I say videos? Ooh, plural. What's he mean? Well, if you want to know what I'm working on next, in addition to all the animation goodness we're working on, check out my Patreon by clicking the link on screen or in the description down below. I love you all, and make sure to tell someone today that you love them. But until next time, I've been Totally Not Mark.
I love you, Jarky Baby.
I was genuinely going to do the same thing. I love you, man. Oh, no. I got mogged on my own stream.
Wow. There we go.
All right.
Repentance.
Cool. So,
I think I am there are some character assessments that I don't resonate with, and I think that's like my main concern. But with in terms of like what he's prioritizing, knowing that he has the context of season 2 while he's like writing this, that does change my perspective a bit in terms of he may be deliberately engaging in things that the long-term scope of the story does not really care for, because it works so well with the narrative he was trying to tell, and 2, I think he's almost replicating the dissonance of the prologue into the rest of the story. So I quite like the way he prioritized very prologue specific things here.
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm looking forward to this next one. I think I like this more than I thought I would, but in a completely different way than I thought I would.
Totally.
Yeah. No, it's just really good. I think, commenting on it, like him going to each of the places. I didn't notice as it got further and further, like he didn't go to, I guess Gainsborough took up so much time of the analysis that him being Gainsborough didn't feel that. I mean, no, he was in the halls at the end there, so I take that.
Yeah, he did go in the hall, yeah. It is such a cool meta thing, the way he kind of drew the parallel of like his initial goal being misguided. I thought that was super super interesting, and I'm just so curious to see how he pairs a season 2 review with this. I'm if like there just the knowledge that there was some intent in how this kind of clashes with what a season 2 review would look like. That is super interesting to me.
Yeah. I'm I'm interested because, as you said, like you liked how he weaved in his story, but I don't feel like that was the end of his personal journey. You know, with this.
Definitely not. Yeah.
And yeah, I
Well,
think
the
it's
fact that
really
it wasn't
interesting.
the end is almost intentional. That's what I'm getting at. That there
Yeah.
was it was intentional that his like the thematic through line he set up for himself at the start kind of didn't even get fulfilled
Yeah.
because it is echoing what the prologue really is.
Yeah, and what I wonder is that if at the end of like how much. Let's put Mark working on the farm.
We're saying he's gonna travel to the locations of season 2 or just spend the entire time on a farm in Denmark.
Get
It's
him
gonna
a
be
horse, finally. Get him a horse, and then yeah. Yeah, well, I'm known. It'll be Jutland, and I think Jutland is where Canute is based in season 2,
Yes,
right?
I believe
Jutland.
so. I believe so.
So there's that, and then we'll just get him with a hoe in his hand. That'd be great. Yeah, I think with Mark, I think his perspective, like something that's always remarked by Irish people I meet, is a frustration at the lack of knowledge that people that have grown up in the UK, like myself, towards the history of the Irish and the plight of the Irish. And I think that's fair and valid. And I do wonder if he will talk about, like, basically every time he touched on like historical wrongs done against your people, and he did bring up the Irish thing, I do wonder if that then like will be something that he will look to resolve. I don't know, or look to make a statement on. That feels weirdly political for Mark because it's still kind of recently history, but and different people have different views on this as well. But anyway, that's like a whole other like side tangent that I'm actually quite interested in. That isn't really to do with Vinland Saga, but like with what he said at the end there, of like, he kind of took a different turn and like talking about like the, what is it, like the lack of certainty. So that was not the turn I thought it would go. But anyway, sorry, ramble from me. Okay. Oh, nice. Have you S-Creates, have you seen like, how do you see like another video of mine or just this random video and you've never seen mine before? I mean, I'm not sure if have you watched like my stupid YouTube short of like ranking Thorfinn hairstyles? That was one ages ago. It's recently been it's been popping off quite a bit. It's just like had an exponential curve of like the last few months. So yeah, it's weird. But anyway, I'm just wondering if I don't know how else would people find my channel, but anyway, just my suspicion. Okay, I think I'm ready to wrap up here.
Yeah, I definitely.
We've been doing 420.
Well.
Blaze it. This live. Okay, you just found it. Nice. Well, if you like more Vinland Saga content, there's plenty on this channel and on It's Mir's channel.
Yes. I mean, we're kind of. I guess you have a broader coverage overall of the story. I'm very like.
Yeah, and I guess mine might be a bit more evergreen as well.
Yes.
Just because yours is very much like, oh, well, let me predict the next chapter, which, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Sorry we're having to end as soon as you got in, but thanks for coming along. We've been streaming for like 4 hours and 20 minutes at this point, so
my goodness.
Good grief. And Fishy Editor, if you're still watching, thank you so much for swinging by. And tell Mark we greatly appreciate him like just commenting. Like I asked him on Twitter just because I thought it'd be kind of funny. I didn't think he would actually pick up and retweet and stuff, and that was really awesome. So really cool of him. And that's the one cool thing about any tube. I still, if you want to call it that, there's still big creators out there like Mark that will, you know, kind of not be afraid to go back to us, like interact with people that aren't necessarily a massive YouTuber following. I think we've probably had, let me see, we've had a total of 107 views for this whole live stream. So there we go.
Wow,
we are pretty big. You know, I think we've probably only had like 5 concurrent viewers at once. So anyway.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah. No, thanks, Fishy. Yeah.
3:28 a.m. Wow.
Oh, well, there we go. Thank you. Maybe. Well, I'm pretty famous. I don't know. I got 2.5 thousand subscribers here. That's pretty impressive, I think. So no, I'm just kidding. But thank you for the kind wishes.
Well, stick around for more arcane content.
Oh dear, that's yeah, man, that was a bubble. All right. Yeah, I'll leave you guys to. Thank you so much for thank you for joining me. And everybody go watch the video that we just watched if you have not watched it. Of course, please do. Go to Mark. Mark deserves more views. This does.
For sure.
Very good. All right, see you.